Chapter 21 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 1 by Thomas Peckett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Schenker. Chapter 21, The Conference Between the Uncle and Nephew, and the Alarm. Meanwhile, Charles Holland had taken his uncle by the arm, and led him into a private room. "Dear uncle," he said, "be seated, and I will explain everything without reserve."
"Seated? Nonsense! I'll walk about," said the Admiral. "Darn me, I have no patience to be seated, and very seldom had or have. Go on now, you young scamp."
"Well, well, you abuse me. But I am quite sure, had you been in my situation, you would have conducted your actions precisely as I have done."
"No, I shouldn't." "Well, but, uncle—" "Don't think to come over me by calling me uncle. Hark you, Charles, from this moment I won't be your uncle any more."
"Very well, sir."
"It ain't very well, and how dare you, you buccaneer, call me sir, eh? I say, how dare you?"
"I will call you anything I like."
"But I won't be called anything I like. You might as well call me at once Morgan the pirate, for he was called anything he liked." "Hilloa, sir! How dare you laugh, eh? I'll teach you to laugh at me. I wish I had you on board ship. That's all, you young rascal. I'd soon teach you to laugh at your superior officer, I would."
"Oh, uncle, but I did not laugh at you."
"What did you laugh at, then?" "At a joke." "Joke? Darn me! There was no joke at all."
"Oh, very good."
"And it ain't very good."
Charles knew very well that this sort of humor in which the old general would soon pass away, and then that he would listen to him comfortably enough, so he would not allow the least exhibition of petulance and mere impotence to escape himself, but contented himself by waiting until the ebullition of feeling fairly worked itself out.
"Well, well," at length said the old man, "you have dragged me here, into a very small and very dull room, under pretense of having something to tell me, and I have heard nothing yet."
"Then I will tell you now," said Charles.
"I fell in love." "Bah! With Flora Bannerworth, abroad. She is not only the most beautiful of created beings, bah! but her mind is of the greatest order of intelligence, honor, candor, and all amiable feelings. Bah!
Really, uncle, if you say bah in everything, I cannot go on."
"And what the deuce difference, sir, does it make to you whether I say bah or not?"
"Well, I love her. She came to England, and as I could not exist, but was getting ill, and should no doubt have died if I had not done so, I came to England."
"But, I want to know about the mermaid."
"The vampire, you mean, sir?"
Well, the vampire."
"Then, uncle, all I can tell you is that it is supposed a vampire came on one night and inflicted a wound upon Flora's neck with his teeth, and that he is still endeavoring to renew his horrible existence from the young pure blood that flows through her veins."
"The devil he is!" "Yes, I am bewildered, I must confess, by the mass of circumstances that have combined to give the affair a horrible truthfulness. Poor Flora is much injured in health and spirits, and when I came home, she at once implored me to give her up, and think of her no more, for she could not think of allowing me to unite my faith with hers, under such circumstances."
"She did?"
"Such were her words, uncle. She implored me, she used the word implore, to fly from her, to leave her to her fate, to endeavor to find happiness with someone else."
"Well?"
"But I saw her heart was breaking." "What of that?" "Much of what? Much of that, uncle. I told her, when I had deserted her in the hour of misfortune, that I hoped heaven would desert me. I told her that if her happiness was wrecked, to cling yet to me, and that with that power and that strength God had given me, I would stand between her and all ill."
"And what then?"
She fell upon my breast and wept and blessed me. Could I desert her? Could I say to her, "My dear girl, when you were full of health and beauty, I loved you, but now that sadness is in your heart, I leave you"? Could I tell her that, uncle, and yet call myself a man? "No!" roared the old Admiral in a voice that made the room echo again. "And I tell you what, if you had done so, darn you, you puppy, I'd have braced you and married the girl myself. I would, I would. Dear uncle, don't dear me, sir. Think of deserting a girl with the signal of distress, in the shape of a tear, is in her eye. But You are a wretch, a confounded blubberly boy, a swab, a old grumpus. You mistake, uncle. No, I don't. God bless you, Charles. You shall have her. If a ship's whole crew of vampires said no, you shall have her. Let me see her. Let me see her. The Admiral gave his lips a vigorous wipe with his sleeve, and Charles said hastily, "My dear uncle, you will recollect that Miss Bannersworth is quite a young lady. I suppose she is. Well, then, for God's sake, don't attempt to kiss her. Not kiss her, they like it. Not kiss her because she's a young lady. No, do you think I'd kiss a corporal of marines? No, uncle, but you know young ladies are very delicate. And ain't I delicate? Shiver me timbers, ain't I delicate? Where is she? That's what I want to know. Then you approve of what I have done. You are a young scamp, and you have got some of the old Admiral's family blood in you. So don't take any credit for acting like an honest man. You couldn't help it." "But if I had not so acted," said Charles with a smile, "what would have become of the family blood then?" "What's that to you? I would have disowned you, because that very thing would have convinced me you were an impostor, and did not belong to the family at all." "Well, that would have been one way of getting over the difficulty." "No difficulty at all. The man who deserts, the good ship that carries him through the waves, or the girl who trusts her heart to him, ought to be cropped off into meat, or for wild monkeys." "Well, I think so, too." "Of course you do." "Why, what course?" "Because it's so reasonable that, being a nephew of mine, you can't possibly help it." "Brave, uncle! I had no idea you were so argumentative. Hadn't you a spoony? You'd be an ornament in the gun-room, you would. But there's the young lady with so infernal delicate. Where is she, I say? I'll fetch her, uncle. Ah, do, I'll be bound now, she's one of the right build. A good figurehead, and don't make too much stern away. Well, whatever you do, don't pay her any compliments, for your efforts in the line are such a very doubtful order, that I shall dread to hear you. You should be off and find your own business. I haven't been at sea 40 years without picking up some out-and-out delicate compliments to say to the young lady. But do you really imagine now that the deck of a man-of-war is a nice place to pick up courtly compliments, then? Of course I do. There you hear the best language, and you don't know what you are talking about. You fellows have stuck on shore all your lives. It's we seamen who learn life. Well, hark! What's that? A cry. Did you hear a cry? A signal of distress, by good. In their efforts to leave the room, the uncle and the nephew were about a minute actually blocked by the doorway, but the superior bulk of the Admiral prevailed, and after nearly squeezing poor Charles flat, he got out first. But this did not avail him, for he knew not where to go. Now the second scream which Flora had uttered when the vampire had clasped her waist came upon their ears, and as they were outside the room, it acted well as a guide in which direction to come. Charles fancied correctly through at once that it proceeded from the room which was called Flora's own room, and thitherward accordingly he dashed at tremendous speed. Henry, however, happened to be nearer at hand, and, moreover, he did not hesitate a moment, because he knew that Flora was in her own room, so he reached it first, and Charles saw him rush in a few moments before he could reach the room. The difference in time, however, was very slight, and Henry had only just raised Flora from the floor as Charles appeared. "God of heaven!" cried the latter. "What has happened?" "I know not," said Henry. "As God is my judge, I know not. Flora! Flora! Speak to us! Flora! Flora!" "She has fainted," cried Charles. "Some water may restore her. Oh, Henry! Henry! Is not this terrible?" "Courage! Courage!" said Henry, though his voice betrayed what a terrible state of anxiety he was himself in. "You will find water in that decanter, Charles. Here is my mother, too. Another visit! God help us!" Miss Bannerworth sat down on the edge of the sofa which was in the room, and could only wring her hands and weep. "Avast!" cried the Admiral, making his appearance. "Where's the enemy, lads?" "Uncle," said Charles. "Uncle! Uncle! The vampire has been here again! The dreadful vampire! Darn me, and he's gone too, and carried half the window with him. Look here!" It was literally true. The window which had long latticed one was smashed through. "Help! Oh, help!" said Flora, as the water was dashed in her face began to recover her. "You are safe," said Henry. "You are safe. "Flora," said Charles, "do you know my voice, dear Flora? Look up, and you will see there are none here but those who love you." Flora opened her eyes timidly as she said, "Has it gone?" "Yes, yes, dear," said Charles. "Look around you. There are none but true friends." "And tried friends, my dear," said Admiral Bell, "excepting me. And whenever you like to try me afloat or ashore, darn me, shoo old Nick himself, and I won't shrink. Yard arm and yard arm, grapnel and grapnel, pitch pots and grenades." "This is my uncle, Flora," said Charles. "I thank you, sir," said Flora faintly. "All right," whispered the Admiral to Charles. "What a figurehead, to be sure. Pull at Swansea would have made just about fort of her. But she wasn't so delicate. Darn me!" "I should think not. You are right for once to say, Charlie." "What was it that alarmed you?" said Charles, tenderly, as he now took one of Flora's hands in his. "Varney. Varney the Vampire." "Varney!" exclaimed Henry. "Varney here?" "Yes, he came in at that door, and when I screamed, I suppose, for I hardly was conscious, he darted out through the window." "This," said Henry, "is beyond all human patience. By heaven, I cannot and will not endure it." "It shall be my quarrel," said Charles. "I shall go at once and defy him. He shall meet me." "Oh, no, no, no," said Flora, as she clung convulsively to Charles. "No, no. There is a better way." "What way?" "That place has become full of terrors. Let us leave it. Let him, as he wishes, have it." "Let him have it?" "Yes, yes. God knows if it purchase an immunity from these visits, we may well be overjoyed. Remember that we have ample reasons to believe him more than human. Why should you allow yourselves to risk a personal encounter with such a man, who might be glad to kill you, that he might have an opportunity of replenishing his own hideous existence with your best heart's blood?" The young men looked aghast. "Besides," added Flora, "you cannot tell what dreadful powers of mischief he may have, against such human courage might be of no avail." "There is truth and reason," said Mr. Marchdale, stepping forward, "in what Flora says. Only let me come across him, that's all," said Admiral Bell, "and I'll soon find out what he is. I suppose he's some long slab of lubber, after all, ain't he, with no strength?" "His strength is immense," said Marchdale. "I tried to seize him, and I fell beneath his arm as if I had been struck by the hammer of a cyclops." "A what?" cried the Admiral. "A cyclops. Darn me, I served aboard the Cyclops 7 years, and never saw a very big hammer aboard of her." "What on earth is to be done?" said Henry. "Oh," chimed in the Admiral, "there's something a bother about what's to be done on earth. Now, at sea, I could soon tell you what is to be done." "We must hold a solemn constitution over this matter," said Henry. "You are safe now, Flora." "Oh, be ruled by me. Give up a Hall." "You tremble." "I do tremble, brother, for what may yet ensue. I implore you to give up the Hall. It is such a terror to us now. Give it up. Have no more to do with it. Let us take terms with Sir Francis Varney. Remember, we dare not kill him." "He might be smothered," said the Admiral. "It is true," marked Henry. "You dare not, even holding all the terrible suspicions we'll do, take his life." "By foul means certainly not," said Charles. "We are 10 times a vampire. I cannot, however, believe that he is so vulnerable as he is represented." "No one represents him here," said Marchdale. "I speak, sir, because I saw you glance at me. I only know that, having made 2 successful attempts to seize him, he eluded me. Once by leaving in my grasp a piece of his coat, and next time he struck me down, and I still feel the effects of the terrific blow." "You hear?" said Flora. "Yes, I hear," said Charles. "For some reason," added Marchdale, in a tone of emotion, "what I say seems to fall always badly upon Mr. Holland's ear. I know not why, but if it will give him any satisfaction, I will leave Bannerworth Hall tonight." "No, no, no," said Henry. "For the love of heaven, do not let us quarrel." "Hear, hear," cried the Admiral. "We can never fight the enemy well if the ship's crew are in bad terms. Come now, you Charles. This appears to be an honest, gentlemanly fellow. Give him your hand." "If Mr. Charles Holland," said Marchdale, "knows aught to my prejudice in any way, however slight, I here beg of him to declare it at once, and openly." "I cannot assert that I do," said Charles. "Then what the deuce do you make yourself agreeable for, eh?" cried the General. "One cannot help one's impression and feelings," said Charles, "but I am willing to take Mr. Marchdale's hand." "And I yours, young sir," said Marchdale, in all sincerity of spirit, and with good will towards you. They shook hands, but it required no conjurer to perceive that it was not done willingly or cordially. It was a handshaking of that character which seemed to imply on each side, "I do not like you, but I don't know positively any harm of you." "There now," said the Admiral, "that's better. Now let us hold counsel with this Varney," said Henry. "Come to the parlour, all of you, and we will endeavour to come to some decided arrangement." "Do not weep, mother," said Flora. "All may be well. We will leave this place." "We will consider that question, Flora," said Henry, "and believe me your wishes will go a long way with all of us, as you may well suppose they always would." They left Mrs. Bannerworth with Flora, and proceeded to the small oaken parlour, in which were the elaborate and beautiful carvings which have been before mentioned. Henry's countenance, perhaps, wore the most determined expression of all. He appeared now as if he had thoroughly made up his mind to do something which should have a decided tendency to put a stop to the terrible scenes which were now, day by day, taking place beneath that roof. Charles Holland looked serious and thoughtful, as if he were revolving some course of action in his mind concerning which he was not very clear. Mr. Marchdale was more sad and depressed, to all appearance, than any of them. As for the Admiral, he was evidently in a state of amazement, and knew not what to think. He was anxious to do something, and yet what that was to be he had not the most remote idea, any more than as if he was not at all cognizant of any of these circumstances, yet one of which was so completely out of the line of his former life and experience. George had gone to call Mr. Chillingworth, so he was not present at the first part of this serious council of war. End of Chapter 21. Recorded by Mark Schenker, AudioU.com. You can also find me on Voice123.com. Wexford, Pennsylvania. This is Good Friday, March 21st, 2008.
Chapter number 22 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Esch, Folly Beach, South Carolina. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 22, The Consultation, the determination to leave the hall. This was certainly the most seriously reasonable meeting which had been held at Bannerworth Hall on the subject of the much-dreaded vampire. The absolute necessity for doing something of a decisive character was abundantly apparent when Henry promised Flora that her earnest wish to leave the house should not be forgotten as an element in their discussion which was about to ensue. It was with a rapidly growing feeling on his own part to the effect that the house, associated even as it was with many endearing recollections, was no home for him. Hence, he was the more inclined to propose a departure from the hall if it could possibly be arranged satisfactorily in a pecuniary point of view. The pecuniary point of view, however, in which Henry was compelled to look at the subject, was an important and troublesome one. We have already hinted at the very peculiar state of the finances of the family, and, in fact, although the income derivable from various sources ought to have been amply sufficient to provide Henry and those who were dependent upon him with a respectable livelihood, yet it was nearly all swallowed up by the payment of regular installments upon family debts incurred by his father. And the creditors took great credit to themselves that they allowed such an arrangement instead of sweeping off all before them and leaving the family to starve. The question, therefore, or at all events one of the questions now, was how far would a departure from the hall of him, Henry, and the other branches of the family act upon that arrangement? During a very few minutes' consideration, Henry, with the frank and candid disposition which was so strong a characteristic of his character, made up his mind to explain all to the family, to Charles Holland and his uncle. When once he formed such a determination, he was not likely to be slow in carrying it into effect, and no sooner then were the whole of them seated in that small oaken parlor than he made an explicit statement of his circumstances. "But," said Mr. Marchdale, when he had done, "I cannot see what right your creditors have to complain of where you live so long as you perform your contract to them." "True. But they always expected me, I know, to remain at the Hall, and if they chose, why, of course, at any time they could sell off the whole property for what it would fetch and pay themselves as far as the proceeds would go. At all events, I am quite certain there could be nothing at all left for me. I cannot imagine," added Mr. Marchdale, "that any men could be so unreasonable." "It is scarcely to be borne," remarked Charles Holland, with more impatience than he usually displayed, "that a whole family are to be put to the necessity of leaving their home for no other reason than the being pestered by such a neighbor as Mr. Francis Varney. It makes one impatient and angry to reflect upon such a state of things." "And yet they are lamentably true," said Henry. "What can we do?" "Surely there must be some sort of remedy." "There is but one that I can imagine, and that is one that we all alike revolt from. We might kill him. That is out of the question. Of course, my impression is that he bears the same name really as myself, and that he is my ancestor from whom was painted the portrait on the panel. Have circumstances really so far pressed upon you," said Charles Holland, "as at length to convince you that this man is really the horrible creature we surmise him to be?" "Dare we longer doubt it?" cried Henry in a tone of excitement. "He is the vampire." "I'll be hanged if I believe it," said Admiral Bell. "Stuff and nonsense! Vampire, indeed! Bother the vampire!" "Sir," said Henry, "you have not had brought before you, painfully as we have, all the circumstances upon which we, in a manner, feel compelled to found this horrible belief. At first, incredulity was a natural thing. We had no idea that ever we would be brought to believe in such a thing." "That is the case," added Marchdale, "but step by step we have been driven from utter disbelief in this phenomenon to a trembling conviction that it must be true. Unless we admit that simultaneously, the senses of a number of persons have been deceived. That is scarcely possible." "Then do you mean really to say that there are such fish?" said the Admiral. "We think so." "Well, I'm damned. I have heard all sorts of yarns about what fellows have seen in one ocean or another, but this does beat them all to nothing." "It is monstrous!" exclaimed Charles. There was a pause for some moments' duration, and then Mr. Marchdale said in a low voice, "Perhaps I ought not to propose any course of action until you, Henry, have yourself done so. But even at the risk of being presumptuous, I will say that I am firmly of the opinion that you ought to leave the Hall." "I am inclined to think so too," said Henry. "But the creditors," interposed Charles. "I think they might be consulted on the matter beforehand," added Marchdale, "when no doubt they would acquiesce in an arrangement which could do them no harm." "Certainly no harm," said Henry, "for I cannot take the estate with me, as they well know." "Precisely. If you do not like to sell it, you can let it." "To whom?" "Why, under the existing circumstances, it is not likely you would get any tenant for it than the one who has offered himself." "Sir Francis Varney?" "Yes. It seems to be a great object with him to live here, and it appears to me that notwithstanding all that has occurred, it is most decidedly the best policy to let him." Nobody could really deny the reasonableness of this advice, although it seemed strange and was repugnant to the feelings of them all as they heard it. There was a pause of some seconds' duration, and then Henry said, "It does indeed seem singular to surrender one's house to such a being." "Especially," said Charles, "after what has occurred." "True." "Well," said Mr. Marchdale, "if any better plan of proceeding, taking the whole case into consideration, can be devised, I shall be most happy." "Will you consent to put off all proceedings for 3 days?" said Charles Holland suddenly. "Have you any plan, my dear sir?" said Mr. Marchdale. I have, but it is one which I would rather say nothing about for the present. I have no objection, said Henry. I do not know that 3 days can make any difference in the state of affairs. Let it be so, if you wish, Charles. Then I am satisfied, said Charles. I cannot but feel that, situated as I am regarding Flora, this is almost more my affair than even yours, Henry. I cannot see that, said Henry. Why should you take upon yourself more of the responsibilities of these affairs than I, Charles? You induce in my mind a suspicion that you have some desperate project in your imagination, which by such a proposition you would seek to reconcile us to. Charles was silent, and Henry then added, Now, Charles, I am quite convinced that what I have hinted at is the fact. You have conceived some scheme which you fancy would be much opposed by us. I will not deny that I have, said Charles. It is one, however, which you must allow me, for the present, to keep locked in my own breast. Why will you not trust us? For 2 reasons. Indeed? The one is, I have not yet thoroughly determined upon the course I project, and the other is, that it is one in which I am not justified in involving anyone else. Charles, Charles, said Henry despondingly, only consider for a moment into what new misery you may plunge poor Flora, who, heaven knows, already sufficiently afflicted by attempting an enterprise which even we who are your friends may unwittingly cross you in the performance of. This is one in which I fear no such result. It cannot so happen. Do not urge me. Can't you say at once what you think of doing? Said the old admiral. What do you mean by turning your sails in all sorts of directions so oddly? You sneak. Why don't you be what you call it, explicit? I cannot, uncle. What, are you tongue-tied? All here know well, said Charles, that if I do not unfold my mind fully, it is not that I fear to trust anyone present, but from some other more special reason. Charles, I forbear to urge you further, said Henry, and only implore you to be careful. At this moment the room door opened, and George Bannerworth, accompanied by Mr. Chillingworth, came in. Do not let me intrude, said the surgeon. I fear, as I see you seated, gentlemen, that my presence must be a rudeness and a disturbance to some family consultation amongst yourselves. Not at all, Mr. Chillingworth, said Henry. Pray be seated. We are very glad indeed to see you. Admiral Bell, this is a friend on whom we can rely, Mr. Chillingworth. And one of the right sort, I can see, said the Admiral, as he shook Mr. Chillingworth by the hand. Sir, you do me such honor, said the doctor. None at all, none at all. I suppose you know all about this infernal odd vampire business. I believe I do, sir. And what do you think of it? I think time will develop the circumstance sufficiently to convince us all that such things cannot be. Damn me, you are the most sensible fellow, then, that I have yet met with since I have been in this neighborhood, for everybody else is so convinced about the vampire that they are ready to swear by him. It would take much more to convince me. I was coming over here when I met Mr. George Bannerworth coming to my house. Yes, said George, and Mr. Chillingworth has something to tell us of a nature confirmatory of our own suspicions. It is strange, said Henry, but any piece of news, come it from what quarter it may, seems to be confirmatory in some degree or another of that dreadful belief in vampires. Why, said the doctor, when Mr. George said that my news is of such a character, I think he goes a little too far. What I have to tell you, I do not conceive has anything what to do with the fact, or one fact, of there being vampires. Let us hear it, said George. It is simply this, that I was sent for by Sir Francis Varney myself. You sent for? Yes, he sent for me by special messenger to come to him, and when I went, which, under the circumstances you may well guess, I did with all the celerity possible, I found it was to consult me about a flesh wound in his arm, which was showing some angry symptoms. Indeed. Yes, it was so. When I was introduced to him, I found him lying on a couch and looking pale and unwell. In the most respectful manner, he asked me to be seated, and when I had taken a chair, he added, "Mr. Chillingworth, I have sent for you in consequence of a slight accident which has happened to my arm. I was incautiously loading some firearms, and discharged a pistol so close to me that a bullet inflicted a wound on my arm. If you will allow me, said I, to see the wound, I will give you my opinion." He then showed me a jagged wound, which had evidently been caused by the passage of a bullet, which, had it gone a little deeper, must have inflicted a serious injury. As it was, the wound was trifling. He had evidently been attempting to dress it himself, but finding some considerable inflammation, he had very likely got a little alarmed. "You dressed the wound?" "I did. And what do you think of Sir Francis Varney, now that you have had so capital an opportunity," said Henry, "of a close observation of him?" "Why, there's a certain something odd about him, which I cannot well define, but take him altogether, he can be a very gentlemanly man indeed." "So he can. His manners are easy and polished. He has evidently mixed in good society, and I never in all my life heard such a sweet, soft, winning voice. That is strictly him. You noticed, I presume, his great likeness to the portrait on the panel?" "I did. At some moments, and viewing his face in some particular light, it showed much more strongly than others. My impression was that he could, when he liked, look much more like the portrait on the panel than when he allowed his face to assume its ordinary appearance." "Probably such an impression would be produced upon your mind," said Charles, "by some accidental expression of the countenance which even he was not aware of, and which often occurs in families." "It may be so." "Of course, you did not hint, sir, at what has passed here with regard to him," said Henry. "I did not. Being, you see, called in professionally, I had no right to take advantage of that circumstance to make any remarks to him about his private affairs." "Certainly not. It was all one to me, whether he was a vampire or not, professionally, and however deeply I might feel personally interested in the matter, I said nothing to him about it, because, you see, if I had, he would have had the fair opportunity of saying at once, 'Pray, sir, what is it to you?' and I should have been at a loss what to reply." "Can we doubt," said Henry, "but that this very wound has been inflicted upon Sir Francis Varney by the pistol bullet which was discharged at him by Flora?" "Everything leads to such an assumption, certainly," said Charles Holland. "And yet you cannot even deduce from that the absolute fact of Sir Francis Varney being a vampire?" "I do not think, Mr. Chillingworth," said Marchdale, "anything would convince you but a visit from him and an actual attempt to fasten upon some of your own veins." "That would not convince me," said Chillingworth. "Then you will not be convinced." "I certainly will not. I mean to hold out to the last. I said at the first, and I say so still, that I never will give way to this most outrageous superstition." "I wish I could think with you," said Marchdale with a shudder. "But there may be something in the very atmosphere of this house which has been rendered hideous by the awful visits that have been made to it, which forbids me to disbelieve in those things which others more happily situated can hold at arm's length and utterly repudiate." "There may be," said Henry. "But as to that, I think, after the very strongly expressed wish of Flora, I will decide upon leaving the house." "Will you sell it or let it?" "The latter I should much prefer," was the reply. "But who will take it now, except Sir Francis Varney? Why not at once let him have it? I am well aware that this does sound odd advice, but remember, we are all the creatures of circumstance, and that in some cases, where we least like it, we must swim with the stream." "That you will not decide upon, however, at present," said Charles Holland as he rose. "Certainly not. A few days can make no difference." "None for the worse, certainly, and possibly much for the better." "Be it so. We will wait." "Uncle," said Charles, "will you spare me half an hour of your company?" "An hour, my boy, if you want it," said the Admiral, rising from his chair. "Then this consultation is over," said Henry, "and we quite understand that to leave the hall is a matter determined on, and that in a few days a decision shall come as to whether Varney the Vampire shall be its tenant or not. End of Chapter 22. Recording by Lisa Esch, Valley Beach, South Carolina.
Chapter 23 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest, Chapter 23. The Admiral's Advice to Charles Holland. The Challenge to the Vampire. When Charles Holland got his uncle into a room by themselves, he said, "Uncle, you are a seaman, and accustomed to decide upon matters of honour. I look upon myself as having been most grievously insulted by this Sir Francis Varney. All accounts agree in representing him as a gentleman. He goes openly by a title which, if it were not his, could easily be contradicted, and therefore, on the score of position in life, there is no fault to find with him. What would you do if you were insulted by this gentleman?" The old Admiral's eyes sparkled, and he looked comically in the face of Charles as he said, "I now know where you are steering." "What would you do, uncle?" "Fight him." "I knew you'd say so, and that's just what I want to do as regards Sir Francis Varney." "Well, my boy, I don't know that you can do better. He must be a thundering rascal, whether he's a vampire or not. So if you feel that he has insulted you, fight him by all means, Charles." "I am much pleased, uncle, to find that you take my view of the subject," said Charles. "I knew that if I mentioned such a thing to the Bannerworths, they would endeavour all in their power to persuade me against it." "Yes, no doubt, because they're all impressed with a strange fear of this fellow's vampire powers. Besides, if a man is going to fight, the fewer people he mentions it to, the most decidedly the better, Charles." "I believe that is the fact, uncle. Should I overcome Varney, there will most likely be at once an end to the numerous and uncomfortable perplexities of the Bannerworths as regards him, and if he overcome me, why then, at all events, I shall have made an effort to rescue Flora from the dread of this man." "And then he shall fight me," added the Admiral, "so he shall have two chances at all events, Charles." "Nay, uncle, that would, you know, scarcely be fair. Besides, if I should fall, I solemnly bequeath Flora Bannerworth to your good offices. I much fear that the pecuniary affairs of poor Henry, from no fault of his, heaven knows, are in a very bad state, and that Flora might yet live to want some kind and able friend." "Never fear, Charles. The young creature shall never want while the old Admiral has got a shot in the locker." "Thank you, uncle, thank you. I have ample cause to know, and to be able to rely upon your kind and generous nature. And now, about the challenge?" "You write it, boy, and I'll take it." "Will you second me, uncle?" "To be sure I will. I wouldn't trust anybody else to do so on any account. You leave all the arrangements with me, and I'll second you as you ought to be seconded." "Then I will write it at once, for I have received injuries at the hands of that man, or devil, be he what he may, that I cannot put up with. His visit to the chamber of her whom I love would alone constitute ample ground of action." "I should say it rather would, my boy." "And after this corroborative story of the wound, I cannot for a moment doubt that Sir Francis Varney is the vampire, or the personifier of the vampire." "That's clear enough, Charles. Come, just you write your challenge, my boy, at once. Let me have it." "I will, uncle." Charles was a little astonished, although pleased, at his uncle's ready acquiescence in his fighting a vampire, but that circumstance he ascribed to the old man's habits of life, which made him so familiar with strife and personal contentions of all sorts, that he did not ascribe to it that amount of importance which more peaceable people did. Had he, while he was writing the note to Sir Francis Varney, seen the old Admiral's face, and the exceedingly cunning look it wore, he might have suspected that the acquiescence in the duel was but a seeming acquiescence. This, however, escaped him, and in a few moments he read to his uncle the following note: "To Sir Francis Varney, Sir, the expressions made use of towards me by you, as well as general circumstances which I need not further allude to here, induce me to demand of you that satisfaction due from one gentleman to another. My uncle, Admiral Bell, is the bearer of this note, and will arrange preliminaries with any friend you may choose to appoint to act in your behalf. I am, sir, yours, etc., Charles Holland. Will that do? Said Charles.
Capital, said the Admiral.
I'm glad you like it.
Oh, I could not help liking it. The least said and the most to the purpose always pleases me best, and this explains nothing and demands all you want, which is a fight, so it's all right, you see, and nothing can possibly be better.
Charles did glance in his uncle's face, for he suspected, from the manner in which these words were uttered, that the old man was amusing himself a little at his expense. The Admiral, however, looked so supernaturally serious that Charles was foiled.
I repeat, it's a capital letter, he said.
Yes, you said so.
Well, what are you staring at?
Oh, nothing.
Do you doubt my word?
Not at all, uncle. Only I thought there was a degree of irony in the manner in which you spoke.
Not at all, my boy. I was never more serious in all my life.
Very good. Then you will remember that I leave my honour in this affair completely in your hands.
Depend on me, my boy.
I will, and do.
I'll be off. See the fellow at once.
The Admiral bustled out of the room, and in a few moments Charles heard him calling loudly,
"Jack! Jack Pringle, you lubber, where are you? Jack Pringle, I say."
"Aye, aye, sir," said Jack, emerging from the kitchen, where he had been making himself generally useful in assisting Mrs. Bannerworth, there being no servant in the house, to cook some dinner for the family.
"Come on, you rascal. We're going for a walk."
"The rations will be served out soon," growled Jack. "We shall be back in time, you cormorant, never fear. You are always thinking of eating and drinking, you are, Jack, and I'll be hanged if I think you ever think of anything else. Come on, will you? I'm going on rather a particular cruise just now, so mind what you're about." "Aye, aye, sir," said the tar, and these two originals, who so perfectly understood each other, walked away, conversing as they went, and their different voices coming upon the ear of Charles until distance obliterated all impression of the sound. Charles paced to and fro in the room where he had held this brief and conclusive conversation with his uncle. He was thoughtful, as any one might well be who knew not but that the next 24 hours would be the limit of his sojourn in this world. "Oh, Flora, Flora," he at length said, "how happy we might have been! But all is past now, and there seems nothing left us, and that is in my killing this fearful man, who is invested with so dreadful an existence. And if I do kill him in fair and in open fight, I will take care that his mortal frame has no power again to revisit the glimpses of the moon." It was strange to imagine that such was the force of many concurrent circumstances, that a young man like Charles Holland, of first-rate abilities and education, should find it necessary to give in so far to a belief which was repugnant to all his best feelings and habits of thought, as to be reasoning with himself upon the best means of preventing the resuscitation of the corpse of a vampire. But so it was. His imagination had yielded to a succession of events which very few persons indeed could have held out against. "I have heard and read," he said, as he continued his agitated and uneasy walk, "of how these dreadful beings are to be kept in their graves. I've heard of stakes being driven through the body, so as to pin it to the earth until the gradual progress of decay has rendered its revivification a thing of utter and total impossibility. Then again," he added, after a slight pause, "I have heard of their being burned, and the ashes scattered to the winds of heaven, to prevent them from ever again uniting or assuming human form." These were disagreeable and strange fancies, and he shuddered while he indulged in them. He felt a kind of trembling horror come over him, even at the thought of engaging in conflict with a being who, perhaps, had lived more than 100 years. "That portrait," he thought, on the panel is the portrait of a man in the prime of life. If it be the portrait of Sir Francis Varney, by the date which the family ascribe to it, he must be nearly 150 years of age now." This was a supposition which carried the imagination to a vast amount of strange conjectures. "What changes he must have witnessed about him in that time," thought Charles. "How he must have seen kingdoms totter and fall, and how many changes of habits, of manners, and of custom must he have become a spectator of, renewing too ever and anon his fearful existence by such fearful means." This was a wide field of conjecture for a fertile information, and now that he was on the eve of engaging with such a being in mortal combat, on behalf of her he loved, the thoughts it gave rise to came more strongly and thickly upon him than ever they had done before. "But I will fight him," he suddenly said, "for Flora's sake. Were he 100 times more hideous a being than so many evidences tend to prove him, I will fight with him, and it may be my fate to rid the world of such a monster in human form." Charles worked himself up to a kind of enthusiasm by which he almost succeeded in convincing himself that, in attempting the destruction of Sir Francis Varney, he was the champion of human nature. It would be aside from the object of these pages, which is to record facts as they occurred, to enter into the metaphysical course of reasoning which came across Charles's mind. Suffice it to say that he felt nothing shaken as regarded his resolve to meet Varney the Vampire, and that he made up his mind the conflict should be one of life and death. "It must be so," he said. "It must be so. Either he or I must fall in the fight which shall surely be." He now sought Flora, for how soon might he now be torn from her for ever by the irresistible hand of death? He felt that during the few brief hours which now would only elapse previous to his meeting with Sir Francis Varney, he could not enjoy too much of the society of her who reigned supreme in his heart, and held in her own keeping his best affections. But while Charles is thus employed, let us follow his uncle and Jack Pringle to the residence of Varney, which, as the reader is aware, was so near at hand that it required not many minutes' sharp walking to reach it. The Admiral knew well he could trust Jack with any secret, for long habits of discipline and deference to the orders of superiors takes off the propensity to blabbering, which, among civilians who are not accustomed to discipline, is so very prevalent. The old man therefore explained to Jack what he meant to do, and it received Jack's full approval. But as in the enforced detail of other matters it must come out, we will not here prematurely enter into the Admiral's plans. When they reached the residence of Sir Francis Varney, they were received courteously enough, and the Admiral desired Jack to wait for him in the handsome hall of the house, while he was shown upstairs to the private room of the Vampire. "Confound the fellow," muttered the old Admiral. "He's well lodged, at all events. I should say he was not one of those vampires who have nowhere to go but their own coffins when the evening comes." The room into which the Admiral was shown had green blinds to it, and they were all drawn down. It is true that the sun was shining brightly outside, although transiently, but still a strange green tinge was thrown over everything in the room, and more particularly did it appear to fall upon the face of Varney, converting his usually sallow countenance into a still more hideous and strange colour. He was sitting upon a couch, and when the Admiral came in, he rose and said, in a deep-toned voice, extremely different to that he usually spoke in, "My humble home is much honoured, sir, by your presence in it." "Good morning," said the Admiral. "I've come to speak to you, sir, rather seriously." "However abrupt this announcement may sound to me," said Varney, "I am quite sure I shall always hear with the most profound respect whatever Admiral Bell might have to say." "There's no respect required," said the Admiral, "but only a little attention." Sir Francis bowed in a stately manner, saying, "I shall be quite unhappy if you will not be seated, Admiral Bell."
"Oh, never mind that, Sir Francis Varney, if you be Sir Francis Varney, for you may be the devil himself for all I know. My nephew Charles Holland considers that, one way and another, he has a very tolerable quarrel with you." "I much grieve to hear it." "Do you?" "Believe me, I do. I am most scrupulous in what I say, and an assertion that I am grieved you may thoroughly and entirely depend upon." "Well, well, never mind that. Charles Holland is a young man just entering into life. He loves a girl who is, I think, every way worthy of him." "Oh, what a felicitous prospect!" "Just hear me out, if you please." "With pleasure, sir, with pleasure." "Well, then, when a young hot-headed fellow thinks he has a good ground of quarrel with anybody, you'll not be surprised at his wanting to fight it out." "Not at all." "Well, then, to come to the point, my nephew Charles Holland has a fancy for fighting with you." "Ah." "You take it damned easy." "My dear sir, why should I be uneasy? He's not my nephew, you know. I shall have no particular cause beyond those feelings of common compassion which I hope inhabit my breast as well as everyone else's." "What do you mean?" "Why, he is a young man, just, as you say, entering into life, and I cannot help thinking it would be a pity to cut him off like a flower in the bud so very soon." "Oh, you make quite sure, then, of settling him, do you?" "Oh, my dear sir, only consider. He might be very troublesome indeed. You know young men are hot-headed and troublesome. Even if I were only to maim him, he might be a continual and never-ceasing annoyance to me. I think I should be absolutely, in a manner of speaking, compelled to cut him off." "The devil you do!" "As you say, sir." "Damn your assurance, Mr. Vampyre, or whatever odd fish you may be." "Admiral Bell, I never called upon you, and received a courteous reception, and then insulted you." "Then why do you talk of cutting off a better man than yourself? Damn it, what would you say to him cutting you off?" "Oh, as for me, my good sir, that's quite another thing. Cutting me off is very doubtful." Sir Francis Varney gave a strange smile as he spoke, and shook his head as if some most extraordinary and extravagant proposition had been mooted, which it was scarcely worth the while of anybody possessed of common sense to set about expecting. Admiral Bell felt strongly inclined to get into a rage, but he repressed the idea as much as he could, although, but for the curious faint green light that came through the blinds, his heightened colour would have sufficiently proclaimed what state of mind he was in. "Mr. Varney," he said, "all this is quite beside the question, but at all events, if it have any weight at all, it could to have considerable influence in deciding you to accept the terms I propose." "What are they, sir?" "Why, that you permit me to espouse my nephew Charles's quarrel, and meet you instead of him." "You meet me?" "Yes. I've met a better man more than once before. It can make no difference to you." "I don't know that, Admiral Bell. One generally likes in a duel to face him with whom one has had the misunderstanding, be on what grounds it may." "There's some reason, I know, in what you say, but surely, if I'm willing, you need not object." "And is your nephew willing thus to shift the danger and the job of resenting his own quarrels on to your shoulders?" "No, he knows nothing about it. He's written you a challenge, of which I am the bearer, but I voluntarily and of my own accord wish to meet you instead." "This is a strange mode of proceeding." "If you will not accede to it, and fight him first, and any harm comes to him, you shall fight me afterwards." "Indeed?" "Yes, indeed you shall, however surprised you may look." "As this appears to be a family affair, then," said Sir Francis Varney, "it certainly does appear immaterial which of you I fight with first." "Quite so. Now, you take a sensible view of the question. Will you meet me?" "I have no particular objection. Have you settled all your affairs and made your will?" "What's that to you?" "Oh, I only asked because
There is generally so much food for litigation if a man dies intestate, and it's worth any money." "You make devilish sure," said the Admiral, "of being the victor. Have you made your will?" "Oh, my will," smiled Sir Francis, "that, my good sir, is quite an indifferent affair." "Well, make it or not, as you like. I'm old, I know, but I can pull a trigger as well as anyone." "Do what?" "Pull a trigger." "Why, you don't suppose I resort to any such barbarous modes of fighting?" "Barbarous? Why, how do you fight, then?" "As a gentleman, with my sword." "Swords? Oh, nonsense! Nobody fights with swords nowadays. That's all exploded." "I cling to the customs and fashions of my youth," said Varney. "I have been years ago accustomed always to wear a sword, and to be without one now vexes me." "Pray, how many years ago?" "I am older than I look, but that is not the question. I am willing to meet you with swords if you like. You are no doubt aware that, as the challenged party, I am entitled to the choice of weapons." "I am." "Then you cannot object to my availing myself of the one in the use of which I am perfectly unequalled." "Indeed?" "Yes. I am, I think, the first swordsman in Europe. I have had immense practice." "Well, sir, you certainly made a most unexpected choice of weapons. I can use a sword still, but am by no means a master of fencing. However, it shall not be said that I went back from my word, and let the chances be as desperate as they may, I will meet you." "Very good." "With swords?" "Aye, with swords. But I must have everything properly arranged, so that no blame can rest on me, you know. As you will be killed, you are safe from all consequences, but I shall be in a very different position. So, if you please, I must have this meeting got up in such a manner as shall enable me to prove, to whoever may question me on the subject, that you had fair play." "Oh, never fear that." "But I do fear it. The world, my good sir, is censorious, and you cannot stop people from saying extremely ill-natured things." "What is it that you require, then?" "I require that you send me a friend with a formal challenge." "Well?" "Then I shall refer him to a friend of mine, and they two must settle everything between them." "Is that all?" "Not quite. I will have a surgeon on the ground, in case, when I pick you, there shall be a chance of saving your life. It always looks humane." "When you pink me?" "Precisely." "Upon my word, you take these affairs easy. I suppose you've had a few of them?" "Oh, a good number. People like yourself worry me into them. I don't like the trouble, I assure you. It is no amusement to me. I would rather, by a great deal, make some concession than fight, because I will fight with swords, and the result is then so certain that there is no danger in the matter to me." "Hark you, Sir Francis Varney. You're either a very clever actor, or a man, as you say, of such skill with your sword that you can make sure of the result of a duel. You know, therefore, that it is not fair play on your part to fight a duel with that weapon." "Oh, I beg your pardon there. I never challenge anybody, and when foolish people call me out, contrary to my inclination, I think I am bound to take what care of myself I can." "Damn me, there's some reason in that too," said the Admiral. "But why do you insult people?" "People insult me first." "Oh, nonsense." "How should you like to be called a vampire, and stared at as if you were some hideous natural phenomenon?" "Well, but—" "I say, Admiral Bell, how should you like it? I am a harmless country gentleman, and because in the heated imagination of some member of a crack-brained family some housebreaker has been converted into a vampire, I am to be pitched upon as the man, and insulted and persecuted accordingly." "But you forget the proofs." "What proofs?" "The portrait, for one." "What? Because there is an accidental likeness between me and an old picture, am I to be set down as a vampire? Why, when I was in Austria last, I saw an old portrait of a celebrated court fool, and you so strongly resemble it that I was quite struck when I first saw you with the likeness. But I was not so unpolite as to tell you that I considered you were the court fool turned vampire. Damn your assurance, and damn yours, if you come to that. The Admiral was fairly beaten. Sir Francis Varney was by far too long-headed and witty for him, and now, in vain endeavouring to find something to say, the old man buttoned up his coat in a great passion, and looking fiercely at Varney, he said, "I don't pretend to have the gift of the gab. Damn me, it ain't one of my peculiarities, but though you may talk me down, you shan't keep me down." "Very good, sir." "It is not very good. You shall hear from me." "I'm willing." "I don't care whether you're willing or not. You shall find that once I begin to tackle an enemy, I don't so easily leave him. One or both of us, sir, is sure to sink." "Agreed." "So say I. You shall find that I'm a tar for all weathers, and if you were 150 vampires all rolled into one, I'd tackle you somehow." The Admiral walked to the door in high dudgeon. When he was near to it, Varney said, in some of his most winning and gentle accents, "Will you not take some refreshment, sir, before you go from my humble house?" "No!" roared the Admiral. "Something cooling?" "No!" "Very good, sir. A hospitable host can do no more than offer to entertain his guests." Admiral Bell turned at the door and said with some degree of intense bitterness, "You look rather poorly. I suppose tonight you will go and suck somebody's blood, you shark, you confounded vampire. You ought to be made to swallow a red-hot brick, and then let dance about till it digests." Varney smiled as he rang the bell and said to a servant, "Show my very excellent friend Admiral Bell out. He will not take any refreshments." The servant bowed and preceded the Admiral down the staircase, but, to his great surprise, instead of a compliment in the shape of a shilling or a half-a-crown for his pains, he received a tremendous kick behind, with a request to go and take it to his master with his compliments. The fume that the old Admiral was in beggars all description. He walked to Bannerworth Hall at such a rapid pace that Jack Pringle had the greatest difficulty in the world to keep up with him, so as to be at all within speaking distance. "Hallo, Jack!" cried the old man when they were close to the hall. "Did you see me kick that fellow?" "Aye, aye, sir." "Well, that's some consolation at any rate, if somebody saw it. It ought to have been his master, that's all I can say to it, and I wish it had." "How have you settled it, sir?" "Settled what?" "The fight, sir." "Damn me, Jack, I haven't settled it at all." "That's bad, sir." "I know it is, but it shall be settled for all that, I can tell him, let him vapour as much as he may about pinking me and one thing and another." "Pinking you, sir?" "Yes, he wants to fight with cutlasses or toasting forks, damn me, I don't know exactly which. And then he must have a surgeon on the ground for fear when he pinks me I shouldn't slip my cable in a regular way, and he should be blamed." Jack gave a long whistle as he replied, "Gonna do it, sir?" "I don't know what I'm going to do. Mind, Jack, mum's the word." "Aye, aye, sir." "I'll turn the matter over in my mind, then decide upon what has best be done. If he pinks me, I'll take damn good care he don't pink Charles." "No, sir, don't let him do that. Vampire, sir, ain't no good opponent to anyone. I never seed one afore, but it strikes me as the best way to settle him will be to shut him up in some little bit of a cabin, and then smoke him with brimstone, sir." "Well, well, I'll consider, Jack, I'll consider. Something must be done, and that quickly too. Zounds, here's Charles. What the deuce shall I say to him by way of an excuse, I wonder, for not arranging his affair with Varney? Hang me, if I ain't taken aback now and don't know where to place a hand." End of chapter 23.
Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1 by Thomas Peckett Prest, Chapter 24. It was Charles Holland who now advanced hurriedly to meet the Admiral. The young man's manner was anxious. He was evidently most intent upon knowing what answer could be sent by Sir Francis Varney to his challenge. "Uncle," he said, "tell me at once, will he meet me? You can talk of particulars afterwards, but now tell me at once if he will meet me."
Why, as to that," said the Admiral, with a great deal of fidgety hesitation, "you see, I can't exactly say."
"Not say?"
"No, he's a very odd fish. Don't you think he's a very odd fish, Jack Pringle?" "Aye, aye, sir."
"There, you hear, Charles, that Jack is of my opinion that your opponent is an odd fish."
"But, uncle, why trifle with my impatience thus? Have you seen Sir Francis Varney?"
"Seen him? Oh, yes."
"And what did he say?"
Why, to tell you the truth, my lad, I advise you not to fight with him at all."
"Uncle, is this like you? This advice from you to compromise my honor after sending a man a challenge?" "Damn it all, Jack, I don't know how to get out of it," said the Admiral. "I tell you what it is, Charles, he wants to fight with swords, and what on earth is the use of your engaging with a fellow who has been practicing at his weapon for more than 100 years?"
"Well, uncle, if anyone had told me that you would be terrified by this Sir Francis Varney into advising me not to fight, I should have had no hesitation whatever in saying such a thing was impossible."
"I terrified?"
"Why, you advise me not to meet this man, even after I've challenged him."
"Jack," said the Admiral,
"I can't carry it on, you see. I never could go on with anything that was not as plain as an anchor, and quite straightforward. I must just tell all that has occurred."
"Aye, aye, sir, the best way."
"You think so, Jack?" "I know it is, sir, always axing pardon for having an opinion at all, excepting when it happens to be the same as your'n, sir."
"Hold your tongue, you libelous villain. Now listen to me, Charles. I got up a scheme of my own."
Charles gave a groan, for he had a very tolerable appreciation of his uncle's amount of skill in getting up a scheme of any kind of description. "Now here am I," continued the Admiral, "an old hulk, and not fit for use any more. What's the use of me, I should like to know? Well, that's settled. But you are young and hearty, and have a long life before you. Why should you throw away your life upon a lubberly vampire?" "I begin to perceive now, uncle," said Charles reproachfully, "why you with such apparent readiness agreed to this duel taking place."
"Well, I intended to fight the fellow myself, that's the long and short of it, boy."
"How could you treat me so?"
"No nonsense, Charles. I tell you it was all in the family. I intended to fight him myself. What was the odds whether I slipped my cable with his assistance or in the regular course a little after this? That's the way to argufy the subject. So, as I tell you, I made up my mind to fight him myself."
Charles looked despairingly, but said, "What was the result?"
"Oh, the result! Damn me, I suppose that's to come. The vagabond won't fight like a Christian. He says he's quite willing to fight anyone that calls him out, provided it's all regular."
Well, and he, being the party challenged, for he says he never himself challenges anyone, as he is quite tired of it, must have his choice of weapons."
"He is entitled to that, but it is generally understood nowadays that pistols are the weapons in use among gentlemen for such purposes."
"Ah, but he won't understand any such thing, I tell you. He will fight with swords."
"I suppose he is, then, an adept at the use of the sword?"
"He says he is."
"No doubt, no doubt. I cannot blame a man for choosing, when he has the liberty of choice, that weapon in the use of which he most particularly from practice excels."
"Yes, but if he be one half the swordsman he has had time enough, according to all accounts, to be, what sort of chance have you with him?"
"Do I hear you reasoning thus?"
"Yes, to be sure you do. I have turned wonderfully prudent, you see, so I mean to fight him myself, and mind now, you have nothing whatever to do with it."
"An effort of prudence, that, certainly."
"Well, didn't I say so?"
Come, uncle, this won't do. I have challenged Sir Francis Varney, and I must meet him with any weapon he may, as the challenged party, choose to select. Besides, you are not, I dare say, aware that I am a very good fencer, and probably stand as fair a chance as Varney in a contest with swords."
"Indeed!"
"Yes, uncle, I could not be so long on the continent as I have been without picking up a good knowledge of the sword, which is so popular all over Germany."
"Humph!
But only consider this damned fellow is no less than 150 years old. I care not. Yes, but I do. Uncle, uncle, I tell you I will fight with him, and if you do not arrange matters for me so I can have the meeting with this man, which I have myself sought, and cannot, even if I wished, now received from with honour, I must seek some other less scrupulous friend to do so. Give me an hour or two to think of it, Charles, said the Admiral. Don't speak to anyone else, but give me a little time. You shall have no cause of complaint. Your honour cannot suffer in my hands. I will wait your leisure, uncle, but remember that such affairs as these, when once broached, had always better be concluded with all convenient dispatch. I know that, boy, I know that. The Admiral walked away, and Charles, who really felt much fretted at the delay which had taken place, returned to the house. He had not been there long, when a lad, who had been temporarily hired during the morning by Henry to answer the gate, brought him a note, saying, "A servant, sir, left this for you just now." "For me?" said Charles as he glanced at the direction. "This is strange, for I have no acquaintance about here. Does anyone wait?" "No, sir." The note was properly directed to him, therefore Charles Holland at once opened it. A glance at the bottom of the page told him that it came from his enemy, Sir Francis Varney, and then he read it with much eagerness. It ran thus: "Sir, your uncle, as he stated himself to be, Admiral Bell, was the bearer to me, as I understood him this day, of a challenge from you. Owing to some unaccountable hallucination of intellect, he seemed to imagine that I intended to set myself up as a sort of animated target for anyone to shoot at who might have a fancy to do so. According to this eccentric view of the case, the Admiral had the kindness to offer to fight me first, when, should he not have the good fortune to put me out of the world, you were to try your skill doubtless. I need scarcely say that I object to these family arrangements. You have challenged me, and fancying the offence sufficient, you defy me to mortal combat. If, therefore, I fight with anyone at all, it must be with you. You will clearly understand me, sir, that I do not accuse you of being at all privy to this freak of intellect of your uncle's. He, no doubt, alone conceived it with a laudable desire on his part of serving you. If, however, you have any inclination to meet me, do so to-night, in the middle of the park surrounding your own friend's estate. There is a pollard oak growing close to a small pool. You, no doubt, have noticed that spot often. Meet me there, if you please, and any satisfaction you like I will give you, at 12 o'clock this night. Come alone, or you will not see me. It shall be at your own option entirely to convert the meeting to a hostile one or not. You need send me no answer to this. If you are at the place I mention at the time I have named, well and good. If you are not, I can only, if I please, imagine that you shrink from a meeting with Francis Varney." Charles Holland read this letter twice over carefully, and then, folding it up and placing it in his pocket, he said, "Yes, I will meet him. He may be assured that I do not shrink from Francis Varney. In the name of honour, love, virtue, and heaven, I will meet this man, and it shall go hard with me, but I will this night wring from him the secret of what he really is, for the sake of her who is so dear to me. For her sake I will meet this man, or monster, be he what he may." It would have been far more prudent had Charles informed Henry Bannerworth or George of his determination to meet the vampire that evening, but he did not do so. Somehow he fancied it would be some reproach against his courage if he did not go, and go alone too, for he could not help suspecting that, from the conduct of his uncle, Sir Francis Varney might have got up an opinion inimical to his courage. With all the eager excitement of youth, there was nothing that arrayed itself to his mind in such melancholy and uncomfortable colours as an imputation upon his courage. "I will show this vampire, if he be such," he said, "that I am not afraid to meet him, and alone too, at his own hour, at midnight, even when, if his preternatural powers be of more avail to him than at any other time, he can attempt, if he dare, to use them." Charles resolved upon going armed, and with the greatest care he loaded his pistols and placed them aside ready for action, when the time should come to set out to meet the vampire at the spot in the park which had been particularly alluded to in his letter. This spot was perfectly well known to Charles. Indeed, no one could be a single day at Bannerworth Hall without noticing it. So prominent an object that was that pollard oak, standing, as it did, alone, with the beautiful green sward all around it. Near it was the pool which had been mentioned, which was, in reality, a fish-pond, and some little distance off commenced the thick plantation, among the intricacies of which Sir Francis Varney
or the vampire, had been supposed to disappear, after the revivification of his body at the full of the moon. This spot was in view of several of the windows of the house, so that if the night should happen to be a very light one, and any of the inhabitants of the hall should happen to have the curiosity to look from those particular windows, no doubt the meeting between Charles Holland and the vampire would be seen. This, however, was a contingency which was nothing to Charles, whatever it might be to Sir Francis Varney, and he scarcely at all considered it was worth consideration. He felt more happy and comfortable now that everything seemed to be definitely arranged by which he could come to some sort of explanation with that mysterious being who had so effectually, as yet, succeeded in destroying his peace of mind and his prospects of happiness. "I will this night force him to declare himself," thought Charles. "He shall tell me who and what he really is, and by some means I will endeavour to put an end to those frightful persecutions which Flora has suffered." This was a thought which considerably raised Charles's spirits, and when he saw Flora again, which he now did, she was surprised to see him so much more easy and composed in his mind, which was sufficiently shown by his manner, than he had been but so a short time before. "Charles," she said, "what has happened to give such an impetus to your spirits?" "Nothing, dear Flora, nothing. But I have been endeavouring to throw from my mind all gloomy thoughts, and to convince myself that in the future you and I, dearest, may yet be very happy." "Oh, Charles, if I could but think so!" "Endeavour, Flora, to think so. Remember how much our happiness is always in our own power, Flora, and that, let fate do her worst, so long as we are true to each other we have a recompense for every ill." "Oh, indeed, Charles, that is a dear recompense." "And it is well that no force of circumstances, short of death itself, can divide us." "True, Charles, true, and I am more than ever now bound to look upon you with a loving heart. For have you not clung to me generously under circumstances which, if any at all could have justified you in rending asunder every tie which bound us together, surely would have done so most fully?" "It is misfortune and distress that tries love," said Charles. "It is thus that the touchstone is applied to see if it be current gold indeed, or some base metal by which a superficial glitter imitates it." "And your love is indeed true gold." "I am unworthy of one glance from those dear eyes if it were not." "Oh, if we could but go from here, I think then we might be happy. A strong impression is upon my mind, and has been so for some time, that these persecutions to which I have been subjected are peculiar to this house." "Think you so?" "I do indeed." "It may be so, Flora. You are aware that your brother has made up his mind that he will leave the Hall?" Yes, yes." "And that only in deference to an expressed wish of mine he put off the carrying of such a resolve into effect for a few days?" "He said so much." "Do not, however, imagine, dearest Flora, that those few days will be idly spent." "Nay, Charles, I could not imagine so." "Believe me, I have some hopes that in that short space of time I shall be able to accomplish yet something which shall have a material effect upon the present posture of affairs." "Do not run into danger, Charles." "I will not. Believe me, Flora, I have too much appreciation of the value of an existence which is blessed by your love to encounter any needless risks." "You say needless. Why do you not confide in me and tell me if the object you have in view to accomplish in the few days' delay is a dangerous one at all?" "Will you forgive me, Flora, if for once I keep a secret from you?" "Then, Charles, along with the forgiveness I must conjure up a host of apprehensions." "Nay, why so?" "You would tell me if there were no circumstances that you feared would fill me with alarm." "Now, Flora, your fears and not your judgment condemn me. Surely you cannot think me so utterly heedless as to court danger for danger's sake?" "No, not so." You pause. "And yet you have a sense of what you call honor which I fear would lead you into much risk." "I have a sense of honor, but not that foolish one which hangs far more upon the opinions of others than my own. If I thought a course of honor lay before me, and all the world, in a mistaken judgment, were to condemn it as wrong, I would follow it." "You are right, Charles, you are right. Let me pray of you to be careful, and at all events to interpose no more delay to our leaving this house than you shall feel convinced is absolutely necessary for some object of real and permanent importance." Charles promised Flora Bannerworth that for her sake, as well as his own, he would be most specially careful of his safety. And then in such endearing conversation as may well be supposed to be dictated by such hearts as theirs, another happy hour was passed away. They pictured to themselves the scene where first they met, and with a world of interest hanging on every word they uttered, they told each other of the first delightful dawnings of that affection which had sprung up between them, and which they fondly believed neither time nor circumstance would have the power to change or subvert. In the meantime the old admiral was surprised that Charles was so patient, and had not been to him to demand the result of his deliberation. But he knew not on what rapid pinions time flies, when in the presence of those whom we love. What was an actual hour was but a fleeting minute to Charles Holland, as he sat with Flora's hand clasped in his, and looking at her sweet face. At length the clock striking reminded him of his engagement with his uncle, and he reluctantly rose. "Dear Flora," he said, "I'm going to sit up to watch tonight, so be under no sort of apprehension." "I will feel doubly safe," she said. "I have now something to talk to my uncle about, and must leave you." Flora smiled and held out her hand to him. He pressed it to his heart. He knew not what impulse came over him, but for the first time he kissed the cheek of the beautiful girl. With a heightened color she gently repulsed him. He took a long lingering look at her as he passed out of the room, and when the door was closed between them, the sensation he experienced was as if some sudden cloud had swept across the face of the sun, dimming to a vast extent its precious luster. A strange heaviness came across his spirits, which before had been so unaccountably raised. He felt as if the shadow of some coming evil was resting on his soul, as if some momentous calamity was preparing for him, which would almost be enough to drive him to madness and irredeemable despair. "What can this be," he exclaimed, "that thus oppressed me? What feeling is this that seems to tell me I shall never again see Flora Bannerworth?" Unconsciously he uttered these words, which betrayed the nature of his worst forebodings. "Oh, this is weakness," he then added. "I must fight out against this. It is mere nervousness. I must not endure it. I will not suffer myself thus to become the sport of imagination. Courage! Courage, Charles Holland! There are real evils enough, without your adding to them by those of a disordered fancy. Courage! Courage! Courage!" End of chapter 24. Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wes Kingston. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1 by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 25. Charles then sought the Admiral, whom he found with his hands behind him, pacing to and fro in one of the long walks of the garden, evidently in a very unsettled state of mind. When Charles appeared he quickened his pace, and looked in such a state of unusual perplexity that it was quite ridiculous to observe him. "I suppose, uncle, you have made up your mind thoroughly by this time?" "Well, I don't know that." "Why, you have had long enough surely to think over it. I have not troubled you soon." "Well, I cannot exactly say you have, but somehow or another I don't think very fast, and I have an unfortunate propensity after a time of coming exactly round to where I began." "Then, to tell the truth, uncle, you can come to no sort of conclusion." "Only one." "And what may that be?" "Why, that you are right in one thing, Charles, which is that having sent a challenge to this fellow of a vampire, you must fight him." "I suspect that that is a conclusion you had from the first, uncle." "Why so?" "Because it is an obvious and natural one. All your doubts and trouble and perplexities have been to try and find some excuse for not entertaining that opinion, and now that you really find it in vain to make it, I trust that you will accede as you first promised to do, and not seek by any means to thwart me." "I will not thwart you, my boy, although in my opinion you ought not fight with a vampire." "Never mind that. We cannot urge that as a valid excuse so long as he chooses to deny being one. And after all, if he be really wrongfully suspected, you must admit that he is a very injured man." "Injured? Nonsense! If he is not a vampire, he's some other out-of-the-way sort of fish, you may depend. He is the oddest-looking fellow ever I came across in all my born days, ashore or afloat." "Is he?" "Yes, he is. And yet, when I come to look at the thing again, in my mind, some droll sights that I have seen come across my memory. The sea is a place for wonders and for mysteries. Why, we see more in a day and a night there than you landsmen could contrive to make a whole 12 months' wonder of." "But you never saw a vampire, uncle?" "Well, I don't know that. I didn't know anything about vampires till I came here, but that was my ignorance, you know. There might have been lots of vampires where I've been for all I know." "Oh, certainly, but
As regards this duel, will you wait now until tomorrow morning before you take any further steps in the matter?" "Till tomorrow morning?" "Yes, uncle." "Why, only a little while ago you were all eagerness to have something done offhand." "Just so, but now I have a particular reason for waiting until tomorrow morning." "Have you? Well, as you please, boy, as you please. Have everything your own way." "You're very kind, uncle. And now I have another favour to ask of you." "What is it?" "Why, you know that Henry Bannerworth receives but a very small sum out of the whole proceeds of the estate here, which ought, but for his father's extravagance, to be wholly at his disposal." "So I've heard." "I'm certain he is at present distressed for money, and I have not much. Will you lend me £50, uncle, until my own affairs are sufficiently arranged to enable you to pay yourself again?" "Will I? Of course I will." "I wish to offer that sum as an accommodation to Henry. From me I dare say he will receive it freely, because he must be convinced how freely it is offered. And, besides, they look upon me now almost as a member of the family, in consequence of my engagement with Flora." "Certainly, and quite correct, too. There's a £50 note, my boy. Take it, and do what you like with it, and when you want any more, come to me for it." "I know I could trespass thus far on your kindness, uncle." "Trespass? It is no trespass at all." "Well, we will not fall out about the terms in which I cannot help expressing my gratitude to you for many favours. Tomorrow you will arrange the duel for me." "As you please. I don't altogether like going to that fellow's house again." "Well, then we can manage. I dare say by note." "Very good. Do so. He puts me in mind altogether of a circumstance that happened a good while ago, when I was at sea, and not so old a man as I am now." "Puts you in mind of a circumstance, uncle?" "Yes, he's something like a fellow that figured in an affair I know a great deal about, only I do think as my chap was more mysterious by a damned sight than this one." "Indeed?" "Oh dear, yes. When anything happens in an odd way at sea, it is as odd again as anything that occurs on land, my boy, you may depend." "Oh, you only fancy that, uncle, because you have spent so long a time at sea." "No, I don't imagine it, you rascal. What can you have on shore equal to what we have at sea? Why, the sights that come before us would make you landsmen's hair stand up on end and never come down again." "In the ocean, do you mean that you see these sights, uncle?" "To be sure. I was once in the Southern Ocean in a small frigate, looking out for a 74 we were to join company with, when a man at the masthead sung out that he saw her on the landboard bow. Well, we thought it all right enough, and made away that quarter, when what do you think it turned out to be?" "I really cannot say." "The head of a fish." "A fish?" "Yes, a damned deal bigger than the hull of a vessel. He was swimming along with his head just what I dare say he considered a shaving or so out of the water." "But where were the sails, uncle?" "The sails? Yes, your man at the masthead must have been a poor seaman not to have missed the sails." "Ah, that's one of your shore-going ideas now. You know nothing whatever about it. I'll tell you where the sails were, Master Charlie." "Well, I should like to know." "The spray, then, that he dashed up with a pair of fins that were close to his head was in such a quantity, and so white that they looked just like sails." "Oh!" "Ah, you may say 'oh,' but we all saw him, the whole ship's crew, and we sailed alongside of him for some time, till he got tired of us, and suddenly dived down, making such a vortex in the water that the ship shook again, and seemed for about a minute as if she was inclined to follow him to the bottom of the sea." "And what do you suppose it was, uncle?" "How should I know?" "Did you ever see it again?" "Never, though others have caught a glimpse of him now and then in the same ocean, but never came so near him as we did, that ever I heard of, at all events. They may have done so." "It is singular!" "Singular or not, it's a fool to what I can tell you. Why, I've seen things that if I were to set about describing them to you, you would say I was making up a romance." "Oh, now, it's quite impossible, uncle, anyone could ever suspect you of such a thing." "You'd believe me, would you?" "Of course I would." "Then here goes. I'll just tell you now of a circumstance that I haven't liked to mention to anybody yet." "Indeed? Why so?" "Because I didn't want to be continually fighting people for not believing it. But here you have it. We were outward bound. A good ship, a good captain, and good messmates, you know, go far toward making a prosperous voyage a pleasant and happy one, and on this occasion we had every reasonable prospect of all. Our hands were all tried men. They had been sailors from infancy. None of your French craft that serve an apprenticeship and then become landlubbers again. Oh no, they were staunch and true,
and loved the sea as the sluggard loves his bed, or the lover his mistress. Ay, and for the matter of that, the love was more enduring and a more healthy love, for it increased with years, and made men love one another. They would stand by each other while they had a limb to life, while they were able to chew a quid or wink an eye, leave alone wag a pigtail. We were outward bound for Ceylon with cargo, and were to bring spices and other matters home from the Indian market. The ship was new and good, a pretty craft. She sat like a duck upon the water, and a stiff breeze carried her along the surface of the waves without your rocking and pitching and tossing, like an old wash-tub at a meal-tail, as I have had the misfortune to sail in more than once before. No, no, we were well laden and well pleased, and weighed anchor with light hearts and a hearty cheer. Away we went down the river, and soon rounded the North Foreland, and stood out in the channel. The breeze was a steady and stiff one, and carried us through the water as though it had been made for us. "Jack," said I to a messmate of mine, as he stood looking at the skies, then at the sails, and finally at the water, with a graver air than I thought was at all consistent with the occasion or circumstances. "Well," he replied, "what ails you? You seem as melancholy as if we were about to cast lots who should be eaten first. Are you well enough?" "I am hearty enough, thank heaven," he said, "but I don't like this breeze." "Don't like the breeze?" said I. "Why, mate, it is as good and kind a breeze as ever filled a sail. What would you have, a gale?" "No, no, I fear that." "With such a ship, and such a set of hearty, able seamen, I think we could manage to weather out the stiffest gale that ever whistled through a yard." "That may be. I hope it is, and I really believe and think so." "Then what makes you so infernally mopish and melancholy?" "I don't know, but I can't help it. It seems to me as though there was something hanging over us, and I can't tell what." "Yes, there are the colours, Jack, at the masthead. They are flying over us with a hearty breeze." "Ah, ah!" said Jack, looking up at the colours, and then went away without saying anything more, for he had some piece of duty to perform. I thought my messmate had something on his mind that caused him to feel sad and uncomfortable, and I took no more notice of it. Indeed, in the course of a day or two he was as merry as any of the rest, and had no more melancholy than I could perceive, but was as comfortable as anybody. We had a gale off the coast of Biscay, and rode it out without the loss of a spar or a yard, indeed without the slightest accident or rent of any kind. "Now, Jack, what do you think of our vessel?" said I. "She's like a duck upon water, rises and falls with the waves, and doesn't tumble up and down like a hoop over stones." "No, no, she goes smoothly and sweetly. She is a gallant craft, and this is her first voyage, and I predict a prosperous one." "I hope so," he said. Well, we went on prosperously enough for about 3 weeks. The ocean was as calm and as smooth as a meadow, the breeze light but good, and we stemmed along majestically over the deep blue waters, and passed coast after coast, though all around was nothing but the apparently pathless main in sight. "A better sailor I never stepped into," said the captain one day. "It would be a pleasure to live and die in such a vessel." Well, as I said, we had been 3 weeks or thereabouts, when one morning, after the sun was up and the decks washed, we saw a strange man sitting on one of the water casks that were on deck, for, being full, we were compelled to stow some of them on deck. You may guess those on deck did a little more than stare at this strange and unexpected apparition. By jingo, I never saw men open their eyes wider in all my life, nor was I any exception to the rule. I stared as well I might, but we said nothing for some minutes, and the stranger looked calmly on us, and then cocked his eye with a nautical air up at the sky, as if he expected to receive a 2-penny post letter from St. Michael, or a billet doux from the Virgin Mary. "Where has he come from?" said one of the men in a low tone to his companion, who was standing by him at that moment. "How can I tell?" replied his companion. "He may have dropped from the clouds. He seems to be examining the road. Perhaps he is going back." The stranger said all this time with the most extreme and provoking coolness and unconcern. He deigned us but a passing notice, but it was very slight. He was a tall, spare man, what is termed long and lathy, but he was evidently a powerful man. He had a broad chest and long, sinewy arms, a hooked nose, and a black eagle eye. His hair was curly, but frosted by age. It seemed as though it had been tinged with white at the extremities, but he was hale and active otherwise, to judge from appearances. Notwithstanding all of this, there was a singular repulsiveness about him that I could not imagine the cause, or describe. At the same time, there was an air of determination in his wild and singular-looking eyes, and over their whole there was decidedly an air and an appearance so sinister as to be positively disagreeable. "Well," said I, after we had stood some minutes,
"Where did you come from, shipmate?" He looked at me, and then up at the sky in a knowing manner. "Come, come, that won't do. You have none of Peter Wilkins' wings, and couldn't come on the aerial dodge. It won't do. How did you get here?" He gave me an awful wink, and made a sort of involuntary movement which jumped him up a few inches, and he bumped down again on the water cask. That's as much as to say, thought I, that he's sat himself on it. "I'll go and inform the captain," says I, "of this affair. He'll hardly believe me when I tell him, I'm sure." So saying, I left the deck and went to the cabin where the captain was at breakfast, and related to him what I had seen respecting the stranger. The captain looked at me with an air of disbelief, and said, "What? Do you mean to say there's a man on board we haven't seen before?" "Yes, I do, Captain. I never saw him before, and he's sitting beating his heels on the water cask on deck." "The devil!" "He is, I assure you, sir, and he won't answer any questions." "I'll see to that. I'll see if I can't make the lubber say something, providing his tongue's not cut out. But how came he on board? Confound it, he can't be the devil and dropped from the moon." "Don't know, Captain," said I. "He is evil-looking enough, to my mind, to be the father of evil, but it's ill bespeaking attentions from that quarter at any time." "Go on, lad. I'll come up after you." I left the cabin, and I heard the captain coming up after me. When I got on deck, I saw he had not moved from the place where I left him. There was a general commotion among the crew when they heard of the occurrence, and all crowded round him, save the man at the helm who had to remain at his post. The captain now came forward, and the men fell a little back as he approached. For a moment the captain stood silent, attentively examining the stranger, who was excessively cool, and stood the scrutiny with the same unconcern that he would had the captain been looking at his watch. "Well, my man," said the captain, "how did you come here?" "I'm part of the cargo," he said, with an indescribable leer. "Part of the cargo be damned!" said the captain, in sudden rage, for he thought the stranger was coming his jokes too strong. "I know you are not in the bills of lading." "I'm contraband," replied the stranger, "and my uncle's the great Cham of Tartary." The captain stared as well as he might, and did not speak for some minutes, all the while the stranger kept kicking his heels against the water casks and squinting up at the skies. It made us feel very queer. "Well, I must confess you are not in the regular way of trading." "Oh, no," said the stranger. "I am contraband, entirely contraband." "And how did you come on board?" At this question the stranger again looked curiously up at the skies, and continued to do so for more than a minute. He then turned his gaze upon the captain. "No, no," said the captain. "Eloquent dumb show won't do with me. You didn't come, like Mother Shipton, upon a birch broom. How did you come on board my vessel?" "I walked on board," said the stranger. "You walked on board! And where did you conceal yourself?" "Below." "Very good. And why didn't you stay below altogether?" "Because I wanted fresh air. I'm in a delicate state of health, you see. It doesn't do to stay in a confined place too long." "Confound the binnacle!" said the captain. It was his usual oath when anything bothered him, and he could not make it out. "Confound the binnacle! What a delicate-looking animal you are! I wish you had stayed where you were. Your delicacy would have been all the same to me. Delicate indeed!" "Yes, very," said the stranger coolly. There was something so comic in the assertion of his delicateness of health that we should have all laughed, but we were somewhat scared and had not the inclination. "How have you lived since you came on board?" inquired the captain. "Very indifferently." "But how? What have you eaten, and what have you drank?" "Nothing, I assure you. All I did while I was below was—" "What?" "Why, I sucked my thumbs like a polar bear in its winter quarters." And as he spoke the stranger put his 2 thumbs in his mouth, and extraordinary thumbs they were, too, for each would have filled an ordinary man's mouth. "These," said the stranger, pulling them out and gazing at them wistfully, and with a deep sigh he continued, "these were thumbs at one time, but they are nothing now to what they were." "Confound the binnacle!" muttered the captain to himself, and then he added aloud, "It's cheap living, however. But where are you going to, and why did you come aboard?" "I wanted a cheap cruise, and I'm going there and back." "Why, that's where we are going," said the captain. "Then we are brothers," exclaimed the stranger, hopping off the water cask like a kangaroo, and bounding toward the captain, holding out his hand as though he would have shaken hands with him. "No, no," said the captain. "I can't do it." "Can't do it!" exclaimed the stranger angrily. "What do you mean?" "That I can't have anything to do with contraband articles. I am a fair trader, and do all above board. I haven't a chaplain on board, or we should offer up prayers for your preservation and the recovery of your health, which seems so delicate. That be—" The stranger didn't finish the sentence. He merely screwed his mouth up into an incomprehensible shape and puffed out a lot of breath, with some force, and which sounded very much like a whistle. But oh, what thick breath he had! It was as much like smoke as anything I ever saw. And so my shipmates said. "I say, Captain," said the stranger, as he saw them pacing the deck. "Well?" "Just send me up some beef and biscuit and some coffee royal. Be sure it's royal, do you hear, because I'm partial to brandy. It's the only good thing there is on earth." I shall not easily forget the captain's look as he turned toward the stranger and gave his huge shoulders a shrug, as much as to say, "Well, I can't help it now. He's here, and I can't throw him overboard." The coffee, beef, and biscuit were sent him, and the stranger seemed to eat them with great goût, and drank the coffee with much relish, and returned the things, saying, "Your captain is an excellent cook. Give him my compliments." I thought the captain would think that was but a left-handed compliment, and look more angry than pleased, but no notice was taken of it. It was strange, but this man had impressed upon all in the vessel some singular notion of his being more than he should be, more than a mere mortal, and not one endeavored to interfere with him. The captain was a stout and daredevil fellow as you would well meet with, yet he seemed tacitly to acknowledge more than he would say, for he never after took any further notice of the stranger, nor he of him. They had barely any conversation, simply a civil word when they first met, and so forth, but there was little nor conversation of any kind between them. The stranger slept upon deck, and lived upon deck entirely. He never once went below after we saw him, on his own account of being below so long. This was very well, but the night watch did not enjoy his society, and would have willingly dispensed with it at that hour, so particularly lonely and dejected upon the broad ocean, and perhaps 1,000 miles away from the nearest point of land. At this dread and lonely hour, when no sound reaches the ear and disturbs the rapt stillness of the night, save the whistling of the wind through the cordage, or an occasional dash of water against the vessel's side, the thoughts of the sailor are fixed on far distant objects, his own native land, and the friends and loved ones he has left behind him. He then thinks of the wilderness before, behind, and around him, of the immense body of water, almost in places bottomless. Gazing upon such a scene, and with thoughts as strange and indefinite as the very boundless expanse before him, it is no wonder if he should become superstitious. The time and place would indeed, unbidden, conjure up thoughts and feelings of a fearful character and intensity. The stranger at such times would occupy his favourite seat upon the water-cask, and looking up at the sky and then on the ocean, and between whiles he would whistle a strange, wild, unknown melody. The flesh of the sailors used to creep up in knots and bumps when they heard it. The wind used to whistle as an accompaniment, and pronounce fearful sounds to their ears. The wind had been highly favourable from the first, and since the stranger had been discovered it had blown fresh, and we went along at a rapid rate, stemming the water and dashing the spray off from the bows and cutting the water like a shark. This was very singular to us. We couldn't understand it, neither could the captain, and we looked very suspiciously at the stranger, and wished him at the bottom, for the freshness of the wind now became a gale, and yet the ship came through the water steadily, and away we went before the wind as if the devil drove us. And mind, I don't mean to say he didn't. The gale increased to a hurricane, and though we had not a stitch of canvas out, yet we drove before the gale as if we had been shot out of the mouth of a gun. The stranger still sat on the water-casks, and all night long he kept up his infernal whistle. Now, sailors don't like to hear anyone whistle when there's such a gale blowing over their heads. It's like asking for more. But he would persist, and the louder and stronger the wind blew, the louder he whistled. At length there came a storm of rain, lightning, and wind. We were tossed mountains high, and the foam rose over the vessel, and often entirely over our heads, and the men were lashed to their posts to prevent being washed away. But the stranger still lay on the water-casks, kicking his heels and whistling his infernal tune, always the same. He wasn't washed away, nor moved by the action of the water. Indeed, we heartily hoped and expected to see both him and the water-cask floated overboard at every minute. But, as the captain said, "Confound the binnacle! The old water-tub seems as if it was screwed on the deck and won't move off, and he's on top of it." There was a strong inclination to throw him overboard, and the men conversed in low whispers, and came round the captain, saying, "We have come, captain, to ask you what you think of this strange man who has come so mysteriously on board." "I can't tell you what to think, lads. He's past thinking about. He's something above my comprehension altogether, I promise you." "Well, then, we are thinking much of the same thing, captain." "What do you mean?" "That he ain't exactly one of our sort." No, he's no sailor, certainly, and yet for a landlubber he's about as rum a customer as ever I've met with." "So he is, sir. He stands salt water well, and I must say that I couldn't lay atop of those water casks in that style very well." "Nor anybody among us, sir." "Well, then he's in nobody's way, is he? Nobody wants to take his berth, I suppose?" The men looked at each other somewhat blank. They didn't understand the meaning at all, far from it, and the idea of anyone's wanting to take the stranger's place in the water casks was so outrageously ludicrous that at any other time they would have considered it a devilishly good joke and have never ceased laughing at it. He paused some minutes, and then one of them said, "It isn't that we envy him his berth, Captain, 'cause no one else could live out there for a moment. Anyone among us that had been there would have been washed overboard 1,000 times over." "So they would," said the captain. "Well, sir, he's more than us." "Very likely, but how can I help that? We think he's the main cause of all this racket in the heavens, the storm and the hurricane, and that, in short, if he remains much longer, we shall all sink." "I am sorry for it. I don't think we're in any danger, and had the strange being any power to prevent it, he would assuredly do so, lest he got drowned. But we think if he were thrown overboard, all would be well." "Indeed?" "Yes, Captain, you may depend on it. He's the cause of all the mischief. Throw him overboard, and that's all we want." "I shall not throw him overboard, even if I could do such a thing, and I am by no means sure of anything of the kind." "We do not ask it, sir." "What do you desire?" "Leave to throw him overboard. It is to save our own lives." "I can't let you do any such thing. He's in nobody's way." "But he's always a-whistling. Only hark now, and in such a hurricane as this. It is dreadful to think of it. What else can we do, sir? He's not human." At this moment the stranger's whistling came clear upon their ears. There was the same wild, unearthly notes as before, but the cadences were stronger. There was a supernatural clearness in all the tones. "There now," said another, "he's kicking the water casks with his heels." "Confound the binnacle!" said the captain. "It sounds like short peals of thunder. Go and talk to him, lads." "And if that won't do, sir, may we—" "Don't ask me any questions. I don't think a score of the best men that ever were born could move him." "I don't mind trying," said one. Upon this the whole of the men moved to the spot where the water casks were standing and the stranger lay. There he was, whistling like fury, and at the same time beating his heels to the tune against the empty casks. We came up to him, and he took no notice of us at all, but kept on in the same way. "Hilloa!" shouted one. "Hilloa!" shouted another. No notice, however, was taken of us, and one of our number, a big Herculean fellow, an Irishman, seized him by the leg, either to make him get up, or, as we thought, to give him a lift over our heads into the sea. However, he had scarcely got his fingers around the calf of the leg, when the stranger pinched his leg so tight against the water cask that he could not move, and was as effectually pinned as if he had been nailed there. The stranger, after he had finished a bar of the music, rose gradually to a sitting posture, and without the aid of his hands, and looking the unlucky fellow in the face, he said, "Well, what do you want?" "My hand," said the fellow. "Take it, then," he said. He did take it, and we saw there was blood on it. The stranger stretched out his left hand, and taking him by the breech, he lifted him, without any effort, upon the water cask beside him. We all stared at this, and couldn't help it, and we were quite convinced we could not throw him overboard, but he would probably have no difficulty in throwing us overboard. "Well, what do you want?" he again exclaimed to us all. We looked at one another, and had scarce courage to speak. At length I said, "We wish you to leave off whistling." "Leave off whistling," he said, "and why should I do anything of the kind?" "Because it brings the wind." "Ha! Ha! That's the very reason I am whistling, to bring the wind." "But we don't want so much." "Pho! Pho! You don't know what's good for you. It's a beautiful breeze and not a bit too stiff." "It's a hurricane." "Nonsense!" "But it is." "Now you see how I'll prove you're wrong in a minute. You see my hair, don't you?" he said after he took off his cap. "Very well, look now." He got up on the water cask and stood bolt upright, and running his fingers through his hair, made it all stand straight on end. "Confound the binnacle!" said the captain. "If ever I saw the like!" "There," said the stranger triumphantly. "Don't tell me there's any wind to signify. Don't you see, it doesn't even move one of my gray hairs, and if it blew as hard as you say, I'm certain it would move a hair." "Confound the binnacle!" muttered the captain as he walked away. "Damn the caboose! If he ain't older than I am, he's too many for me and everybody else." "Are you satisfied?" What could we say? We turned away and left the place and stood at our quarters. There was no help for it. We were compelled to grin and abide by it. As soon as we had left the place he put his cap on again and sat down on the water casks, and then took leave of his prisoner, whom he set free, and there lay at full length on his back with his legs hanging down. Once more he began to whistle most furiously and beat time with his feet. For full 3 weeks did he continue at this game night and day, without any interruption, save such as he required to consume enough coffee royale, junk, and biscuit, as would have served 3 hearty men. Well, about that time, one night the whistling ceased, and he began to sing. Oh, it was singing! Such a voice! Gog and Magog in Guildhall, London, when they spoke, were nothing to him. It was awful, but the wind calmed down to a fresh and stiff breeze. He continued at this game for 3 whole days and nights, and on the 4th it ceased, and when we went to take his coffee royale to him, he was gone. We hunted about everywhere, but he was entirely gone, and in 3 weeks after we safely cast anchor, having performed our voyage in a good month under the usual time, and had it been an old vessel she would have leaked and started like a tub from the straining. However, we were glad enough to get in, and were curiously inquisitive as to what was put on her vessel to come back with, for as the captain said, "Confound the binnacle! I'll have no more contraband articles if I can help it." End of chapter 25. Recording by Wes Kingston.
Chapter 26 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lazy Black. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Peckett, Prest. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. The meeting at the moonlight in the park. The turret window in the hall. The letters. The old admiral showed such a strong disposition to take offence at Charles if he should presume, for a moment, to doubt the truth of the narrative that was thus communicated to him, that the latter would not anger him by so doing, but confined his observation upon it to saying that he considered it was very wonderful and very extraordinary, and so on, which very well satisfied the old man. The day was now, however, getting far advanced, and Charles Holland began to think of his engagement with the vampire. He read and read the letter over and over again, but he could not come to a correct conclusion as to whether it intended to imply that he, Sir Francis Varney, would wish to fight him at the hour and place mentioned, or merely give him a meeting as a preliminary step. He was rather, on the whole, inclined to think that some explanation would be offered by Varney, but at all events he persevered in his determination of going well armed, lest anything in the shape of treachery should be intended. As nothing of any importance occurred now in the interval of time till nearly midnight, we will at once step to that time, and our readers will suppose it to be 11:45 o'clock at night, and young Charles Holland on the point of leaving the house to keep his appointment by the Pollard Oak with the mysterious Sir Francis Varney. He placed his loaded pistols conveniently in his pocket, so that at the moment's notice he could lay hands on them, and then wrapping himself up in a travelling cloak he had brought with him to Benilworth Hall, he prepared to leave his chamber. The moon still shone, although now somewhat on the wane, and although there were certainly main clouds in the sky, they were but of a light fleecy character, and very little interrupted the rays of light that came from the nearly full disk of the moon. From his window he could not perceive the spot in the park where he was to meet Varney, because the room in which he was occupied not a sufficiently high place in the house to enable him to look over a belt of trees that stopped the view. From almost any of the upper windows the pollard oak could be seen. It so happened now that the Admiral had been placed in a room immediately above the one occupied by his nephew, and, as his mind was full of how he should manage with regard to arranging the preliminaries of the duel between Charles and Varney on the morrow, he found it difficult to sleep. And after remaining in bed about 20 minutes, and finding that each moment he was only getting more and more restless, he adopted a course which he always did under such circumstances. He rose and dressed himself again, intending to sit up for an hour and then turn into bed and try a second time to get to sleep. But he had no means of getting a light, so he drew the heavy curtain from before the window, and let in as much of the moonlight as he could. This window commanded a most beautiful and extensive view. From it the eye could carry completely over the tops of the tallest trees, so that there was no interruption whatever to the prospect, which was as extensive as it was delightful. Even the Admiral, who never would confess to seeing much beauty in scenery where water formed not a large portion of it, could not resist opening his window and looking out, with a considerable degree of admiration, upon wood and dale, as they were illuminated by the moon's rays, softened and rendered, if anything, more beautiful by the light vapours through which they had to struggle to make their way. Charles Holland, in order to avoid the likelihood of meeting with any one who would question him as to where he was going, determined upon leaving his room by the balcony, which, as we are aware, presented ample facilities for his so doing. He cast a glance at the portrait in the panel before he left the apartment, and then saying, "For you, dear Flora, for you I essay this meeting with the fearful original of that portrait." He immediately opened his window and stepped out on the balcony. Young and active as was Charles Holland, to descend from that balcony presented to him no difficulty whatever, and he was, in a very few moments, safe in the garden of Bannerworth Hall. He never thought for a moment to look up, or he would in an instant have seen the white head of his old uncle, as it was projected over the sill of the window of his chamber. The drop of Charles from the balcony of his window just made sufficient noise to attract the Admiral's attention, and then, before he could think of making any alarm, he saw Charles walking hastily across a grass plot, which was sufficiently in the light of the moon to enable the Admiral at once to recognize him and leave no sort of doubt as to his positive identity. Of course, upon discovering that it was Charles, the necessity for making an alarm no longer existed, and, indeed, not knowing what it was that had induced him to leave his chamber, a moment's reflection suggested to him the propriety of not even calling to Charles, lest he should defeat some discovery which he might be about to make. "He has heard something or seen something," thought the Admiral, "and is going to find out what it is. I only wish I was with him. But up here I can do nothing at all, that's quite clear." Charles, he saw, walked very rapidly, and like a man who has some fixed destination, which he wishes to reach as quickly as possible. When he dived among the trees which skirted on the side of the flower gardens, the Admiral was more puzzled than ever, and he said, "Now, where on earth is he off to? He is fully dressed and has his cloak about him." After a few moments' reflection, he decided that, having seen something suspicious, Charles must have got up and dressed himself to fathom it. The moment this idea became firmly impressed upon his mind, he left his bedroom, and descended to where one of the brothers he knew was sitting up, keeping watch during the night. It was Henry who was so on guard, and when the Admiral came into the room, he uttered an expression of surprise to find him up, for it was now some time past 12 o'clock. "I have come to tell you that Charles has left the house," said the Admiral. "Left the house?" "Yes, I saw him just now go across the garden." "And you are sure it was he?" "Quite sure. I saw him by the moonlight cross the green plot." "Then you may depend he has seen or heard something, and gone alone to find out what it is rather than give any alarm." "That is just what I think." "It must be so. I will follow him, if you can show me exactly which way he went." "That I can easily, and in case I should have made any mistake, which it is not all likely, we can go to his room first and see if it is empty." "A good thought, certainly. That will at once put an end to all doubt upon the question." They both immediately proceeded to Charles's room, and then the Admiral's accuracy of identification of his nephew was immediately proved by finding that Charles was not there and that the window was wide open. "You see I am right," said the Admiral. "You are," cried Henry. "But what have we here?" "Where?" "Here on the dressing-table. Here are no less than 3 letters, all laid as if on purpose to catch the eye of the first one who might enter the room." "Indeed! You perceive them?" Henry held them to the light, and after a moment's inspection of them, he said, in a voice of much surprise, "Good God! What is the meaning of this?" "The meaning of what?" "The letters are addressed to the parties in the house here. Do you not see?" "To whom?" "One to Admiral Bell." "The deuce!" "Another to me, and the third to my sister Flora. There is some new mystery here." The Admiral looked at the superscription of one of the letters, which was handed to him, in silent amazement. Then he cried, "Set down the light, and let us read them." Harry did so, and then they simultaneously opened the epistles, which were severally addressed to them. There was a silence, as of the very grave, for some moments, and then the old Admiral staggered to a seat, as he exclaimed, "Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming?" "Is this possible?" said Harry, in a voice of deep emotion, as he allowed the note addressed to him to drop on to the floor. "Damn it, what does yours say?" cried the old Admiral in a louder tone. "Read it. What says yours?" "Read it. I am amazed." The letters were exchanged, and read by each with the same breathless attention they had bestowed upon their own, after which they both looked at each other in silence, pictures of amazement and the most absolute state of bewilderment. Not to keep our readers in suspense, we at once transcribe each of the letters. The one to the Admiral contained these words: "My dear uncle, of course you will perceive the prudence of keeping this letter to yourself, but the fact is, I have now made up my mind to leave Benilworth Hall. Flora Benilworth is not now the person she was when first I knew her and loved her. Such being the case, and she having altered, not I, she cannot accuse me of fickleness. I still love the Flora Benilworth I first knew, but I cannot make my wife one who is subject to the visitations of a vampire. I have remained here long enough now to satisfy myself that this vampire business is no delusion. I am quite convinced that it is a positive fact, and that, after death, Flora will herself become one of the horrible existences known by that name. I will communicate to you from the first large city on the continent whither I am going, at which I make any stay, and in the meantime make what excuses you like at the Benworth Hall, which I advise you to leave as quickly as you can, and believe me to be, my dear uncle, yours truly, Charles Holland. Harry's letter was this: My dear Sir, if you calmly and dispassionately consider the painful and distressing circumstances in which your family are placed, I am sure that, far from blaming me for the step which this note will announce to you I have taken, you will be the first to give me credit for acting with an amount of prudence and foresight which was highly necessary under the circumstances. If the supposed visit of the vampire to your sister Flora had turned out, as at first I hoped they would, a delusion, and been in any satisfactory manner explained away, I should certainly have felt pride and pleasure in fulfilling my engagement to that young lady. You must, however, yourself feel that the amount of evidence in favour of a belief that an actual vampire had visited Flora enforces a conviction of its truth. I cannot, therefore, make her my wife under such very singular circumstances. Perhaps you may blame me for not taking at once advantage of the permission given me to forego my engagement when first I came to your house. But the fact is, I did not then in the least believe in the existence of the vampire, but since a positive conviction of that most painful fact has now forced itself upon me, I beg to decline the honour of an alliance which I had at one time looked forward to with the most considerable satisfaction. I shall be on the continent as fast as conveniences can take me. Therefore, should you entertain any romantic notion of calling me to an account for a course of proceeding I think perfectly and fully justifiable, you will not find me. Accept my assurances of my respect of yourself and pity for your sister, and believe me to be, my dear sir, your sincere friend, Charles Holland. These two letters might well make the Admiral stare at Harry Benworth and Harry stare at him. An occurrence so utterly and entirely unexpected by both of them was enough to make them doubt the evidence of their own senses. But there were the letters, as a damning evidence of the outrageous fact, and Charles Holland was gone. It was the Admiral who first recovered from the stunning effect of the epistles, and he, with a gesture of perfect fury, exclaimed, "The scoundrel! The cold-blooded villain! I renounce him forever. He is no nephew of mine. He is some damned impostor. Nobody with a dash of my family blood in his veins would have acted so to save himself from 1,000 deaths." "Who shall we trust now," said Henry, "when those whom we take to our inmost hearts deceive us thus? This is the greatest shock I have yet received. If there be a pang greater than another, surely it is to be found in the faithlessness and heartlessness of one we loved and trusted." "He is a scoundrel!" roared the Admiral. "Damn him! He'll die on a dunghill, and that's too good a place for him. I cast him off. I'll find him out, and old as I am, I'll fight him. I'll wring his neck, the rascal, and as for poor dear Miss Flora, God bless her, I'll marry her myself and make her an admiral. I'll marry her myself, oh that I should be uncle to such a rascal. Calm yourself, said Henry. No one can blame you. Yes, you can. I had no right to be his uncle, and I was an old fool to love him. The old man sat down, and his voice became broken with emotion as he said, Sir, I tell you I would have died willingly rather than this should have happened. This will kill me now. I shall die now of shame and grief. Tears gushed from the Admiral's eyes, and the sight of the noble old man's emotion did much to calm the anger of Henry, which, although he said but little, was boiling at his heart like a volcano. Admiral Bell, he said, you have nothing to do with this business. We cannot blame you for the heartlessness of another. I have but one favour to ask of you. What can I do? Say no more about him at all. I can't help saying something about him. You are to turn me out of the house. Heaven forbid! What for? Because I'm his uncle. He's damned old fool of an uncle that has always thought so much of him. No, my good sir, that was a fault on the right side, and cannot discredit you. I thought him the most perfect of human beings. Oh, if I could but have guessed this! It was impossible. Such a duplicity never was equalled in this world. It was impossible to foresee it. Hold! Did he give you £50? What? Did he give you £50? Give me £50? Most decidedly not. What made you think of such a thing? Because today he borrowed the £50 of me, he said, to lend to you. I never heard of the transaction until this moment. The villain! No doubt, sir, he wanted that amount to expedite his progress abroad. Well, now, damn, if an angel had come to me and said, Hello, Admiral Bell, your nephew Charles Holland is a thundering rogue, I should have said, You're a liar. This is fighting against facts, my dear sir. He is gone. Mention him no more. Forget him, as I shall endeavour myself to do, and persuade my poor sister to do. Poor girl! What can we say to her? Nothing, but give her all the letters, and let her be at once satisfied of the worthlessness of him she loved. The best way. A woman's pride will then come to her help. I hope it will. She is of an honourable race, and I am sure she will not condescend to shed a tear for such a man as Charles Holland has proved himself to be. Damn him! I'll find him out, and make him fight you. It shall give you satisfaction. No, but it shall. I cannot fight with him. You cannot? Certainly not. He is too far beneath me now. I cannot fight on honourable terms with one who I despise as too dishonourable to contend with. I have nothing now but silence and contempt. I have thought, for I'll break his neck when I see him, or he shall break mine, the villain. I am ashamed to stay here, my young friend. How mistaken a view you take of this matter, my dear sir. As Admiral Bell, a gentleman, a brave officer, and a man of the purest and most unblemished honour, you confer a distinction upon us by your presence here. The Admiral wrung Harry by the hand, as he said, Tomorrow. Wait until tomorrow. We will talk over this matter tomorrow. I cannot tonight. I have not patience. But tomorrow, my dear boy, we'll leave it all out. God bless you. Good night. End of chapter 26. Recording by Liz Black, Italy.
Chapter 27 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 27. The Noble Confidence of Flora Bannerworth in her Lover. Her Opinion of the Three Letters. The Admiral's Admiration. To describe the feelings of Henry Bannerworth on the occasion of this apparent defalcation from the path of rectitude and honour by his friend, as he had fondly imagined Charles Holland to be, would be next to impossible. If, as we have taken occasion to say, it to be a positive fact that a noble and a generous mind feels more acutely any heartlessness of this description from one on whom it has placed implicit confidence, than the most deliberate and wicked of injuries from absolute strangers, we can easily conceive that Henry Bannerworth was precisely the person to feel most acutely the conduct whence all circumstances appeared to fix upon Charles Holland, upon whose faith, truth, and honour he would have staked his very existence but a few short hours before. With such a bewildered sensation that he scarcely knew where he walked or whither to betake himself, did he repair to his own chamber, and there he strove, with what energy he was able to bring to the task, to find out some excuse, if he could, for Charles's conduct. But he could find none. View it in what light he would, it presented by a picture of the most heartless selfishness it had ever been his lot to encounter. The tone of the letters, too, which Charles had written, materially aggravated the moral delinquency of which he had been guilty. Better, far better, had he not attempted an excuse at all, than have attempted such excuses as were there put down in those epistles. A more cold-blooded, dishonourable proceeding could not possibly be conceived. It would appear that while he entertained a doubt with regard to the reality of the visitation of the vampire to Flora Bannerworth, he had been willing to take to himself abundance of credit for the most honourable of feelings, and to induce a belief in the minds of all that an exalted feeling of honour, as well as a true affection that would know no change, kept him at the feet of her whom he loved. Like some braggart who, when there is no danger, is a very hero, but who the moment he feels convinced he will be actually and truly called upon for an exhibition of this much vaunted prowess, had Charles Holland deserted the beautiful girl, who, if anything, had now certainly in her misfortunes a far higher claim upon his kindly feeling than before. Henry could not sleep, although at the request of George, who offered to keep watch for him the remainder of the night, he attempted to do so. He in vain said to himself, "I will banish from my mind this most unworthy subject. I have told Admiral Bell that contempt is the only feeling I can now have for his nephew, and yet I now found myself dwelling upon him, and upon his conduct, with a perseverance which is a foe to my repose." At length came the welcome and beautiful light of day, and Henry rose fevered and unrefreshed. His first impulse now was to hold a consultation with his brother George as to what was to be done, and George advised that Mr. Marchdale, who as yet knew nothing of the matter, should be immediately informed of it, and consulted, as being probably better qualified than either of them to come to a just, a cool, and a reasonable opinion upon the painful circumstance, which it could not be expected that either of them would be able to view calmly. "Let it be so, then," said Henry. Mr. Marchdale shall decide for us." They at once sought this friend of the family, who was in his own bedroom, and when Henry knocked at the door, Marchdale opened it hurriedly, eagerly inquiring what was the matter. "There is no alarm," said Henry. "We have only come to tell you of a circumstance which has occurred during the night, and which will somewhat surprise you." "Nothing calamitous, I hope?" "Vexatious. And yet I think it is a matter upon which we ought almost to congratulate ourselves. Read those 2 letters, and give us your candid opinion upon them." Henry placed in Mr. Marchdale's hands the letter addressed to himself as well as that to the Admiral. Marchdale read them both with marked attention, but he did not exhibit in his countenance so much surprise as regret. When he had finished, Henry said to him, "Well, Marchdale, what think you of this new and extraordinary episode in our affairs?" "My dear young friends," said Marchdale, in a voice of great emotion, "I know not what to say to you. I have no doubt but that you are both of you much astonished at the receipt of these letters, and equally so at the sudden absence of Charles Holland." "And are not you?" "Not so much as you doubtless are. The fact is, I never did entertain a favourable opinion of the young man, and he knew it. I have been accustomed to the study of human nature under a variety of aspects. I have made it a matter of deep, and I may add sorrowful, contemplation, to study and remark those minor shades of character which commonly escaped observation wholly. And I repeat, I always had a bad opinion of Charles Holland, which he guessed, and hence he conceived a hatred to me, which more than once, as you cannot but remember, showed itself in little acts of opposition and hostility." "You much surprise me." "I expected to do so, but you cannot help remembering that at one time I was on the point of leaving here solely on his account." "You were so." "Indeed, I should have done so, but that I reasoned with myself upon the subject, and subdued the impulse of the anger which some years ago, when I had not seen so much of the world, would have guided me." "But why did you not impart to us your suspicions? We should at least then have been prepared for such a contingency as has occurred." "Place yourself in my position, and then ask yourself what you would have done. Suspicion is one of those hideous things which all men would be most specially careful not only how they entertain at all, but how they give expression to. Besides, whatever may be the amount of one's own internal conviction with regard to the character of anyone, there is just a possibility that one may be wrong." "True, true." "That possibility ought to keep anyone silent who has nothing but suspicion to go upon, however cautious it may make him, as regards his dealings with the individual. I only suspected from little minute shades of character that would peep out in spite of him, that Charles Holland was not the honourable man he would fain have had everybody believe him to be." "And had you from the first such a feeling?" "I had." "It is very strange." "Yes, and what is more strange still is that he from the first seemed to know it, and despite a caution which I could see he always kept uppermost in his thought, he could not help speaking tartly to me at times." "I have noticed that," said George. "You may depend it is a fact," added Marchdale, "that nothing so much excites the deadly and desperate hatred of a man who is acting a hypocritical part, as the suspicion, well grounded or not, that another sees and understands the secret impulses of his dishonourable heart." "I cannot blame you, or anyone else, Mr. Marchdale," said Henry, "that you did not give utterance to your secret thought, but I do wish that you had done so." "Nay, dear Henry," replied Mr. Marchdale, "believe me, I have made this matter a subject of deep thought, and have abundance of reasons why I ought not to have spoken to you upon the subject." "Indeed!" "Indeed I have, and not among the least important is the one, that if I had acquainted you with my suspicions, you would have found yourself in the painful position of acting a hypocritical part yourself towards this Charles Holland. For you must either have kept the secret that he was suspected, or you must have shewn it to him by your behaviour. Well, well, I dare say, Marchdale, you acted for the best. What shall we do now? Can you doubt? I was thinking of letting Flora at once know the absolute and complete worthlessness of her lover, so that she could have no difficulty in at once tearing herself from him by the assistance of the natural pride which would surely come to her aid upon finding herself so much deceived. The test may be possible. You think so? I do indeed. Here is a letter, which of course remains unopened, addressed to Flora by Charles Holland. The Admiral rather thought it would hurt her feelings to deliver her such an epistle, but I must confess I am of the contrary opinion upon that point, and think now the more evidence she has of the utter worthlessness of him who professed to love her with so much disinterested affection, the better it will be for her. You could not possibly, Henry, have taken a more sensible view of the subject. I am glad you agree with me. No reasonable man could do otherwise, and from what I have seen of Admiral Bell, I am sure, upon reflection, he will be of the same opinion. Then it shall be so. The first shock to poor Flora may be severe, but we shall then have the consolation of knowing that it is the only one, and that in knowing the very worst she has no more on that score to apprehend. Alas! Alas! The hand of misfortune now appears to have pressed heavily upon us indeed. What in the name of all that is unlucky and disastrous will happen next, I wonder? What can happen? Said Marchdale. I think you have now got rid of the greatest evil of all, a false friend. We have indeed. Go, then, to Flora. Assure her that in the affection of others who know no falsehood, she will find a solace from every ill. Assure her that there are hearts that will place themselves between her and every misfortune. Mr. Marchdale was much affected as he spoke. Probably he felt deeper than he chose to express the misfortunes of that family for whom he entertained so much friendship. He turned aside his head to hide the traces of emotion which, despite even his great powers of self-command, would shew themselves upon his handsome and intelligent countenance. Then it appeared as if his noble indignation had got, for a few brief moments, the better of all prudence, and he exclaimed, "The villain! The worse than villain! Who would, with 1,000 articles, make himself beloved by a young, unsuspecting, and beautiful girl, but then to leave her to the bitterness of regret, than she had ever given such a man a place in her esteem. The heartless ruffian!" "Be calm, Mr. Marchdale, I pray you, be calm," said George. "I never saw you so much moved." "Excuse me," he said, "excuse me, I am much moved, and I am human. I cannot always, let me strive my utmost, place a curb upon my feelings. They are feelings which do you honour. Nay, nay, I am foolish to have suffered myself to be led away into such a hasty expression of them. I am accustomed to feel acutely and to feel deeply, but it is seldom I am so much overcome as this. Will you accompany us to the breakfast-room at once, Mr. Marchdale, where we will make this communication to Flora? You will then be able to judge by her manner of receiving it what it will be best to say to her. Come, then, and pray be calm. The least that is said upon this painful and harassing subject after this morning will be the best. You are right. You are right." Mr. Marchdale hastily put on his coat. He was dressed, with the exception of that one article of apparel, when the brothers came to his chamber, and then he came to the breakfast-parlour, where the painful communication was to be made to Flora of her lover's faithlessness. Flora was already seated in that apartment. Indeed, she had been accustomed to meet Charles Holland there before others of the family made their appearance, but, alas, this morning the kind and tender lover was not there. The expression that sat upon the countenances of her brothers and of Mr. Marchdale was quite sufficient to convince her that something more serious than usual had occurred, and she at the moment turned very pale. Marchdale observed this change of countenance in her, and he advanced towards her, saying, "Calm yourself, Flora. We have something to communicate to you, but it is a something which should excite indignation, and no other feeling, in your breast." "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" said Flora, turning aside from Marchdale, and withdrawing the hand which he would have taken. "I would rather have Admiral Bell here before I say anything," said Henry, "regarding a matter in which he cannot but feel much interested personally." "Here he is," said the Admiral, who at that moment had opened the door of the breakfast-room. "Here he is, so now fire away, and don't spare the enemy." "And Charles?" said Flora. "Where is Charles?" "Damn Charles!" cried the Admiral, who had not been much accustomed to control his feelings. "Hush, hush," said Henry. "My dear sir, hush. Do not indulge now in any invectives. Flora, here are 3 letters. You will see that the one which is unopened is addressed to yourself. However, we wish you to read the whole 3 of them, and then to form your own free and unbiased opinion." Flora looked as pale as a marble statue when she took the letters into her hands. She let the 2 that were open fall on the table before her, while she eagerly broke the seal of that which was addressed to herself. Henry, with an instinctive delicacy, beckoned everyone present to the window, so that Flora had not the pain of feeling that any eyes were fixed upon her but those of her mother, who had just come into the room, while she was perusing those documents which told such a tale of heartless dissimulation. "My dear child," said Mrs. Bannerworth, "you are ill." "Hush, mother, hush," said Flora. "Let me know all." She read the whole of the letters through, and then, as the last one dropped from her grasp, she exclaimed, "Oh, God! Oh, God, what is all that has occurred compared to this? Charles! Charles! Charles!" "Flora!" exclaimed Henry, suddenly turning from the window. "Flora, is this worthy of you?" "Heaven now support me!" "Is this worthy of the name you bear, Flora? I should have thought, and I did hope, that woman's pride would have supported you." "Let me implore you," added Marchdale, "to summon indignation to your aid, Miss Bannerworth." "Charles! Charles! Charles!" she again exclaimed, as she wrung her hands despairingly. "Flora, if anything could add a sting to my already irritated feelings," said Henry, "this conduct of yours would." "Henry, brother, what mean you? Are you mad?" "Are you, Flora?" "God, I wish now that I was." "You have read those letters, and yet you call upon the name of him who wrote them with frantic tenderness." "Yes, yes," she cried. "Frantic tenderness is the word. It is with frantic tenderness I call upon his name, and ever will. Charles! Charles, dear Charles!" "This surpasses all belief," said Marchdale. "It is the frenzy of grief," added George, "but I did not expect it of her. Flora, Flora, think again." "Think, think, the rush of thought distracts. Whence came these letters? Where did you find these most disgraceful forgeries?" "Forgeries!" exclaimed Henry, and he staggered back, as if someone had struck him a blow. "Yes, forgeries!" screamed Flora. "What has become of Charles Holland? Has he been murdered by some secret enemy, and then these most vile fabrications made up in his name? Oh, Charles, Charles, are you lost to me forever?" "Good God!" said Henry. "I did not think of that." "Madness! Madness!" cried Marchdale. "Hold!" shouted the Admiral. "Let me speak to her." He pushed everyone aside, and advanced to Flora. He seized both her hands in his own, and in a tone of voice that was struggling with feeling, he cried, "Look at me, my dear. I'm an old man, old enough to be your grandfather, so you needn't mind looking at me steadily in the face. Look at me. I want to ask you a question." Flora raised her beautiful eyes, and looked the old weather-beaten Admiral full in the face. Oh, what a striking contrast did those two persons present to each other! That young and beautiful girl, with her small, delicate, childlike hands clasped and completely hidden in the huge ones of the old sailor, the white, smooth skin contrasted with his wrinkled, hardened features. "My dear," he cried, "you have read those damned letters, my dear?" "I have, sir." "And what do you think of them?" "They were not written by Charles Holland, your nephew." A choking sensation seemed to come over the old man, and he tried to speak, but in vain. He shook the hands of the young girl violently, until he saw that he was hurting her, and then, before she could be aware of what he was about, he gave her a kiss on the cheek, as he cried, "God bless you! God bless you! You are the sweetest, dearest little creature that ever was, or that ever will be. And I'm a damned old fool, that's what I am. These letters were not written by my nephew Charles. He is incapable of writing them, and damn me, I shall take shame to myself as long as I live for ever thinking so." "Dear sir," said Flora, who somehow or another did not seem at all offended at the kiss which the old man had given her, "dear sir, how could you believe for one moment that they came from him? There has been some desperate villainy on foot. Where is he? Oh, find him, if he be yet alive. If they who have thus striven to steal from him that honor, which is the jewel of his heart, have murdered him, seek them out, sir, in the sacred name of justice, I implore you." "I will. I will. I don't renounce him. He is my nephew still, Charles Holland, my own dear sister's son. And you are the best girl, God bless you, that ever breathed. He loved you. He loves you still. And if he's above ground, poor fellow, he shall yet tell you himself he never saw those infamous letters." You will seek for him?" sobbed Flora, and the tears gushed from her eyes. "Upon you, sir, who, as I do, feel assured of his innocence, I alone rely. If all the world say he is guilty, we will not think so." "I'm damned if we do." Henry had sat down by the table, and with his hands clasped together, seemed in an agony of thought. He was now roused by a thump on the back by the Admiral, who cried, "What do you think now, old fellow? Damn it, things look a little different now." "As God is my judge," said Henry, holding up his hands, "I know not what to think, but my heart and feeling all go with you and with Flora, in your opinion of the innocence of Charles Holland." "I knew you would say that, because you could not possibly help it, my dear boy. Now we are all right again, and all we have got to do is find out which way the enemy is gone, and then give chase to him." "Mr. Marchdale, what do you think of this new suggestion?" said George to that gentleman. "Pray excuse me," was his reply. "I would much rather not be called upon to give an opinion." "Why, what do you mean by that?" said the Admiral. "Precisely what I say, sir. Damn me, we had a fellow once in the combined fleets who never had an opinion till after something had happened, and then he always said that was just what he thought." "I was never in the combined or any other fleet, sir," said Marchdale coldly. "Who the devil said you were?" roared the Admiral. Marchdale merely hawed. "However," added the Admiral, "I don't care, and never did, for anybody's opinion, when I know I am right. I'd back this dear girl here for opinions, and good feelings, and courage to express them, against all the world, I would, any day. If I was not the old hulk I am, I would take a cruise in any latitude under the sun, if it was only for the chance of meeting with just such another." "Oh, lose no time," said Flora. "If Charles is not to be found in the house, lose no time in searching for him, I pray you. Seek him, wherever there is the remotest probability he may chance to be. Do not let him think he is deserted." "Not a bit of it," cried the Admiral. "You make your mind easy, then, my dear. If he's above ground, we shall find him out, you may depend on it. Come along, Master Henry. You and I will consider what had best be done in this uncommonly ugly matter." Henry and George followed the Admiral from the breakfast-room, leaving Marchdale there, who looked serious and full of melancholy thought. It was quite clear that he considered Flora had spoken from the generous warmth of her affection as regarded Charles Holland, and not from the conviction which reason would have enforced her to feel. When he was now alone with her and Mrs. Bannerworth, he spoke in a feeling and affectionate tone regarding the painful and inexplicable events which had transpired. End of chapter 27. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 28 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Jones. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 28. Mr. Marchdale's exculpation of himself, the search through the gardens, the spot of the deadly struggle, the mysterious paper. It was, perhaps, very natural that, with her feelings towards Charles Holland, Flora should shrink from everyone who seemed to be of a directly contrary impression, and when Mr. Marchdale now spoke, she showed but little inclination to hear what he had to say in explanation. The genuine and unaffected manner, however, in which he spoke, could not but have its effect upon her, and she found herself compelled to listen, as well as, to a great extent, approve of the sentiments that fell from his lips. "Flora," he said, "I beg that you will here, in the presence of your mother, give me a patient hearing. You fancy that, because I cannot join so glibly as the Admiral in believing that these letters are forgeries, I must be your enemy." "Those letters," said Flora, "were not written by Charles Holland." "That is your opinion." "It is more than an opinion. He could not write them." "Well, then, of course, if I felt inclined, which heaven alone knows I do not, I could not hope successfully to argue against such a conviction. But I do not wish to do so. All I want to impress upon you is, that I am not to be blamed for doubting his innocence, and, at the same time, I wish to assure you that no one in this house would feel more exquisite satisfaction than I in seeing it established." "I thank you for so much," said Flora, "but as to my mind, his innocence has never been doubted. It needs to me no establishing." "Very good. You believe these letters forgeries." "I do." "And that the disappearance of Charles Holland is enforced, and not of his own free will?" "I do." "Then you may rely upon my unremitting exertions night and day to find him, and any suggestions you can make, which is likely to aid in the search, shall, I pledge myself, be fully carried out." "I thank you, Mr. Marchdale." "My dear," said the mother, "rely on Mr. Marchdale." "I will rely on anyone who believes Charles Holland innocent of writing those odious letters, mother. I rely upon the Admiral. He will aid me heart and hand. And so will Mr. Marchdale." "I am glad to hear it." "And yet doubt it, Flora," said Marchdale dejectedly. "I am very sorry that such should be the case. I will not, however, trouble you any further, nor, give me leave to assure you, will I relax in my honest endeavors to clear up this mystery." So saying, Mr. Marchdale bowed and left the room, apparently more vexed than he cared to express at the misconstruction which had been put upon his conduct and motives. He at once sought Henry and the Admiral, to whom he expressed his most earnest desire to aid in attempting to unravel the mysterious circumstances which had occurred. "This strongly expressed opinion of Flora," he remarked, "is of course amply sufficient to induce us to pause before we say one word more that shall in any way sound like a condemnation of Mr. Holland. Heaven forbid that it should." "No," said the Admiral, "don't." "I don't intend. I will not advise anybody. Sir, if you use that as a threat—" "A threat?" "Yes, I must say it sounded marvelously like one." "Oh, dear no. Quite a mistake. I consider that every man has a fair right to the enjoyment of his opinions. All I have to remark is, that I shall, after what has occurred, feel myself called upon to fight anybody who says these letters were written by my nephew." "Indeed, sir." "Ah, indeed. You will permit me to say such is a strange mode of allowing everyone the free enjoyment of his opinion." "Not at all." "Whatever pains and penalties may be the result, Admiral Bell, of differing with so infallible authority as yourself, I shall do so whenever my judgment induces me." "You will?" "Indeed I will." "Very good. You know all the consequences." "As to fighting you, I should refuse to do so." "Refuse?" "Yes, most certainly." "Upon what ground?" "Upon the ground that you are a madman." "Come, now," interposed Henry, "let me hope that, for my sake as well as for Flora's, this dispute will proceed no further." "I have not courted it," said Marchdale. "I have much temper, but I am not a stick or a stone." "Damn me if I don't think," said the Admiral, "you are a bit of both." "Mr. Henry Bannerworth," said Marchdale, "I am your guest, and but for the duty I feel in assisting in the search for Mr. Charles Holland, I should at once leave your house." "You need not trouble yourself on my account," said the Admiral. "If I find no clue to him in the neighborhood for 2 or 3 days, I shall be off myself." "I am going," said Henry, rising, "to search the garden and adjoining meadows. If you 2 gentlemen choose to come with me, I shall of course be happy of your company. If, however, you prefer remaining here to wrangle, you can do so." This had the effect, at all events, of putting a stop to the dispute for the present, and both the Admiral and Mr. Marchdale accompanied Henry on his search. The search was commenced immediately under the balcony of Charles Holland's window, from which the Admiral had seen him emerge. There was nothing particular found there or in the garden. Admiral Bell pointed accurately to the route he had seen Charles take across the grass plot just before he himself left his chamber to seek Henry. Accordingly, this route was now taken, and it led to a low part of the garden wall, which any one of ordinary vigor could easily have surmounted. "My impression is," said the Admiral, "that he got over here." "The ivy appears to be disturbed," remarked Henry. "Suppose we mark the spot and then go around to the other side," suggested George. This was agreed to, for although the young might have chosen rather to clamber over the wall than go round, it was doubtful if the old Admiral could accomplish such a feat. The distance round, however, was not great, and as they had cast over the wall a handful of flowers from the garden to mark the precise spot, it was easily discoverable. The moment they reached it, they were panic-stricken by the appearances which it presented. The grass was, for some yards round about, completely trodden up, and converted into mud. There were deep indentations of feet marks in all directions, and such abundance of evidence that some most desperate struggle had recently taken place there, that the most skeptical person in the world could not have entertained any doubt upon the subject. Henry was the first to break the silence with which they each regarded the broken ground. "This is conclusive to my mind," he said, with a deep sigh. "Here has poor Charles been attacked." "God keep him!" exclaimed Marchdale. "And pardon my doubts, I am now convinced." The old Admiral gazed about him like one distracted. Suddenly he cried, "They have murdered him! Some fiends in the shape of men have murdered him, and heaven only knows for what." "It seems but too probably," said Henry. "Let us endeavor to trace the footsteps. Oh, Flora, Flora, what terrible news this will be to you!" "A horrible supposition comes across my mind," said George. "What if he met the vampire?" "It may have been so," said Marchdale with a shudder. "It is a point which we could endeavor to ascertain, and I think we may do so." "How?" "By some inquiry as to whether Sir Francis Varney was from home at midnight last night." "True, that might be done." The question suddenly put to one of his servants would, most probably, be answered as a thing of course. It would. "Then it shall be decided upon. And now, my friend, since you have some of you thought me lukewarm in this business, I pledge myself that, should it be ascertained that Varney was from home at midnight last evening, I will defy him personally, and meet him hand to hand." "Nay, nay," said Henry, "leave that course to younger hands." "Why so?" "It more befits me to be his challenger." "No, Henry, you are differently situated to what I am." "How so?" "Remember that I am in the world a lone man, without ties or connections. If I lose my life, I compromise no one by my death. But you have a mother and a bereaved sister to look to who will deserve your care." "Hilloa!" cried the Admiral. "What's this?" "What?" cried each, eagerly, and they pressed forward to where the Admiral was stooping to the ground to pick up something which was nearly completely trodden into the grass. He with some difficulty raised it. It was a small slip of paper, on which was some writing, but it was so much covered with mud as not to be legible. "If this be washed," said Henry, "I think we shall be able to read it clearly." "We can soon try that experiment," said George, "and as the footsteps, by some mysterious means, show themselves nowhere else but in this one particular spot, any further pursuit of inquiry about here appears useless." "Then we will return to the house," said Henry, "and wash the mud from this paper." "There is one important point," remarked Marchdale, "which appears to me we have all overlooked." "Indeed?" "Yes." "What may that be?" "It is this. Is anyone here sufficiently acquainted with the handwriting of Mr. Charles Holland to come to an opinion upon the letters?" "I have some letters from him," said Henry, "which we received while on the Continent, and I dare say Flora has likewise." "Then they should be compared with the alleged forgeries." "I know his handwriting well," said the Admiral. "The letters bear so strong a resemblance to it that they would deceive anybody." "Then you may depend," remarked Henry, "some most deep-laid and desperate plot is going on." "I begin," added Mr. Marchdale, "to dread that such may be the case. What say you to claiming the assistance of the authorities, as well as offering a large reward for any information regarding Mr. Charles Holland?" "No plan shall be left untried, you may depend." They had now reached the house, and Henry, having procured some clean water, carefully washed the paper which had been found among the trodden grass. When freed from the mixture of clay and mud which had obscured it, they made out the following words: "It be so well. At the next full moon, seek a convenient spot, and it can be done. The signature is, to my apprehension, perfect. The money which I hold, in my opinion, is much more in amount than you imagine must be ours. And as for—" Here the paper was torn across, and no further words were visible on it. Mystery seemed now to be accumulating upon mystery, each one as it showed itself darkly, seeming to bear some remote relation to what preceded it, and yet only confusing it more. That this apparent scrap of letter had dropped from someone's pocket during the fearful struggle, of which there were much ample evidences, was extremely probably, but what it related to, by whom it was written, or by whom dropped, were unfathomable mysteries. In fact, no one could give an opinion upon these matters at all, and after a further series of conjectures, it could only be decided that, unimportant as the scrap of paper appeared now to be, it should be preserved in case it should, as there was a dim possibility that it might, become a connecting link in some chain of evidence at another time. "And here we are," said Henry, "completely at fault and knowing not what to do." "Well, it is a hard case," said the Admiral. that, with all the will in the world to be up and doing something, we are lying here like a fleet of ships in a calm, as idle as possible. You perceive we have no evidence to connect Sir Francis Varney with this affair, either nearly or remotely, said Marchdale. Certainly not, replied Henry. But yet I hope you will not lose sight of the suggestion I proposed, to the effect of ascertaining if he were from home last night. But how is that to be carried out? Boldly. How boldly? By going at once, I should advise, to his house, and asking the first one of his domestics you may happen to see. I will go over, cried George. On such occasions as these, one cannot act upon ceremony. He seized his hat, and without waiting for a word from anyone approving or condemning his going, off he went. If, said Henry, we find that Varney has nothing to do with the matter, we are completely at fault. Completely, echoed Marchdale. In that case, Admiral, I think we ought to defer your feelings upon the subject, and do whatever you suggest should be done. I shall offer £100 reward to anyone who can and will bring me any news of Charles. £100 is too much, said Marchdale. Not at all. And while I'm about it, since the amount is made a subject of discussion, I shall make it 200, and that may benefit some rascal who is not so well paid for keeping the secret as I will pay for him disclosing it. Perhaps you are right, said Marchdale. I know I am, as I always am. Marchdale could not forbear a smile at the opinionated old man, who thought no one's opinion upon any subject at all equal to his own. But he made no remark, and only waited, as did Henry, with evident anxiety for the return of George. The distance was not great, and George certainly performed his errand quickly, for he was back in less time than they had thought he could return in. The moment he came into the room, he said, without waiting for an inquiry to be made of him, "We're at fault again. I am assured that Sir Francis Varney never stirred from home after 8 o'clock last evening." "Damn it, then," said the Admiral, "let us give the devil his due. He could not have had any hand in this business." "Certainly not." "From whom, George, did you get your information?" asked Henry in a desponding tone. "From, first of all, one of his servants, whom I met away from the house, and then from one whom I saw at the house." "There can be no mistake, then?" "Certainly none. The servants answered me at once, and so frankly that I cannot doubt it." The door of the room was slowly opened, and Flora came in. She looked almost the shadow of what she had been but a few weeks before. She was beautiful, but she was almost realized as a poet's description of one who had suffered much, and was sinking into an early grave, the victim of a broken heart. She was more beautiful than death, and yet as sad to look upon. Her face was of marble paleness, and as she clasped her hands and glanced from face to face, to see if she could gather hope and consolation from the expression of anyone, she might have been taken for some exquisite statue of despair. "Have you found him?" she said. "Have you found Charles?" "Flora, Flora," said Henry as he approached her. "Nay, answer me. Have you found him? You went to seek him. Dead or alive, have you found him?" "We have not, Flora." "Then I must seek him myself. None will search for him as I will search. I must myself seek him. 'Tis true affection that can alone be successful in such a search. Believe me, dear Flora, that all has been done which the shortness of time that has elapsed would permit. Further measures will now immediately be taken. Rest assured, dear sister, that all will be done that the utmost zeal can suggest." "They have killed him! They have killed him!" she said mournfully. "O God, they have killed him! I am not now mad, but the time will come when I must surely be maddened. The vampire has killed Charles Holland, the dreadful vampire." "Nay, now, Flora, this is a frenzy. Because he loved me he has been destroyed. I know it, I know it. The vampire has doomed me to destruction. I am lost, and all who loved me will be involved in one common ruin on my account. Leave me, all of you, to perish. If for inquiries done in our family, someone must suffer to appease the divine vengeance, let that one be me, and only me." "Hush, sister, hush," cried Henry. "I expected not this from you. The expressions you use are not your expressions. I know you better. There is abundance of divine mercy, but no divine vengeance. Be calm, I pray you. Calm, calm? Yes, make it an exertion of that intellect we all know you possess. It is too common a thing with human nature, when misfortune overtakes it, to imagine that such a state of things is specially arranged. We quarrel with Providence because it does not interfere with some special miracle in our favor, forgetting that, being denizens of the earth, and members of a great social system, we must be subject occasionally to accidents which will disturb its efficient working. "Oh, brother, brother," she exclaimed as she dropped into a seat, "you have never loved." "Indeed, no, you have never felt what it was to hold your being upon the breath of another. You can reason calmly because you cannot know the extent of feeling you are vainly endeavoring to combat." "Flora, you do me less than justice. All I wish to impress upon your mind is, that you are not in any way picked out by Providence to be specially unhappy, that there is no perversion of nature on your account." "Call you that hideous vampire form that haunts me no perversion of ordinary nature?" "What is natural," said Marchdale. "Cold reasoning to one who suffers as I suffer. I cannot argue with you. I can only know that I am most unhappy, most miserable. But that will pass away, sister, and the sun of your happiness may smile again. Oh, if I could but hope! And wherefore should you deprive yourself of that poorest privilege of the most unhappy?" "Because my heart tells me to despair." "Tell it you won't, then," cried the Admiral. "If you had been at sea as long as I have, Miss Bannerworth, you would never despair of anything at all." "Providence guarded you," said Marchdale. "Yes, that's true enough, I dare say. I was in a storm once off Cape Ushant, and it was only through Providence, in cutting away the mainmast myself, that we succeeded in getting into port." "You have one hope," said Marchdale to Flora, as he looked in her wan face. "One hope?" "Yes, recollect you have one hope." "What is that?" "You think that, by removing from this place, you may find that peace which is here denied you?" "No, no, no." "Indeed, I thought that such was your firm conviction." "It was, but circumstances have altered." "How?" "Charles Holland has disappeared here, and here I must remain to seek for him." "True, he may have disappeared here," remarked Marchdale, "and yet that may be no argument for supposing him still here." "Where, then, is he?" "God knows how rejoiced I should be if I were able to answer your question." "I must seek him, dead or alive. I must see him before I bid adieu to this world, which has now lost all its charms for me." "Do not despair," said Henry. "I will go to the town now at once, to make known our suspicion that he has met with some foul play. I will set every means in operation that I possibly can to discover him. Mr. Chillingworth will aid me too, and I hope that not many days will elapse, Flora, before some intelligence of a most satisfactory nature shall be brought to you on Charles Holland's account." "Go, go, brother, go at once." "I go now at once." "Shall I accompany you?" said Marchdale. "No, remain here to keep watch over Flora's safety while I am gone. I can alone do all that can be done." "And don't forget to offer the 200 pounds reward," said the Admiral, "to anyone who can bring us news of Charles, on which we can rely." "I will not." "Surely, surely, something must result from that," said Flora, as she looked in the Admiral's face, as if to gather encouragement in her dawning hopes from its expression. "Of course it will, my dear," he said. "Don't you be downhearted. You and I are of one mind in this affair, and of one mind we will keep. We won't give up our opinions for anybody." "Our opinions," she said, "of the honor and honesty of Charles Holland. That is what we'll adhere to." "Of course we will." "Ah, sir, it joys me, even in the midst of this, my affliction, to find one at least who is determined to do him full justice. We cannot find such contradictions in nature as that mine, full of noble impulses, should stoop to such a sudden act of selfishness as those letters would attribute to Charles Holland. It cannot be." "You are right, my dear. And now, Master Henry, you be off, will you, if you please?" "I am off now. Farewell, Flora, for a brief space." "Farewell, brother, and heaven speed you on your errand." "Amen to that," cried the Admiral. "And now, my dear, if you have got half an hour to spare, Just tuck your arm under mine, and take a walk with me in the garden, for I want to say something to you." "Most willingly," said Flora. "I would not advise you stray far from the house, Miss Bannerworth," said Marchdale. "Nobody asked you for advice," said the Admiral. "Damn me, do you want to make out that I ain't capable of taking care of her?" No, but—" "Oh, nonsense. Come along, my dear, and if all the vampires and odd fish that were ever created were to come across our path, we would settle them somehow or another. Come along and don't listen to anybody's croaking." End of chapter 28. Recording by Scott Jones, San Clemente, California.
Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 29. A peep through an iron grating, the lonely prisoner in his dungeon, the mystery. Without forestalling the interest of our story, or recording a fact in its wrong place, we now call our readers' attention to a circumstance which may, at all events, afford some food for conjecture. Some distance from the hall, which from time immemorial had been the home and property of the Bannerworth family, was an ancient ruin known by the name of Monk's Hall. It was conjectured that this ruin was the remains of some one of those half-monastic, half-military buildings which, during the Middle Ages, were so common in almost every commanding situation in every county of England. At a period of history when the Church arrogated to itself an amount of political power which the intelligence of the spirit of the age now denies to it, and when its members were quite ready to assert, at any time, the truth of their doctrines by the strong arm of power, such buildings as the one, the old grey ruins of which were situated near Bannerworth Hall, were erected. Ostensibly for religious purposes, but really as a stronghold for defence, as well as for aggression, this Monk's Hall, as it was called, partook quite as much of the character of a fortress as of an ecclesiastical building. The ruins covered a considerable extent of ground, but the only part which seemed successfully to have resisted the encroaches of time, at least to a considerable extent, was a long hall in which the jolly monks no doubt feasted and caroused. Adjoining to this hall were the walls of other parts of the building, and at several places there were small, low, mysterious-looking doors that led heaven knows where, into some intricacies and labyrinths beneath the building, which no one had, within the memory of man, been content to run the risk of losing himself in. It was related that among these subterranean passages and arches there were pitfalls and pools of water, and whether such a statement was true or not, it certainly acted as a considerable damper upon the vigour of curiosity. This ruin was so well known in the neighbourhood, and had become from earliest childhood so familiar to the inhabitants of Bannerworth Hall, that one would as soon expect an old inhabitant of Ludgate Hill to make some remark about St. Paul's, as any of them to allude to the ruins of Monk's Hall. They never now thought of going near to it, for in infancy they had sported among its ruins, and it had become one of those familiar objects which, almost from that very familiarity, cease to hold a place in the memories of those who know it so well. It is, however, to this ruin we would now conduct our readers, precisely in the form of a connected portion of our narrative. It is evening, the evening of that first day of heart-loneliness to poor Flora Bannerworth. The lingering rays of the setting sun are gilding the old ruins with a wondrous beauty. The edges of the decayed stones seem now to be tipped with gold, and as the rich golden refulgence of light gleams upon the painted glass which still adorns a large window of the hall, a flood of many-coloured beautiful light was cast within, making the old flagstones, with which the interior was paved, look more like some rich tapestry, laid down to do honour to a monarch. So picturesque and so beautiful an aspect did the ancient ruin wear, that to one with a soul to appreciate the romantic and the beautiful, it would have amply repaid the fatigue of a long journey now to see it. And as the sun sank to rest, the gorgeous colours that it cast upon the mouldering wall deepened from an appearance of burnished gold to a crimson hue, and from that again the colour changed to a shifting purple, mingled with the shadows of the evening, and so gradually fading away into absolute darkness. The place is as silent as the tomb, a silence far more solemn than could have existed had there been no remains of a human habitation, because even these time-worn walls were suggestive of what had once been, and the rapt stillness which now pervaded them brought with them a melancholy feeling for the past. There was not even the low hum of insect life to break the stillness of these ancient ruins. And now the last rays of the sun are gradually fading away. In a short time all will be darkness. A low, gentle wind is getting up, and beginning slightly to stir the tall blades of grass that have shot up between some of the old stones. The silence is broken, awfully broken, by a sudden cry of despair, such a cry as might come from some imprisoned spirit, doomed to waste an age of horror in a tomb. And yet it was scarcely to be called a scream, and not all a groan. It might have come from some one on the moment of some dreadful sacrifice, when the judgment had not sufficient time to call courage to its aid, but involuntarily had induced that sound which might not be repeated. A few startled birds flew from odd holes and corners about the ruins to seek some other place of rest. The owl hooted from a corner of what had once been a belfry, and a dreamy-looking bat flew out from a cranny and stuck itself headlong against a projection. Then all was still again. Silence resumed its reign, and if there had been a mortal ear to drink in that sudden sound, the mind might well have doubted if fancy had not more to do with the matter than reality. From out a portion of the ruins that was enveloped in the deepest gloom, there now glides a figure. It is of gigantic height, and it moves along with a slow and measured tread. An ample mantle envelops the form, which might well have been taken for the spirit of one of the monks who, centuries since, had made that place their home. It walked the whole length of the ample hall we have alluded to, and then, at the window from which had streamed the long flood of many-coloured light, it paused. For more than 10 minutes this mysterious-looking figure there stood. At length there passed something on the outside of the window that looked like the shadow of a human form. Then the tall, mysterious, apparition-looking man turned and sought a side entrance to the hall. There he paused, and in about a minute he was joined by another who must have been he who had so recently passed the stained-glass window on the outer side. There was a friendly salutation between these two beings, and they walked to the centre of the hall, where they remained for some time in animated conversation. From the gestures they used it was evident that the subject of their discourse was one of deep and absorbing interest to both. It was one, too, upon which, after a time, they seemed a little to differ, and more than once they each assumed attitudes of mutual defiance. This continued until the sun had so completely sunk that twilight was beginning sensibly to wane, and then gradually the two men appeared to have come to a better understanding, and whatever might be the subject of their discourse, there was some positive result evidently arrived at now. They spoke in lower tones, they used less animated gestures than before, and after a time they both walked slowly down the hall towards the dark spot from whence the first tall figure had so mysteriously emerged. There is a dungeon, damp and full of the most unwholesome exhalations, deep under the ground it seems, and in its excavations it would appear as if some small land springs had been liberated, for the earth and floor was one continued extent of moisture. From the roof, too, came perpetually the dripping of water, which fell with sullen, startling splashes in the pool below. At one end, near to the roof, so near that to reach it, without the most efficient means from the inside, was a matter of positive impossibility, is a small iron grating, and not much larger than might be entirely obscured by any human face that might be close to it from the outside of the dungeon. That dreadful abode is tenanted. In one corner, on a heap of straw, which appears freshly to have been cast into the place, lies a hopeless prisoner. It is no great stretch of fancy to suppose that it is from his lips came the sound of terror and of woe that had disturbed the repose of that lonely spot. The prisoner is lying on his back, a rude bandage round his head, on which were numerous spots of blood, would seem to indicate that he had suffered personal injury in some recent struggle. His eyes were open. They were fixed despairingly, perhaps unconsciously, upon that small grating which looked into the upper world. That grating slants upwards, and looks to the west, so that any one confined in that dreary dungeon might be tantalized, on a sweet summer's day, by seeing the sweet blue sky, and occasionally the white clouds flitting by in that freedom which he cannot hope for. The carol of a bird, too, might reach him here. Alas, sad remembrance of life and joy and liberty! But now all is deepening gloom. The prisoner sees nothing, hears nothing. The sky is not quite dark. That small grating looks like a strange light patch in the dungeon wall. Hark! Some footstep sounds upon his ear. The creaking of a door follows, a gleam of light shines into the dungeon, and the tall, mysterious-looking figure in the cloak stands before the occupant of that wretched place. Then comes in the other man, and he carries in his hand writing materials. He stoops to the stone couch on which the prisoner lies, and offers him a pen, as he raises him partially from the miserable damp pallet. But there is no speculation in the eyes of that oppressed man. In vain the pen is repeatedly placed in his grip, and a document of some length, written on parchment, is spread out before him to sign. In vain is he held up now by both of the men, who have thus mysteriously sought him in his dungeon. He has not the power to do as they would wish him. The pen falls from his nerveless grasp, and, with a deep sigh, when they cease to hold him up, he falls heavily back upon the stone couch. Then the two men looked at each other for about a minute silently, after which he who was the shorter of the two raised one hand, and in a voice of such concentrated hatred and passion as was horrible to hear, he said, "Damn!" The reply of the other was a laugh, and then he took the light from the floor, and motioned the one who seemed so little able to control his feelings of bitterness and disappointment to leave the place with him. With a haste and vehemence, then, which showed how much angered he was, the shorter man of the two now rolled up the parchment, and placed it in a breast pocket of his coat. He cast a withering look of intense hatred on the form of the nearly unconscious prisoner, and then prepared to follow the other. But when they reached the door of the dungeon, the taller man of the two paused, and appeared for a moment or two to be in deep thought, after which he handed the lamp he carried to his companion, and approached the pallet of the prisoner. He took from his pocket a small bottle, and raising the head of the feeble and wounded man, he poured some portion of the contents into his mouth, and watched him swallow it. The other looked on in silence, and then they both slowly left the dreary dungeon. The wind rose, and the night had deepened to the utmost darkness. The blackness of a night, unilluminated by the moon, which would not now rise for some hours, was upon the ancient ruins. All was calm and still, and no one would have supposed that aught human was within those ancient, dreary-looking walls. Time will show who it was who lay in that unwholesome dungeon, as well as who were they who visited him so mysteriously, and retired again with feelings of such evident disappointment with the document it seemed of such importance, at least to one of them, to get that unconscious man to sign. End of chapter 29. Of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 30. The visit of Flora to the vampire, the offer, the solemn asseveration. Admiral Bell had, of course, nothing in particular to communicate to Flora in the walk he induced her to take with him in the gardens of Bannerworth Hall, but he could talk to her upon a subject which was sure to be a welcome one, namely Charles Holland. And not only could he talk to her of Charles, but he was willing to talk of him in the style of enthusiastic commendation which assimilated best with her own feelings. No one but the honest old Admiral, who was as violent in his likes and his dislikes as any one could possibly be, could just then have conversed with Flora Bannerworth to her satisfaction of Charles Holland. He expressed no doubts whatever concerning Charles's faith, and to his mind, now that he had got that opinion firmly fixed in his mind, everybody that held a contrary one he at once denounced as a fool or a rogue. "Never you mind, Miss Flora," he said. "You will find, I dare say, that all will come right eventually. Damn me! The only thing that provokes me in this whole business is, that I should have been such an old fool as for a moment to doubt Charles." "You should have known him better, sir." "I should, my dear, but I was taken by surprise, you see, and that was wrong, too, for a man who has held a responsible command." "But the circumstances, dear sir, were of a nature to take every one by surprise." "They were. But now, candidly speaking, and I know I can speak candidly to you, do you really think this Varney is the vampire?" "I do." You do? Well then, somebody must tackle him, that's quite clear. We can't put up with his fancies always. What can be done? Ah, that I don't know. But something must be done, you know. He wants this place. Heaven only knows why or wherefore he has taken such a fancy to it. But he has done so, that is quite clear. If it had a good sea view, I should not be so much surprised. But there's nothing of the sort. So it's no way at all better than any other shore-going, stupid sort of house, that you can see nothing but land from. Oh, if my brother would make but some compromise with him to restore Charles to us, and take the house, we might yet be happy. Damn it! Then you still think he has a hand in spiriting away Charles? Who else could do so? I'll be hanged if I know. I do feel tolerably sure, and I have a good deal of reliance upon your opinion, my dear. I say I do feel tolerably sure, but if I was damned sure, now, I'd soon have it out of him. For my sake, Admiral Bell, I wish now to extract one promise from you. Say your say, my dear, and I'll promise you. You will not then expose yourself to the danger of any personal conflict with that most dreadful man, whose powers of mischief we do not know, and therefore cannot well meet or appreciate. Whew! Is that what you mean? Yes, you will, I am sure, promise me so much. Why, my dear, you see the case is this. In affairs of fighting, the less ladies interfere the better. Nay, why so? Because, you see, a lady has no reputation for courage to keep up. Indeed, it's rather the other way, for we dislike a bold woman as much as we hold in contempt a cowardly man. But if you grant to us females that in consequence of our affections we are not courageous, you must likewise grant how much we are doomed to suffer from the dangers of those whom we esteem. You would be the last person in the world to esteem a coward. Certainly, but there is more true courage often in not fighting than in entering into a contest. You are right enough there, my dear. Under ordinary circumstances I should not oppose your carrying out the dictates of your honour, but now let me entreat you not to meet this dreadful man, if man he may be called, when you know not how unfair the contest may be. Unfair? Yes. May he not have some means of preventing you from injuring him, and of overcoming you, which no mortal possesses? He may. Then the supposition of such a case ought to be sufficient ground for at once inducing you to abandon all idea of meeting with him. My dear, I'll consider of this matter. Do so. There is another thing, however, which now you will permit me to ask of you as a favour. It is granted ere it is spoken. Very good. Now you must not be offended with what I am going to say, because however much it may touch that very proper pride which you, and such as you, are always sure to possess, you are fortunately at all times able to call sufficient judgment to your aid to enable you to see what is really offensive and what is not. You alarm me by such a preface. Do I? Then here goes at once. Your brother, Henry, poor fellow, has enough to do, has he not, to make all ends meet? A flush of excitement came over Flora's cheek as the old Admiral thus bluntly broached the subject of which she already knew the bitterness to such a spirit as her brother's. You are silent, continued the old man. By that I guess I am not wrong in my supposition. Indeed, it is hardly a supposition at all, for Master Charles told me as much, and no doubt he had it from a correct quarter. I cannot deny it, sir. Then don't. It ain't worth denying, my dear. Poverty is no crime, but, like being born a Frenchman, it's a damned misfortune. Flora could scarcely refuse a smile, as the nationality of the old Admiral peeped out even in the midst of his most liberal and best feelings. Well, he continued, I don't intend that he shall have so much trouble as he has had. The enemies of his king and his country shall free him from his embarrassments. The enemies? Yes, who else? You speak in riddles, sir. Do I? Then I'll soon make the riddles plain. When I went to sea I was worth nothing, as poor as a ship's cat after the crew had been paid off for a month. Well, I began fighting away as hard and fast as I could, and the more I fought, the more hard knocks I gave and took, and the more money I got. Indeed? Yes, prize after prize we hauled into port, and at last the French vessels wouldn't come out of their harbours. What did you do then? What did we do then? Why, that was the most natural thing in the whole world for us to do. We did. I cannot guess. Well, I am surprised at that. Try again. Oh, yes, I can guess now. How could I have been so dull? You went and took them out. To be sure we did. To be sure we did, my dear. That's how we managed them. And, do you see, at the end of the war I found myself with lots of prize money, all wrung from old England's enemies, and I intend that some of it shall find its way into your brother's pocket, and you see that will bear out just what I said, that the enemies of his king and his country shall free him from his difficulties. Don't you see? I see your noble generosity, Admiral. Noble fiddlesticks! Now I have mentioned this matter to you, my dear, and I don't so much mind talking to you about such matters as I should to your brother. I want you to do me the favour of managing it all for me. How, sir? Why, just this way. You must find out how much money will free your brother just now from a parcel of botherations that beset him, and then I will give it to you, and you can hand it to him, you see, so I need not say anything about it, and if he speaks to me on the subject at all, I can put him down at once by saying, "Avast there, it's no business of mine." And can you, dear Admiral, imagine that I could conceal the generous source from where so much assistance came? Of course, it will come from you. I take a fancy to make you a present of a sum of money. You do with it as you please. It's yours, and I have no right and no inclination to ask you what use you put it to. Tears gushed from the eyes of Flora as she tried to utter some word, but could not. The Admiral swore rather fearfully, and pretended to wonder what on earth she could be crying for. At length, after the first gush of feeling was over, she said, "I cannot accept of so much generosity, sir. I dare not." "Dare not?" "No. I should think meanly of myself were I to take advantage of the boundless munificence of your nature." "Take advantage! I should like to see anybody take advantage of me, that's all." "I ought not to take the money of you. I will speak to my brother, and well I know how much he will appreciate the noble, generous offer, my dear sir." "Well, settle it in your own way, only remember I have a right to do what I like with my own money." "Undoubtedly." "Very good. Then, as that is undoubted, whatever I lend to him, mind I give to you, so it's as broad as it's long, as the Dutchman said, when he looked at the new ship that was built for him, and you may well take it yourself, you see, and make no more fuss about it." "I will consider," said Flora, with much emotion. "Between this time and the same hour to-morrow I will consider, sir, and if you can find any words more expressive of heartfelt gratitude than others, pray imagine that I have used them with reference to my own feelings towards you for such an unexampled offer of friendship." "Oh, bother! Stuff!" The Admiral now at once changed the subject, and began to talk of Charles, a most grateful theme to Flora, as may well be supposed. He related to her many little particulars connected with him, which all tended to place his character in a most amiable light, and as her ear drank in the words of commendation of him she loved, what sweeter music could there be to her than the voice of that old weather-beaten, rough-spoken man? "The idea," he added to a warm eulogium he had uttered concerning Charles, "the idea that he could write those letters, my dear, is quite absurd." "It is, indeed. Oh, that we could know what had become of him!" "We shall know. I don't think but what he's alive. Something seems to assure me that we shall some of these days look upon his face again." "I am rejoiced to hear you say so." "We will stir heaven and earth to find him. If he were killed, do you see, there would have been some traces of him now at hand. Besides, he would have been left lying where the rascals attacked him." Flora shuddered. "But don't you fret yourself. You may depend that the sweet little cherub that sits up aloft has looked after him." "I will hope so. And now, my dear, Master Henry will soon be home, I am thinking, and as he has quite enough disagreeables on his own mind to be able to spare a few of them, you will take the earliest opportunity, I am sure, of acquainting him with the little matter we have been talking about, and will let me know what he says." "I will, I will." "That's right. Now go indoors, for there's a cold air blowing here, and you are a delicate plant rather just now. Go in and make yourself comfortable and easy. The worst storm must blow over at last. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Peckett Prest. Chapter 31. Sir Francis Varney and his mysterious visitor. The strange conference. Sir Francis Varney is in what he calls his own apartment. It is night, and a dim and uncertain light from a candle which had been long neglected only serves to render obscurity more perplexing. The room is a costly one replete with all the appliances of refinement and luxury which the spirit and genius of the age could possibly supply him with, but there is upon his brow the marks of corroding care, and little does that most mysterious being seem to care for all the rich furnishings of that apartment in which he sits. His cadaverous-looking face is even paler and more death-like looking than usual, and, if it can be conceived possible that such a one can feel largely interested in human affairs, to look at him we could well suppose that some interest of no common magnitude was at stake. Occasionally, too, he muttered some unconnected words, no doubt mentally filling up the gaps which rendered the sentences incomplete, and being unconscious, perhaps, that he was giving audible utterance to any of his dark and secret meditations. At length he rose, and with an anxious expression of countenance he went to the window, and looked out into the darkness of the night. All was still, and not an object was visible. It was that pitchy darkness without which, for some hours, when the moon is late in lending her reflected beams, comes over the earth's surface. "It is near the hour," he muttered. "It is now very near the hour. Surely he will come, and yet I know not why I should fear him, although I seem to tremble at the thought of his approach. He will surely come. Once a year, only once does he visit me, and then 'tis but to take the price which he has compelled me to pay for that existence, which but for him had been long since terminated. Sometimes I devoutly wish it were." With a shudder he returned to the seat he had so recently left, and there for some time he appeared to meditate in silence. Suddenly now a clock, which was in the hall of that mansion he had purchased, sounded the hour loudly. "The time has come," said Sir Francis. "The time has come. He will surely soon be here. Hark! Hark!" Slowly and distinctly he counted the strokes of the clock, and when they had ceased he exclaimed with sudden surprise, "11! But 11! How have I been deceived? I thought the hour of midnight was at hand." He hastily consulted the watch he wore, and then he indeed found that whatever he had been looking forward to with dread for some time past, as certain to ensue, at or about 12 o'clock, had yet another hour in which to prey upon his imagination. "How could I have made so grievous an error?" he exclaimed. "Another hour of suspense and wonder as to whether that man be among the living or the dead. I have thought of raising my hand against his life, but some strange mysterious feeling has always stayed me, and I have let him come and go freely, while an opportunity might well have served me to put such a design into execution. He is old too, very old, and yet he keeps death at a distance. He looked pale, but far from unwell or failing, when last I saw him. Alas! A whole hour yet to wait. I would that this interview were over." That extremely well-known and popular disease called the fidgets now began, indeed, to torment Sir Francis Varney. He could not sit, he could not walk, and somehow or another he never once seemed to imagine that from the wine-cup he should experience any relief, although upon a side table there stood refreshments of that character. And thus some more time passed away, and he strove to cheat it of its weariness by thinking of a variety of subjects. But as the fates would have it, there seemed not one agreeable reminiscence in the mind of that most inexplicable man, and the more he plunged into the recesses of memory, the more uneasy, not to say almost terrified, he looked and became. A shuddering nervousness came across him, and for a few moments he sat as if he were upon the point of fainting. By a vigorous effort, however, he shook this off, and then, placing before him the watch, which now indicated about the 11:15, he strove with a calmer aspect to wait the coming of him whose presence, when he did come, would really be a great terror, since the very thought beforehand produced so much hesitation and dismay. In order to, if possible, then to further withdraw himself from a too painful consideration of those terrors, which in due time the reader will be acquainted with the cause of, he took up a book, and plunging into its contents, he amused his mind for a time with the following brief narrative. The wind howled round the gable ends of Bridgeport House in sudden and furious gusts, while the inmates sat by the fireside, gazing in silence upon the blazing embers of the huge fire that shed a red and bright light all over the immense apartment in which they all sat. It was an ancient-looking place, very large and capable of containing a number of guests. Several were present. An aged couple were seated in tall, high, straight-backed chairs. They were the owners of that lordly mansion, and near them sat two young maidens of surpassing beauty. They were dissimilar, and yet there was a slight likeness, but of totally different complexions. The one had tresses of raven black. Eyebrows, eyelashes, and eyes were all of the same hue. She was a beautiful and proud-looking girl, her complexion clear, with the hue of health upon her cheeks, while a smile played around her lips. The glance of the eye was sufficient to thrill through the whole soul. The other maiden was altogether different. Her complexion altogether fairer, her hair of sunny chestnut, and her beautiful hazel eyes were shaded by long brown eyelashes, while a playful smile also lit up her countenance. She was the younger of the two. The attention of the two young maidens had been directed to the words of the aged owner of the house, for he had been speaking a few moments before. There were several other persons present, and at some little distance were many of the domestics who were not denied the privilege of warmth and rest in the presence of their master. These were not the times when, if servants sat down, they were deemed idle, but the daily task done, then the evening hour was spent by the fireside. "The wind howls and moans," said an aged domestic, "in an awful manner. I have never heard the like. It seems as though some imprisoned spirit was waiting for the repose that had been denied on earth," said the old lady, as she shifted her seat and gazed steadily on the fire. "Aye," said her aged companion, "it is a windy night, and there will be a storm before long, or I'm mistaken." "It was just such a night as that my son Henry left his home," said Mrs. Bradley. "Just such another, only it had the addition of sleet and rain." The old man sighed at the mention of his son's name. A tear stood in the eyes of the maidens, while one looked silently at the other, and seemed to exchange glances. "I would that I might again see him before my body seeks its final home in the cold, remorseless grave." "Mother," said the fairest of the two maidens, "do not talk thus. Let us hope that we may yet have many years of happiness together." "Many, Emma?" "Yes, mamma, many." "Do you know that I am very old, Emma, very old indeed, considering what I have suffered? Such a life of sorrow and ill health is at least equal to 30 years added to my life." "You may have deceived yourself, aunt," said the other maiden. "At all events, you cannot count upon life as certain, for the strongest often go first, while those who seem much more likely to fall, by care, as often live in peace and happiness. But I lead no life of peace and happiness, while Henry Bradley is not here. Besides, my life might be passed without me seeing him again." "It is now 2 years since he was here last," said the old man. "This night, 2 years, was the night on which he left." "This night 2 years?" "Yes. It was this night 2 years," said one of the servant-men, "because old Dame Poulet had twins on that night. A memorable circumstance. And one died a 12-month-old," said the man, "and she had a dream which foretold the event." "Aye, aye." "Yes, and moreover, she's had the same dream again last Wednesday was a week," said the man. "And lost the other twin?" "Yes, sir, this morning." "Omens multiply," said the aged man. "I would that it would seem to indicate the return of Henry to his home. I wonder where he can have gone to, or what he could have done all this time. Probably he may not be in the land of the living." "Poor Henry," said Emma. "Alas, poor boy, we may never see him again. It was a mistaken act of his, and yet he knew not otherwise how to act or escape his father's displeasure." Say no more upon that subject. I dare not listen to it. God knows I know quite enough," said Mr. Bradley. "I knew not he would have taken my words so to heart as he did. "Why," said the old woman, "he thought you meant what you said." There was a long pause, during which all gazed at the blazing fire, seemingly wrapped in their own meditation. Henry Bradley, the son of the aged couple, had apparently left that day 2 years, and wherefore had he left the home of his childhood? Wherefore had he, the heir to large estates, done this? He had dared to love without his father's leave, and had refused the offer his father made him of marrying a young lady whom he had chosen for him, but whom he could not love. It was as much a matter of surprise to the father that his son should refuse, as it was to the son that his father should contemplate such a match. "Henry," said the father, "you have been thought of by me. I have made proposals for marrying you to the daughter of our neighbor, Sir Arthur Onslow." "Indeed, father?" "Yes, I wish you to go there with me to see the young lady." "In the character of a suitor?" "Yes," replied the father, "certainly. It's high time you were settled." "Indeed, I would rather not go, father. I have no intention of marrying just yet. I do not desire to do so." This was an opposition that Mr. Bradley had not expected from his son, and which his imperious temper could ill brook, and with a darkened brow he said, "It is not much, Henry, that I trespass upon your obedience, but when I do so I expect that you will obey me." "But, father, this matter affects me for my whole life." "That is why I have deliberated so long and carefully over it." "But it is not unreasonable that I should have a voice in the affair, father, since it may render me miserable." "You shall have a voice." "Then I say no to the whole regulation," said Henry decisively. "If you do so, you forfeit my protection, much more favor. But you had better consider over what you have said. Forget it, and come with me." "I cannot." "You will not?" "No, father, I cannot do as you wish me. My mind is fully made up upon that matter." "And so is mine. You either do as I would have you, or you leave the house and seek your own living, and you are a beggar." "I should prefer being such," said Henry, "than to marrying any young lady and be unable to love her." "That is not required." "No, I am astonished. Not necessary to love the woman you marry?" "Not at all. If you act justly toward her, she ought to be grateful, and it is all that is requisite in the marriage state. Gratitude will beget love, and love in one begets love in the other." "I will not argue with you, father, upon the matter. You are a better judge than I. You have had more experience." "I have." "And it would be useless to speak upon the subject. But of this I can speak, my own resolve, that I will not marry the lady in question." The son had all the stern resolve of the father, but he had also very good reasons for what he did. He loved, and was beloved in return, and hence he would not break his faith with her whom he loved. To have explained this to his father would have been to gain nothing except an accession of anger, and he would have made a new demand upon his, the son's, obedience, by ordering him to discard from his bosom the image that was there indelibly engraven. "You will not marry her whom I have chosen for your bride?" "I cannot." "Do not talk to me of can and can't when I speak of will and won't. It is useless to disguise the fact. You have your free will in the matter. I shall take no answer but yes or no." "Then no, father." "Good, sir, and now we are strangers." With that, Mr. Bradley turned abruptly from his son, and left him to himself. It was the first time they had any words or difference together, and it was suddenly and soon terminated. Henry Bradley was indignant at what had happened. He did not think his father would have acted as he had done in this instance, but he was too much interested in the fate of another to hesitate for a moment. Then came the consideration as to what he should do, now that he had arrived at such a climax. His first thoughts turned to his mother and sister. He could not leave the house without bidding them good-bye. He determined to see his mother, for his father had left the hall upon a visit. Mrs. Bradley and Emma were alone when he entered their apartment, and to them he related all that had passed between himself and father. They besought him to stay, to remain there, or at least in that neighborhood. But he was resolved to quit the place altogether for a time, as he could do nothing there, and he might chance to do something elsewhere. Upon this, they got together all the money and such jewels as they could spare, which in all amounted to a considerable sum. Then, taking an affectionate leave of his mother and sister, Henry left the hall, not before he had taken a long and affectionate farewell of one other who lived within those walls. This was no other than the raven-eyed maiden who sat by the fireside and listened attentively to the conversation that was going on. She was his love, she, a poor cousin. For her sake he had braved all his father's anger and attempted to seek his fortune abroad. This done, he quietly left the hall without giving anyone any intimation of where he was going. Old Mr. Bradley, when he had said so much to his son, was highly incensed at what he deemed his obstinacy, and he thought that the threat hanging over him would have a good effect. But he was amazed when he discovered that Henry had instead left the hall, and he knew not whither. For some time he comforted himself with the assurance that he must return. But alas, he came not, and this was the second anniversary of that melancholy day, which no one more repented of and grieved for than did poor Mr. Bradley. "Surely, surely he will return, or let us know where he is," he said. "He cannot be in need, else he would have written us for aid." "No, no," said Mrs. Bradley. "It is, I fear, because he has not written that he is in want. He would never write if he was in poverty, lest he should cause us unhappiness at his fate. Were he doing well, we should hear of it, for he would be proud of the result of his own unaided exertions." "Well, well," said Mr. Bradley, "I can say no more. If I was hasty, so was he. It is past. I would forgive all the past if I could but see him once again. How the wind howls," added the aged man, "and it's getting worse and worse." "Yes, and the snow is coming down now in style," said one of the servants, who brought in some fresh logs which were piled up on the fire, and he shook the white flakes off his clothes. "It will be a heavy fall before morning," said one of the men. "Yes, it has been gathering for some days. It will be much warmer than it has been when it is all down." "So it will, so it will." At that moment there was a knocking at the gate, and the dogs burst into a dreadful uproar from their kennels. "Go, Robert," said Mr. Bradley, "and see who it is that knocks such a night as this. It is not fit or safe that a dog should be out in it." The man went out, and shortly returned, saying, "So please you, sir, there is a traveler that has missed his way, and desires to know if he can obtain shelter here, or if anyone can be found to guide him to the nearest inn." "Bid him come in. We shall lose no warmth because there is one more before the fire." The stranger entered, and said, "I have missed my way, and the snow comes down so thick and fast, and whirled in such eddies, that I fear by myself I should fall into some drift and perish before morning." "Do not speak of it, sir," said Mr. Bradley. "Such a night as this is a sufficient apology for the request you make, and an inducement to me to grant it most willingly." "Thanks," replied the stranger. "The welcome is most seasonable." "Be seated, sir. Take your seat by the ingle. It is warm." The stranger seated himself, and seemed lost in reflection as he gazed intently on the blazing logs. He was a robust man, with great whiskers and beard, and, to judge from his outward habiliments, he was a stout man. "Have you traveled far?" "I have, sir." "You appear to belong to the army, if I mistake not." "I do, sir." There was a pause. The stranger seemed not inclined to speak of himself much, but Mr. Bradley continued, "Have you come from foreign service, sir? I presume you have?" "Yes, I have not been in this country more than 6 days." "Indeed. Shall we have peace, think you?" "I do so, and I hope it may be so, for the sake of many who desire to return to their native land, and to those they love best." Mr. Bradley heaved a deep sigh, which was echoed softly by all present, and the stranger looked from one to another, with a hasty glance, and then turned his gaze upon the fire. "May I ask, sir, if you have any person whom you regard in the army, any relative?" "Alas, I have. Perhaps I ought to say I had a son. I know not, however, where he is gone." "Oh, a runaway, I see." "Oh no, he left because there were some family differences, and now I would that he were once more here." "Oh," said the stranger softly, "differences and mistakes will happen now and then, when least desired." At this moment an old hound who had lain beside Ellen Mowbray, she who wore the coal-black tresses, lifted his head at the difference in sound that was noticed in the stranger's voice. He got up and walked up to him, and began to smell around him, and, in another moment, he rushed at him with a cry of joy and began to lick and caress him in the most extravagant manner. This was followed by a cry of joy in all present. "It is Henry!" exclaimed Ellen Mowbray, rising and rushing into his arms. It was Henry, and he threw off the several coats he had on, as well as the large beard he wore to disguise himself. The meeting was a happy one. There was not a more joyful house than that within many miles around. Henry was restored to the arms of those who loved him, and in a month a wedding was celebrated between him and his cousin Ellen. Sir Francis Varney glanced at his watch. It indicated but 5 minutes to 12 o'clock, and he sprang to his feet. Even as he did so, a loud knocking at the principal entrance to his house awakened every echo within its walls. End of chapter 31. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 32 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 32. The £1,000, the Stranger's Precautions. Varney moved not now, nor did he speak, but like a statue he stood with his unearthly-looking eyes riveted upon the door of the apartment. In a few moments one of his servants came and said, "Sir, a person is here who says he wants to see you. He desired me to say that he had ridden far, and that moments were precious when the tide of life was ebbing fast." "Yes, yes," gasped Varney. "Admit him. I know him. Bring him here. It is an old friend of mine." He sank into a chair, and still he kept his eyes fixed upon that door through which his visitor must come. Surely some secretive, dreadful moment must be connected with him who Sir Francis expected, dreaded, and yet dared not refuse to see. And now a footstep approaches. A slow and a solemn footstep. It pauses a moment at the door of the apartment, and then the servant flings it open and a tall man enters. He is enveloped in the folds of a horseman's cloak, and there is the clank of spurs upon his heels as he walks into the room. Varney rose again, but he said not a word, and for a few moments they stood opposite each other in silence. The domestic has left the room, and the door is closed, so that there was nothing to prevent them from conversing, and yet, silent they continued for some minutes. It seemed as if each was most anxious that the other should commence the conversation first. And yet there was nothing so very remarkable in the appearance of that stranger which should entirely justify Sir Francis Varney in feeling so much alarm at his presence. He certainly was a man past the prime of life, and he looked like one who had battled much with misfortune, and as if time had not passed so lightly over his brow, but that it had left deep traces of its progress. The only thing positively bad about his countenance was to be found in his eyes. There was a most ungracious and sinister expression, a kind of lurking and suspicious look, as if he were always resolving in his mind some deep-laid scheme, which might be sufficient to circumvent the whole of mankind. Finding probably that Varney would not speak first, he let his cloak fall more loosely about him, and in a low, deep tone he said, I presume I was expected? You were, said Varney. It is the day, and it is the hour. You are right. I like to see you so mindful. You don't improve in looks since— Hush! Hush! No more of that. Can we not meet without a dreadful allusion to the past? There needs nothing to remind me of it, and your presence here now shows that you are not forgetful. Speak not of that fearful episode. Let no words combine to place it in a tangible shape to human understanding. I cannot, dare not hear you speak of that. It is well, said the stranger, as you please. Let our interview be brief. You know my errand? I do. So fearful a drag upon limited means is not likely to be readily forgotten. Oh, you are too ingenious, too full of well-laid schemes, and too apt and ready in their execution, to feel, as any fearful drag, the conditions of our bargain. Why do you look at me so earnestly? Because, said Varney, and he trembled as he spoke, because each lineament of your countenance brings me back to the recollection of the only scene in life that made me shudder, and which I cannot think of, even with the indifference of contempt. I see it all before my mind's eye, coming in frightful panoramic array, those incidents, which even to dream of, are sufficient to drive the soul to madness. The dread of this annual visit hangs upon me like a dark cloud upon my very heart. It sits like some foul incubus, destroying its vitality and dragging me, from day to day, nearer to that tomb from whence, not as before, I can emerge. You have been among the dead? Said the stranger. I have. And yet are mortal? Yes, repeated Varney. Yes, and yet am mortal. It was I that plucked you back to that world which, to judge from your appearance, has had since that eventful period but few charms for you. By my faith, you look like— Like what I am, interrupted Varney. This is a subject that once a year gets frightfully renewed between us. For weeks before your visit I am haunted by frightful recollections, and it takes me many weeks after you are gone before I can restore myself to serenity. Look at me. Am I not an altered man? In faith you are, said the stranger. I have no wish to press upon you painful recollections. And yet, 'tis strange to me that upon such a man as you, the event to which you allude should produce so terrible an impression. I have passed through the agony of death, said Varney, and have again endured the torture, for it is such, of the reunion of the body and the soul. Not having endured so much, not the faintest echo of such feelings can enter into your imagination. There may be truth in that, and yet, like a fluttering moth around a flame, it seems to me that when I do see you, you take a terrific kind of satisfaction in talking of the past. That is strictly true, said Varney. The images with which my mind is filled are frightful. Pent up do they remain for 12 long months. I can speak to you, and you only, without disguise, and thus does it seem to me that I get rid of the uneasy load of horrible imaginings. When you are gone, and have been gone a sufficient lapse of time, my slumbers are not haunted with frightful images. I regain a comparative peace, until the time slowly comes round again when we are doomed to meet. I understand you. You seem well lodged here? I have never kept my word and sent to you telling you where I am. You have, truly. I have no shadow of complaint to make against you. No one could have more faithfully performed his bond than you have. I give you ample credit for all that, and long may you live still to perform your conditions. I dare not deceive you, although to keep such faith I may be compelled to deceive 100 others. Of that I cannot judge. Fortune seems to smile upon you. You have not as yet disappointed me. And will not now, said Varney. The gigantic and frightful penalty of disappointing you stares me in the face. I dare not do so. He took from his pocket, as he spoke, a clasped book, from which he produced several banknotes, which he placed before the stranger. £1,000, he said. That is the agreement. It is, to the very letter. I do not return to you 1,000 thanks. We understand each other better than to waste time with idle compliment. Indeed, I will go quite as far as to say, truthfully, that did not my necessities require this amount from you, you should have the boon, for which you pay that price at a much cheaper rate. Enough, enough, said Varney. It is strange that your face should have been the last I saw when the world closed upon me, and the first that met my eyes when I was again snatched back to life. Do you pursue still your dreadful trade? Yes, said the stranger, for another year, and then, with such a moderate competence as fortune has assigned me, I retire, to make way for younger and abler spirits. And then, said Varney, shall you still require of me such an amount as this? No, this is my last visit but one. I shall be just and liberal towards you. You are not old, and I have no wish to become the clog of your existence. As I have before told you, it is my necessity, and not my inclination, that sets the value upon the service I rendered you. I understand you, and ought to thank you, and in reply to so much courtesy, be assured that when I shudder at your presence, it is not that I regard you with horror as an individual, but it is because the sight of you awakens mournfully the remembrance of the past. It is clear to me, said the stranger, and now I think we part with each other in a better spirit than we ever did before, and when we meet again, the remembrance that it is the last time will clear away the gloom that I now find hanging over you. It may, it may. With what an earnest gaze you still regard me. I do. It does appear to me most strange that time should not have obliterated the effects which I thought would have ceased with their cause. You are no more the man than in my recollection you once were, than I am like a sporting child. And I never shall be, said Varney. Never, never again. This selfsame look which the hand of death has placed upon me, I shall ever wear. I shudder at myself, and as I oft perceive the eye of idle curiosity fixed steadfastly upon me, I wonder in my inmost heart if even the wildest guesser hits upon the cause why I am not like unto other men. No, of that you may depend there is no suspicion. But I will leave you now. We part such friends as men situated as we are can be. Once again shall we meet, and then farewell forever. Do you leave England then? I do. You know my situation in life. It is not one which offers me inducements to remain. In some other land I shall win the respect and attention I may not hope for here. There my wealth will win many golden opinions, and casting, as best I may, the veil of forgetfulness over my former life, my declining years may yet be happy. This money that I have had of you from time to time has been more pleasantly earned than all beside, wrung, as it has been, from your fears, still have I taken it with less reproach. And now, farewell!" Varney rang for a servant to show the stranger from the house, and without another word they parted. Then, when he was alone, that mysterious owner of that costly home drew a long breath of apparently exquisite relief. "That is over, that is over," he said. "He shall have the other £1,000, perchance sooner than he thinks. With all expedition I will send it to him, and then on that subject I shall be at peace. I shall have paid a large sum, but that which I purchased was to me priceless. It was my life. It was my life itself. That possession which the world's wealth cannot restore. And shall I grudge these thousands which have found their way into this man's hands? No. 'Tis true that existence, for me, has lost some of its most resplendent charms. 'Tis true that I have no earthly affections, and that shunning companionship with all, I am alike shunned by all, and yet, while the life-blood still will circulate within my shrunken veins, I cling to vitality. He passed into an inner room, and taking from a hook on which it hung a long, dark-colored cloak, he enveloped his tall, unearthly figure within its folds. Then, with his hat in his hand, he passed out of his house, and appeared to be taking his way towards Bannerworth Hall. Surely it must be guilt of no common dye that could oppress a man so destitute of human sympathies as Sir Francis Varney. The dreadful suspicions that hovered round him with respect to what he was appeared to gather confirmation from every act of his existence. Whether or not this man, to whom he felt bound to pay annually so large a sum, was in the secret, and knew him to be something more than earthly, we cannot at present declare, but it would seem from the tenor of their conversation as if such were the fact. Perchance he had saved him from the corruption of the tomb by placing out, on some Sylvan's plot, where the cold moonbeams fell, the apparent lifeless form, and now claimed so large a reward of such a service, and the necessary secrecy contingent upon it. We say this may be so, and yet again some more natural and rational explanation may unexpectedly present itself, and there may be yet a dark page in Sir Francis Varney's life's volume which will place him in a light of superadded terrors to our readers. Time, and the now rapidly accumulating incidents of our tale, will soon tear aside the veil of mystery that now envelops some of our dramatis personae. And let us hope that in the development of these incidents we shall be enabled to rescue the beautiful Flora Bannerworth from the despairing gloom that is around her. Let us hope and even anticipate that we shall see her smile again, that the roseate hue of health will again revisit her cheeks, the light buoyancy of her step return, and that as before she may be the joy of all around her, dispensing and receiving happiness. And he too, that gallant, fearless lover, he whom no chance of time or tide could sever from the object of his fond affections, he who listened to nothing but the dictates of his heart's best feelings, let us indulge a hope that he will have a bright reward, and that the sunshine of a permanent felicity will only seem the brighter for the shadows that for a time have obscured its glory. End of chapter 32. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 33 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Peckett Prest. Chapter 33. The Strange Interview, the Chase Through the Hall. It was with the most melancholy aspect that anything human could well bear that Sir Francis Varney took his lonely walk, although perhaps in saying so much, probably we are instituting a comparison which circumstances scarcely empower us to do. For who shall say that singular man, around whom a very atmosphere of mystery seemed to be perpetually increasing, was human? Averse as we are to believe in the supernatural, or even to invest humanity with any preternatural powers, the more singular facts and circumstances surrounding the existence and the acts of that man bring to the mind a kind of shuddering conviction that if he be indeed really mortal, he still must possess some powers beyond ordinary mortality, and be walking the earth for some unhallowed purposes such as ordinary men with ordinary attributes of human nature can scarcely guess at. Silently and alone he took his way through that beautiful tract of country, comprehending such picturesque charms of hill and dale which lay between his home and Bannerworth Hall. He was evidently intent upon reaching the latter place by the shortest possible route, and in the darkness of that night, for the moon had not yet risen, he showed no slight acquaintance with the intricacies of that locality, that he was at all enabled to pursue so undeviatingly a track as that which he took. He muttered frequently to himself low, indistinct words as he went, and chiefly did they seem to have reference to that strange interview he had so recently had with one who, from some combination of circumstances scarcely to be guessed at, evidently exercised a powerful control over him, and was enabled to make a demand upon his pecuniary resources of rather startling magnitude. And yet, from a stray word or two which were pronounced more distinctly, he did not seem to be thinking in anger over that interview, but it would appear that it rather had recalled to his remembrance circumstances of a painful and a degrading nature, which time had not been able entirely to obliterate from his recollection. "Yes, yes," he said as he paused upon the margin of the wood, to the confines of which he, or what seemed to be he, had once been chased by Marchdale and the Bannerworths. "Yes, the very sight of that man recalls all the frightful pageantry of a horrible tragedy, which I can never, never forget. Never can it escape my memory, as a horrible, a terrific fact. But it is the sight of this man alone that can recall all its fearful minutiae to my mind, and paint to my imagination, in the most vivid colors, every, the least peculiar connected with that time of agony. These periodical visits much affect me. For months I dread them, and for months I am but slowly recovering from the shocks they give me. But once more, he says, but once more, and then we shall not meet again. Well, well, perchance, before that time arrives, I may be able to possess myself of those resources which will enable me to forestall his visit, and so at least free myself from the pang of expecting him." He paused at the margin of the wood, and glanced in the direction of Bannerworth Hall. By the dim light which yet showed from out the light sky, he could discern the ancient gable ends and turret-like windows. He could see the well laid-out gardens, and the grove of stately firs that shaded it from the northern blasts. And as he gazed, a strong emotion seemed to come over him, such as no one could have supposed would for one moment have possessed the frame of one so apparently unconnected with all human sympathies. "I know this spot well," he said, "and my appearance here on that eventful occasion when the dread of my approach induced a crime only second to murder itself, was on such a night as this, when all was so still and calm around, and when he who at the merest shadow of my presence rather chose to rush on death than be assured it was myself. Curses on the circumstances that so foiled me! I should have been most wealthy, I should have possessed the means of commanding the adulation of those who now hold me but cheaply. But still the time may come. I have a hope yet, and that greatness which I have ever panted for, that magician-like power over my kind, which the possession of ample means alone can give, may yet be mine." Wrapping his cloak more closely around him, he strode forward with that long, noiseless step which was peculiar to him. Mechanically he appeared to avoid those obstacles of hedge and ditch which impeded his pathway. Surely he had come that road often, or he would not so easily have pursued his way. And now he stood by the edge of a plantation which, in some measure, protected from trespassers the more private gardens of the hall, and there he paused, as if a feeling of irresolution had come over him, or it might be, as indeed it seemed from his subsequent conduct, that he had come without any fixed intention, or, if with a fixed intention, without any regular plan of carrying it into effect. Did he again dream of intruding into any of the chambers of that mansion with the ghastly aspect of that terrible creation with which, in the minds of its inhabitants, he seemed to be but too closely identified? He was pale, attenuated, and trembled. Could it be that so soon it had become necessary to renew the lifeblood in his veins in the awful manner which it is supposed the vampire brood are compelled to protract their miserable existence? It might be so, and that he was even now reflecting upon how once more he could kindle the fire of madness in the brain of that beautiful girl who he had already made so irretrievably wretched. He leant against an aged tree, and his strange, lustrous-looking eyes seemed to collect every wandering scintillation of light that was around, and to shine with preternatural intensity. "I must, I will," he said, "be master of Bannerworth Hall. It must come to that. I have set an existence upon its possession, and I will have it. And then, if with my own hands I displace it brick by brick and stone by stone, I will discover that hidden secret which no one but myself now dreams of. It shall be done by force or fraud, by love or by despair, I care not which. The end shall sanctify all means. Aye, even if I walk through blood to my desire, I say it shall be done. There was a holy and a still calmness about the night, much at variance with the storm of angry passion that appeared to be momentarily gathering power in the breast of that fearful man. Not the least sound came from Bannerworth Hall, and it was only occasionally that from afar off in the night air came the bark of some watchdog, or the low of distant cattle. All else was mute save when the deep sepulchral tones of that man, if man he was, gave an impulse to the soft air around him. With a strolling movement, as if he were careless if he proceeded in that direction or not, he still went onward toward the house. And now he stood by that little summer house, once so sweet and so dear a retreat, in which the heart-stricken Flora had held her interview with him whom she loved with a devotion unknown to meaner minds. This spot scarcely commanded any view of the house, for so enclosed was it among evergreens and blooming flowers that it seemed like a very wilderness of nature, upon which, with liberal hand, she had showered down in wild luxuriance her wildest floral beauties. In and around that spot the night air was loaded with sweets. The mingled perfume of many flowers made that place seem a very paradise. But oh, how sadly at variance with that beauty, the contentedness of nature was he who stood amid such beauty. All incapable as he was of appreciating its tenderness, or of gathering the faintest moral from its glory. "Why am I here?" he said. "Here, without fixed design or stability of purpose, like some miser who has hidden his own hoards so deeply within the bowels of the earth he cannot hope he shall ever again be able to bring them to the light of day. I hover around this spot which I feel, which I know, contains my treasure, though I cannot lay my hands upon it or exult in its glistening beauty." Even as he spoke he cowered down like some guilty thing, for he heard a fair footstep upon the garden path. So light, so fragile was the step, that in the light of day the very hum of summer insects would have drowned the noise. But he heard it, that man of crime, of unholy and awful impulses. He heard it, and he shrunk down among the shrubs and flowers till he was hidden completely from observation amid a world of fragrant essences. Was it someone stealthily in that place even as he was, unwelcome or unknown? Or was it one who had observed him intrude upon the privacy of those now unhappy precincts, and who was coming to deal upon him that death which, vampire though he might be, he was yet susceptible of from mortal hands? The footstep advanced, and lower down he shrunk until his coward heart beat against the very earth itself. He knew that he was unarmed, a circumstance rare with him, and only to be accounted for by the disturbance of his mind consequent upon the visit of that strange man to his house. Those presents had awakened so many conflicting emotions. Nearer and nearer still came that light footstep, and his deep-seated fears would not let him perceive that it was not the step of caution or of treachery, but owned its lightness to the natural grace and freedom of movement of its owner. The moon must have arisen, although obscured by clouds, through which it cast but a dim radiance, for the night had certainly grown lighter, so that although there were no strong shadows cast, a more diffused brightness was about all things, and their outlines looked not so dancing and confused the one with the other. He strained his eyes in the direction whence the sounds proceeded, and then his fears for his personal safety vanished, for he saw it was a female form that was slowly advancing towards him. His first impulse was to rise, for with the transient glimpse he got of it, he knew that it must be Flora Bannerworth. But a second thought, probably one of intense curiosity to know what could possibly have brought her to such a spot at such a time, restrained him, and he was quiet. But if the surprise of Sir Francis Varney was great to see Flora Bannerworth at such a time in such a place, we have no doubt that with the knowledge which our readers have of her, their astonishment would more than fully equal his. And when we come to consider that since that eventful period when the sanctity of her chamber had been so violated by that fearful midnight visitant, it must appear somewhat strange that she could gather courage sufficient to wander forth alone at such an hour. Had she no dread of meeting that unearthly being? Did the possibility that she might fall into his ruthless grasp not come across her mind with a shuddering consciousness of its probability? Had she no reflection that each step she took was taking her further and further from those who would aid her in all extremities? It would seem not, for she walked onward, unheeding and apparently unthinking of the presence possible, or probable, of that bane of her existence. But let us look at her again. How strange and spectral-like she moves along. There seems no speculation in her countenance, but with a strange and gliding step, she walks like some dim shadow of the past in that ancient garden. She is very pale, and on her brow there is the stamp of suffering. Her dress is a mourning robe, she holds it lightly around her, and thus she moves forward towards that summer house which probably to her was sanctified by having witnessed those vows of pure affection which came from the lips of Charles Holland, about whose fate there now hung so great a mystery. Has madness really seized upon the brain of that beautiful girl? Has the strong intellect really sunk beneath the oppression to which it has been subjected? Does she now walk forth with a disordered intellect, the queen of some fantastic realm, viewing the material world with eyes that are not of earth, shunning perhaps that which she should have sought, and perchance, in her frenzy, seeking that which in a happier frame of mind she would have shunned? Such might have been the impression of any one who had looked upon her for a moment, and who knew the disastrous scenes through which she had so recently passed. But we can spare our readers the pangs of such a supposition. We have bespoken their love for Flora Bannerworth, and we are certain that she has it. Therefore would we spare them even for a few brief moments. From imagining that cruel destiny had done its worst, and that the fine and beautiful spirit we have so much commended had lost its power of rational reflection. No, thank heaven such is not the case. Flora Bannerworth is not mad, but under the strong influence of some eccentric dream, which has pictured to her mind images which have no home but in the airy realms of imagination. She has wandered forth from her chamber to that sacred spot where she had met him she loved, and heard the noblest declaration of truth and constancy that ever flowed from human lips. Yes, she is sleeping, but with a precision such as the somnambulist so strangely exerts, she trod the well-known path slowly but surely towards the summer's bower, where her dreams had not told her lay crouching that most hideous spectre of her imagination, Sir Francis Varney. He who stood between her and her heart's best joy. He who had destroyed all hope of happiness, and who had converted her dearest affections into only so many causes of greater disquietude than the blessings they should have been to her. Oh, could she have imagined but for one moment that he was there, with what an eagerness of terror would she have flown back again to the shelter of those walls, where at least was to be found some protection from the fearful vampire's embrace, and where she would be within hail of friendly hearts, who would stand boldly between her and every thought of harm. But she knew it not, and onward she went until the very hem of her garment touched the face of Sir Francis Varney. And he was terrified. He dared not move. He dared not speak. The idea that she had died, and that this was her spirit, came to wreak some terrible vengeance upon him, for a time possessed him, and so paralyzed with fear was he that he could neither move nor speak. It had been well if, during that trance of indecision in which his coward heart placed him, Flora had left the place, and again sought her home. But unhappily, such an impulse came not over her. She sat upon that rustic seat, where she had reposed when Charles had clasped her to his heart, and through her very dream of remembrance of that pure affection came across her, and in the tenderest and most melodious accents she said, "Charles, Charles, and do you love me still? No, no, you have not forsaken me. Save me from the vampire." She shuddered, and Sir Francis Varney heard her weeping. "Fool that I am," he muttered, "to be so terrified. She sleeps. This is one of the phases which a disordered imagination oft puts on. She sleeps, and perchance this may be an opportunity of further increasing the dread of my visitation, which shall make Bannerworth Hall far too terrible a dwelling place for her. And well I know, if she goes, they will all go. It will become a deserted house, and that is what I want. A house, too, with such an evil reputation that none but myself, who have created that reputation, will venture within its walls. A house which superstition will point out as the abode of spirits. A house, as it were by general opinion, ceded to the vampire. Yes, it shall be my own, fit dwelling place for a while for me. I have sworn it shall be mine, and I will keep my oath, little such as I have to do with vows. He rose and moved slowly to the row entrance of the summer house, a movement he could make without at all disturbing Flora, for the rustic seat on which she sat was at its furthest extremity. And there he stood, the upper part of his gaunt and hideous form clearly defined upon the now much lighter sky, so that if Flora Bannerworth had not been in that trance of sleep in which she really was one glance upward, would let her see the hideous companion she had in that one much-loved spot, a spot hitherto sacred to the best and noblest feelings, but now doomed forever to be associated with that terrific spectre of despair. But she was in no state to see so terrible a sight. Her hands were over her face, and she was weeping still. "Surely he loves me," she whispered. "He has said he loved me, and he does not speak in vain. He loves me still, and I shall again look upon his face, a heaven to me. Charles, Charles, you will come again? Surely they sin against the divinity of love, who would tell me that you love me not." "Ha!" muttered Varney. "This passion is her first, and takes a strong hold on her young heart. She loves him, but what are human affections to me? I have no right to count myself in a great muster roll of humanity. I look not like an inhabitant of the earth, and yet am of it. I love no one, expect no love from anyone, but I will make humanity a slave to me, and the lip service of them who hate me in their hearts shall be as pleasant jingling music to my ears, as if it were quite sincere. I will speak to this girl. She is not mad. Perchance she may be." There was a diabolical look of concentrated hatred upon Varney's face as he now advanced 2 paces towards the beautiful Flora. End of chapter 33. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 34 of Varney the Vampire. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 34. The Threat, Its Consequences, The Rescue, and Sir Francis Varney's Danger. Sir Francis Varney now paused again, and he seemed for a few moments to gloat over the helpless condition of her whom he had so determined to make his victim. There was no look of pity in his face. No one touch of human kindness could be found in the whole expression of those diabolical features, and if he delayed making the attempt to strike terror into the heart of that unhappy but beautiful being, it could not be from any relenting feeling, but simply that he wished for a few moments to indulge his imagination with the idea of perfecting his villainy more effectually. And they who would have flown to her rescue, they who for her would have chanced all accidents, aye, even life itself, were sleeping, and knew not of the loved one's danger. She was alone, and far enough from the house to be driven to that tottering verge where sanity ends, and the dream of madness with all its terrors commences. But still she slept, if that half-waking sleep could indeed be considered as anything akin to ordinary slumber. Still she slept, and called mournfully upon her lover's name, and in tender, beseeching accents that should have melted even the stubbornest hearts did she express her soul's conviction that he loved her still. The very repetition of the name of Charles Holland seemed to be galling to Sir Francis Varney. He made a gesture of impatience as she again uttered it, and then, stepping forward, he stood within a pace of where she sat, and in fearfully distinct voice he said, "Flora Butterworth, awake, awake, and look upon me, although the sight blast you, and drive you to despair. Awake, awake." It was not the sound of the voice which aroused her from the strange slumber. It is said that those who sleep in that eccentric manner are insensible to sounds, but that the lightest touch will arouse them in an instant, and so it was in this case. For Sir Francis Varney, as he spoke, laid upon the hand of Flora two of his cold, corpse-like looking fingers. A shriek burst from her lips, and although the confusion of her memory and conceptions was immense, yet she was awake, and the somnambulistic trance had left her. "Help! Help!" she cried. "Gracious heavens, where am I?" Varney spoke not, but he spread out his long thin arms in such a manner that he seemed almost to encircle her, while he touched her not, so that escape became a matter of impossibility, and to attempt to do so must have been to have thrown herself into his hideous embrace. She could obtain but a single view of the face and figure of him who opposed her progress, but slight as the view was, it more than sufficed. The very extremity of fear came across her, and she sat like one paralyzed, the only evidence of existence she gave consisting in the words, "The vampire! The vampire!" "Yes," said Varney, "the vampire. You know me, Flora Bannenworth. Varney, the vampire, your midnight guest at that feast of blood. I am the vampire. Look upon me well, shrink not from my gaze. You will do well not to shun me, but to speak to me in such a shape that I may learn to love you." Flora shook as in convulsion, as she looked as white as any marble statue. "This is horrible," she said. "Why does not Heaven grant me the death I pray for?" "Hold," said Varney. "Dress not in the false colors of the imagination. That which is itself is sufficiently terrific to need none of the allurements of romance. Flora Bannenworth, you are persecuted. Persecuted by me, the vampire. It's my fate to persecute you, for there are laws to the invisible as well to the visible creation that force even such a being as I am to play my part in the great drama of existence. I am a vampire, the sustenance that supports this frame must be drawn from the life blood of others. Oh, horror, horror! But most I do affect the young and beautiful. It is from the veins of such as thou art, Flora Bannenworth, that I would seek the sustenance I am compelled to obtain for my own exhausted energies. But never yet in all my long career, a career extending over centuries of time, never yet have I felt the soft sensation of human pity till I looked on thee, exquisite piece of excellence. Even at the moment when the reviving fluid from the gushing fountain of your veins was warming my heart, I pitied and I loved you. Oh, Flora, even I can now feel the pang of being what I am." There was something in the tone, a touch of sadness in the manner, and a deep sincerity in those words, that in some measure disabused Flora of her fears. She sobbed hysterically, and a gush of tears came to her relief as, in almost inaudible accents, she said, "May the great God forgive even you." "I have need of such a prayer," exclaimed Varney. "Heaven knows I have need of such a prayer. May it ascend on the wings of the night air to the throne of heaven. May it be softly whispered by ministering angels to the ear of divinity. God knows I have need of such a prayer." "To hear you speak in such a strain," said Flora, "calms the excited fancy, and strips even your horrible presence of some of its maddening influence." "Hush," said the Vampire. "You must hear more, you must know more ere you speak of the matters that have of late exercised an influence of terror over you." "But how come I here?" said Flora. "Tell me that. By what more than earthly power have you brought me to this spot? If I am to listen to you, why should it not be at some more likely time and place?" "I have powers," said Varney, assuming from Flora's words that she would believe such arrogance. "I have powers which suffice to bend many purposes to my will, powers incidental to my position, and therefore is it I have brought you here to listen to that which should make you happier than you are." "I will attend," said Flora. "I do not shudder now. There is an icy coldness through my veins, but it is the night air. Speak, I will attend you." "I will. Flora Butterworth, I am one who has witnessed time's mutations on man and on his works, and I have pitied neither. I have seen the fall of empires, and sighed not that high-reaching ambition was toppled in the dust. I have seen the grave close over the young and the beautiful, those whom I have doomed by my insatiable thirst for human blood to death, long ere the usual span of life was past, but I never loved till now." "Can such being as you," said Flora, "be susceptible of such an earthly passion? And wherefore not?" "Love is either too much of heaven or too much of earth to find a home with thee." "No, Flora, no. It may be that the feeling is born of pity. I will save you. I will save you from a continuance of the horrors that are assailing you." "Oh, then may Heaven have mercy in your hour of need." "Amen." "And may you even yet know peace and joy above." "It is a faint and struggling hope, but if achieved it will be through the interposition of such a spirit as thine, Flora, which has already exercised so benign an influence upon my tortured soul, as to produce the wish within my heart to do at least one unselfish action." "That wish," said Flora, "shall be father to the deed. Heaven has boundless mercy yet." "For thy sweet sake I will believe so much, Flora Butterworth. It is a condition with my hateful race, that if we can find one human heart to love us, we are free. If, in the face of Heaven, you will consent to be mine, you will snatch me from a continuance of my frightful doom, and for your pure sake, and on your merits, shall I yet know heavenly happiness. Will you be mine?" A cloud swept from off the face of the moon, and a slant ray fell upon the hideous features of the Vampire. He looked as if just rescued from some charnel house, and endowed for a space with vitality to destroy all beauty and harmony in nature and drive some benighted soul to madness. "No, no, no!" shrieked Flora. "Never!" "Enough," said Vampire. "I am answered. It was a bad proposal. I am a vampire still." "Spare me! Spare me!" "Blood!" Flora sank upon her knees and uplifted her hands to heaven. "Mercy! Mercy!" she said. "Blood!" said Varney, and she saw his hideous fang-like teeth. "Blood, Flora Butterworth, the Vampire's motto. I have asked you to love me, and you will not. The penalty be yours." "No, no!" said Flora. "Can it be possible that even you, who have already spoken with judgment and precision, can be so unjust? You must feel that, in all respects, I have been a victim, most gratuitously, a sufferer where there existed no just cause that I should suffer, one who has been tortured, not from personal fault, selfishness, lapse of integrity, or honorable feelings, but because you have found it necessary, for the prolongation of your terrific existence, to attack me as you have done. By what plea of honor, honesty, or justice can I be blamed for not embracing an alternative which is beyond all human control? I cannot love you." "Then be content to suffer. Flora Bannerworth, will you not, even for a time, to save yourself and to save me, become mine?" "Horrible proposition!" "Then am I doomed yet, perhaps, for many a cycle of years, to spread misery and desolation around me. And yet I love you with a feeling which has in it more of gratefulness and unselfishness than ever yet found a home within my breast. I would fain serve you, although you cannot serve me. There may yet be a chance which shall enable you to escape from the persecution of my presence." "Oh, glorious chance!" said Flora. "Which way can it come? Tell me how I may embrace it, and such grateful feelings as a heart-stricken mourner can offer to him who has rescued her from her deep affliction shall yet be yours." "Hear me then, Flora Bannerworth, while I state to you some particulars of mysterious existence of such beings as myself, which never yet have been breathed to mortal ears." Flora looked intently at him and listened, while, with a serious earnestness of manner, he detailed to her something of the physiology of the singular class of beings which the concurrence of all circumstances tended to make him appear. "Flora," he said, "it is not that I am so enamored of an existence to be prolonged only by such frightful means, which induces me to become a terror to you or to others. Believe me that if my victims, those whom my insatiable thirst for blood make wretched, suffer much, I, the vampire, am not without my moments of unutterable agony. But it is a mysterious law of our nature that as the period approaches when the exhausted energies of life require a new support from the warm, gushing fountain of another's veins, the strong desire to live grows upon us, until, in a paroxysm of wild insanity which will recognize no obstacles, human or divine, we seek a victim." "A fearful state," said Flora. "It is so, and when the dreadful repast is over, then again the pulse beats healthfully, and the wasted energies of a strange kind of vitality are restored to us. We become calm again, but with the calmness comes all the horror, all the agony of reflection, and we suffer far more than tongue can tell." "You have my pity," said Flora, "even you have my pity." "I might well demand it, if such a feeling held a place within your breast. I might well demand your pity, Flora Bannerworth, for never crawled an abject wretch upon the earth's rotundity so pitiable as I." "Go on, go on." "I will, and with such brief conclusions as I may. Having once attacked any human being, we feel a strange, but terribly impulsive desire again to seek that person for more blood. But I love you, Flora. The small amount of sensibility that still lingers about my preternatural existence acknowledges in you a pure and better spirit. I would fain save you." "Oh, tell me how I may escape the terrible infliction." "That can only be done by flight. Leave this place, I implore you. Leave it as quickly as the movement may be made. Linger not. Cast not one regretful look behind you on your ancient home. I shall remain in this locality for years. Let me lose sight of you. I will not pursue you, but, by force of circumstances, I am myself compelled to linger here. Flight is the only means by which you may avoid a doom as terrific as that which I endure." "But tell me," said Flora after a moment's pause, during which she appeared to be endeavoring to gather courage to ask some fearful question, "tell me if it be true that those who have once endured the terrific attack of a vampire become themselves, after death, one of that dread race? "It is by such means," said Varney, "that the frightful blood increases, but time and circumstances must aid the development of the new and horrible existence. You, however, are safe." "Safe! Oh, say that word again!" "Yes, safe. Not once or twice will the vampire's attack have sufficient influence on your mortal frame as to induce a susceptibility on your part to become coexistent with such as he. The attack must be often repeated, and the termination of mortal existence must be a consequence essential and direct from those attacks before such a result may be anticipated." "Yes, yes, I understand." "If you were to continue my victim from year to year, the energies of life would slowly waste away, and, till like some faint taper's gleam, consuming more sustenance than it received, the veriest accident would extinguish your existence, and then, Flora Bannerworth, you might become a vampire." "Oh, horrible, most horrible!" "If by chance, or by design, the least glimpse of the cold moonbeams rested on your apparently lifeless remains, you would rise again and be one of us, a terror to yourself and a desolation to all around." "Oh, I will fly from here," said Flora. "The hope of escape from so terrific and dreadful a doom shall urge me onward, if flight can save me, flight from Bannerworth Hall. I will pause not until continents and oceans divide us." "It is well. I am able now thus calmly to reason with you. A few short months more, and I shall feel the languor of death creeping over me, and then will come the mad excitement of the brain, which, were you hidden behind triple doors of steel, would tempt me again to seek your chamber, again to seize you in my full embrace, again to draw from your veins the means of prolonged life, again to convulse your very soul with terror." "I need no incentives," said Flora with a shudder, "in the shape of descriptions of the past, to urge me on." "You will fly from Bannerworth Hall?" "Yes, yes," said Flora. "It shall be so. Its very chambers now are hideous with the recollections of scenes enacted in them. I will urge my brothers, my mother, all to leave, and in some distant clime we will find security and shelter. There even we will learn to think of you with more of sorrow than of anger, more pity than reproach, more curiosity than loathing." "Be it so," said the vampire, and he clasped his hands, as if with a thankfulness that he had done so much towards restoring peace at least to one, who in consequence of his acts had felt such exquisite despair. "Be it so, and even I will hope that the feelings which have induced so desolated and so isolated a being as myself to endeavor to bring peace to one human heart will plead for me, trumpet tongued, to heaven." "It will, it will," said Flora. "Do you think so?" "I do, and I will pray that the thought may turn to certainty in such a cause." The vampire appeared to be much affected, and then he added, "Flora, you know this spot has been the scene of a catastrophe fearful to look back upon in the annals of your family?" "It has," said Flora. "I know to what you allude. It's a matter of common knowledge to all. A sad scene to me, and one I would not court." "Nor would I oppress you with it. Your father, here, on this very spot, committed that desperate act which brought him uncalled for to the judgment seat of God. I have a strange, wild curiosity upon such subjects. Will you, in return for the good that I have tried to do you, gratify it?" "I know not what you mean," said Flora. "To be more explicit, then, do you remember the day on which your father breathed his last?" "Too well, too well." "Did you see him or converse with him shortly before the desperate act was committed?" "No, he shut himself up for some time in a solitary chamber." "Ha! What chamber?" "The one in which I slept myself on the night." "Yes, yes, the one with the portrait, the speaking portrait, the eyes of which seem to challenge an intruder as he enters the apartment." "The same." "For hours shut up there," added Varney musingly, "and from thence he wandered to the garden, where, in this summer house, he breathed his last." "It was so." "Then, Flora, ere I bid you adieu—" These words were scatteredly uttered, when there was a quick, hasty footstep, and Henry Bannerworth appeared behind Varney, in the very entrance of the summer house. "Now," he cried, "for revenge! Now, foul being, blot upon the earth's surface, horrible imitation of humanity! If mortal arm can do aught against you, you shall die!" A shriek came from the lips of Flora, and flinging herself past Varney, who stepped aside, she clung to her brother, who made an unavailing pass with his sword at the vampire. It was a critical moment, and had the presence of mind of Varney deserted him in the least, unarmed as he was, he must have fallen beneath the weapon of Henry. To spring, however, up the seat which Flora had vacated, and to dash out some of the flimsy and rotten woodwork at the back of the summer house, by the propulsive power of his whole frame, was the work of a moment, and before Henry could free himself from the clinging embrace of Flora, Varney the Vampire was gone, and there was no greater chance of his capture than on the former occasion, when he was pursued in vain from the hall to the wood, in the intricacies of which he was so entirely lost. Chapter 34.
Of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Carl, St. Louis, Missouri, March 2008. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Peckett, Prest. Chapter 35. The explanation, Marchdale's advice, the projected removal, and the Admiral's anger. This extremely sudden movement on the part of Varney was certainly as unexpected as it was decisive. Henry had imagined that by taking possession of the only entrance to the summer house, he must come into personal conflict with the being who had worked so much evil for him and his, and that he should so suddenly have created for himself another mode of exit certainly never occurred to him. "For heaven's sake, Flora," he said, "unhand me. This is a time for action." "But Henry, Henry, hear me." Presently, dear Flora, I will make yet another effort to arrest the headlong flight of Varney." He shook her off, perhaps with not more roughness than was necessary to induce her to forego her grasp of him, but in a manner that fully showed he intended to be free, and then he sprang through the same aperture whence Varney had disappeared, just as George and Mr. Marchdale arrived at the door of the summer house. It was nearly morning, so that the fields were brightening up with the faint radiance of the coming day, and when Henry reached a point which he knew commanded an extensive view, he paused, and ran his eye eagerly over the landscape, with the hope of discovering some trace of the fugitive. Such, however, was not the case. He saw nothing, heard nothing of Sir Francis Varney, and then he turned and called loudly to George to join him, and was immediately replied to by his brother's presence, accompanied by Marchdale. Before, however, they could exchange a word, a rattling discharge of firearms took place from one of the windows, and they heard the Admiral, in a loud voice, shouting, "Broadside to broadside! Give it them again, Jack! Hit them between wind and water!" And there was another rattling discharge, and Henry exclaimed, "What is the meaning of that firing?" "It comes from the Admiral's room," said Marchdale. "On my life, I think the old man must be mad. He has some 6 or 8 pistols ranged in a row along the window-sill, and all loaded, so that by the aid of a match they can be pretty well discharged as a volley, which he considers the only proper means of firing upon the vampire."
"It is so," replied George, "and no doubt, hearing an alarm, he has commenced operations by firing into the enemy." "Well, well," said Henry, "he must have his way. I have pursued Varney thus far, and that he has again retreated into the wood I cannot doubt. Between this and the full light of day, let us make an effort to discover his place of retreat. We know the locality as well as he can possibly, and I propose now that we commence an active search." "Come on, then," said Marchdale. "We are all armed, and I for one shall feel no hesitation in taking the life, if it be possible to do so, of that strange being." "Of that possibility you doubt?" said George, as they hurried on across the meadows. "Indeed I do, and with reason too. I'm certain that when I fired at him before I hit him, and besides, Flora must have shot him upon the occasion when we were absent, and she used your pistols, Henry, to defend herself and her mother." "It would seem so," said Henry, "and disregarding all present circumstances, if I do meet him, I will put to the proof whether he be mortal or not." The distance was not great, and they soon reached the margin of the wood. They then separated, agreeing to meet within it, at a wellspring familiar to them all, previous to which each was to make his best endeavour to discover if anyone was hiding among the brushwood, or in the hollows of the ancient trees they should encounter in their line of march. The fact was, that Henry, finding that he was likely to pass an exceedingly disturbed, restless night, through agitation of spirits, had, after tossing to and fro on his couch for many hours, wisely at length risen, and determined to walk abroad in the gardens belonging to the mansion, in preference to continuing in such a state of fever and anxiety as he was in his own chamber. Since the vampire's dreadful visit, it had become the custom of both the brothers occasionally to tap at the chamber door of Flora, who, at her own request, now that she had changed her room, and dispensed with anyone sitting up with her, wished occasionally to be communicated with by some member of the family. Henry then, after rapidly dressing, as he passed the door of her bedroom, was about to tap at it, when to his surprise he found it open, and upon hastily entering it he observed that the bed was empty, and a hasty glance round the apartment convinced him that Flora was not there. Alarm took possession of him, and hastily arming himself, he roused Marchdale and George, but without waiting for them to be ready to accompany him, he sought the garden, to search it thoroughly in case she should be anywhere there concealed. Thus it was he had come upon the conference so strangely and so unexpectedly held between Varney and Flora in the summer-house. With what occurred upon that discovery the readers are acquainted. Flora had promised George that she would return immediately to the house, but when, in compliance with the call of Henry, George and Marchdale had left her alone, she felt so agitated and faint that she began to cling to the trellis work of the little building for a few moments before she could gather strength to reach the mansion. 2 or 3 minutes might thus have elapsed, and Flora was in such a state of mental bewilderment with all that had occurred, that she could scarcely believe it real, when suddenly a slight sound attracted her attention, and through the gap which had been made in the wall of the summer-house, with an appearance of perfect composure, again appeared Sir Francis Varney. "Flora," he said, quietly returning the discourse which had been broken off, "I am quite convinced now that you will be much happier for the interview."
"Gracious heaven!" said Flora. "Whence have you come from?"
"I have never left," said Varney.
"But I saw you fly from this spot."
"You did, but it was only to another immediately outside the summer-house. I had no idea of breaking off our conference so abruptly."
"Have you anything to add to what you have already stated?"
"Absolutely nothing, unless you have a question to propose to me. I should have thought you had, Flora. Is there no other circumstance weighing heavily upon your mind, as well as the dreadful visitation I have subjected you to?"
"Yes," said Flora. "What has become of Charles Holland?"
"Listen. Do not discard all hope. When you are far from here, you will meet with him again." "But he has left me." "And yet he will be able, when you again encounter him, so far to extenuate his seeming perfidy, that you shall hold him as untouched in honour as when first he whispered to you that he loved you."
"Oh, joy, joy!" said Flora.
By that assurance you have robbed misfortune of its sting, and richly compensated me for all that I have suffered." "Adieu," said the vampire. "I shall now proceed to my own home by a different route to that taken by those who would kill me." "But after this," said Flora, "there shall be no danger, you shall be held harmless, and our departure from Bannerworth Hall shall be so quick, that you will soon be released from all apprehension of vengeance from my brother, and I shall taste again of that happiness which I thought had fled from me for ever." "Farewell," said the vampire, and folding his cloak closely around him, he strode from the summer house, soon disappearing from her sight behind the shrubs and ample vegetation with which that garden abounded. Flora sunk upon her knees, and uttered a brief but heartfelt thanksgiving to Heaven for this happy change in her destiny. The hue of health faintly again visited her cheeks, and as she now, with a feeling of more energy and strength than she had been capable of exerting for many days, walked towards the house, she felt all that delightful sensation which the mind experiences when it is shaking off the trammels of some serious evil which it delights now to find that the imagination has attired in far worse colours than the facts deserved. It is scarcely necessary after this to say that the search in the wood for Sir Francis Varney was an unproductive one, and that the morning dawned upon the labours of the brothers and of Mr. Marchdale without their having discovered the least indication of the presence of Varney. Again puzzled and confounded, they stood on the margin of the wood, and looked sadly towards the brightening windows of Bannerworth Hall, which were now reflecting with a golden radiance the slant rays of the morning sun. "Foiled again," remarked Henry with a gesture of impatience. "Foiled again, and as completely as before. I declare that I will fight this man, let our friend the Admiral say what he will against such a measure. I will meet him in mortal combat. He shall consummate his triumph over our whole family by my death, or I will rid the world and ourselves of so frightful a character." "Let us hope," said Marchdale, "that some other course may be adopted, which shall put an end to these proceedings." "That," exclaimed Henry, "is to hope against all probability. What other course can be pursued? Be this Varney man or devil, he has evidently marked us for his prey." "Indeed it would seem so," remarked George, "but yet he shall find that we will not fall so easily. He shall discover that if poor Flora's gentle spirit has been crushed by these frightful circumstances, we are of sterner mould." "He shall," said Henry. "I, for one, will dedicate my life to this matter. I will know no more rest than is necessary to recruit my frame, until I have succeeded in overcoming this monster. I will seek no pleasure here, and will banish from my mind all else that may interfere with that one fixed pursuit. He or I must fall." "Well spoken," said Marchdale, "and yet I hope that circumstances may occur to prevent such a necessity of action, and that probably you will yet see that it will be wise and prudent to adopt a milder and a safer course." "No, Marchdale, you cannot feel as we feel. You look on more as a spectator, sympathizing with the afflictions of either, than feeling the full sting of those afflictions yourself." "Do I not feel acutely for you? I am a lonely man in the world, and I have taught myself now to centre my affections in your family. My recollections of early years assist me in so doing. Believe me, both of you, that I am no idle spectator of your griefs, but that I share them fully. If I advise you to be peaceful, and to endure by the gentlest means possible to accomplish your aims, it is not that I would counsel you cowardice, but having seen so much more of the world than either of you have had time or opportunity of seeing, I do not look so enthusiastically upon matters, but with a cooler, calmer judgment. I do not say a better. I proffer to you my counsel." "We thank you," said Henry, "but this is a matter in which action seems specially called for. It is not to be borne that a whole family is to be oppressed by such a fiend in human shape as that Varney." "Let me," said Marchdale, "counsel you to submit to Flora's decision in this business. Let her wishes constitute the rules of action. She is the greatest sufferer, and the one most deeply interested in the termination of this fearful business. Moreover, she has judgment and decision of character. She will advise you rightly, be assured." "that she would advise us honourably," said Henry, "and that we should feel every disposition in the world to defer to her wishes. Our proposition is not to be doubted, but little shall be done without her counsel and sanction. Let us now proceed homeward, for I am most anxious to ascertain how it came about that she and Sir Francis Varney were together in that summer house at so strange an hour." They all three walked together towards the house, conversing in a similar strain as they went. End of chapter 35.
of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 36. The Consultation. The Duel and its Results. Independent of this interview which Flora had had with the much-dreaded Sir Francis Varney, the circumstances in which she and all who were dear to her happened at that moment to be placed, certainly required an amount of consideration which could not be too soon bestowed. By a combination of disagreeables, everything that could possibly occur to disturb the peace of the family seemed to have taken place at once. Like Macbeth's, their troubles had truly come in battalions, and now that the serenity of their domestic position was destroyed, minor evils and annoyances which that very serenity had enabled them to hold at arm's length became gigantic, and added much to their distress. The small income which, when all was happiness, health, and peace, was made to constitute a comfortable household, was now totally inadequate to do so. The power to economize and to make the most of a little had flown along with that contentedness of spirit which the harmony of circumstances alone could produce. It was not to be supposed that poor Mrs. Bannerworth could now, as she had formerly done, when her mind was free from anxiety, attend to those domestic affairs which make up the comforts of a family, distracted at the situation of her daughter, and bewildered by the rapid succession of troublesome events which so short a period of time had given birth to. She fell into an inert state of mind as different as anything could be from her former active existence. It has likewise been seen how the very domestics fled from Bannerworth Hall in dismay, rather than remain beneath the same roof with a family believed to be subject to the visitations of so awful a being as a vampire. Among the class who occupy positions of servitude, certainly there might have been found some who, with feelings and understanding above such considerations, would have clung sympathetically to that family in distress, which they had known under a happier aspect, but it had not been the good fortune of the Bannerworths to have such as these about them. Hence selfishness had its way, and they were deserted. It was not likely, then, that strangers would willingly accept service in a family so situated, without some powerful impulse in the shape of a higher pecuniary consideration as was completely out of the power of the Bannerworths to offer. Thus was it, then, that most cruelly, at the very time that they had most need of assistance and of sympathy, this unfortunate family almost became isolated from their kind, and, apart from every other consideration, it would have been almost impossible for them to continue inhabitants of the Hall, with anything like comfort or advantage. And then, although the disappearance of Charles Holland no longer awakened those feelings of inclination at his supported perfidy which were first produced by that event, still, view it in which way they might, it was a severe blow of fate, and after it they one and all found themselves still less able to contend against the sea of troubles that surrounded them. The reader, too, will not have failed to remark that there was about the whole of the family that pride of independence which induced them to shrink from living upon extraneous aid, and hence, although they felt, and felt truly, that when Admiral Bell, in his frank manner, offered them pecuniary assistance, that it was no idle compliment. Yet, with a sensitiveness such as they might well be expected to feel, they held back, and asked each other what prospect there was of emerging from such a state of things, and if it were justifiable to commence a life of dependence, the end of which was not evident or tangible. Notwithstanding, too, the noble confidence of Flora in her lover, and notwithstanding that confidence had been echoed by her brothers, there would at times obtrude into the minds of the latter a feeling of the possibility that after all they might be mistaken, and Charles Holland might, from some sudden impulse, fancying his future happiness was all at stake, have withdrawn himself from the Hall, and really written the letters attributed to him. We say this only obtruded itself occasionally, for all their real feelings and aspirations were the other way, although Mr. Marchdale, they could perceive, had his doubts, and they could not but confess that he was more likely to view the matter calmly and dispassionately than they. In fact, the very hesitation with which he spoke upon the subject convinced them of his doubts, for they attributed that hesitation to fear of giving them pain, or of wounding the prejudices of Admiral Bell, with whom he had already had words so nearly approaching to a quarrel. Henry's visit to Mr. Chillingworth was not likely to be productive of any results beyond those of a conjectural character. All that that gentleman could do was to express a willingness to be directed by them in any way, rather than suggest any course of conduct himself upon circumstances which he could not be expected to judge of as they who were on the spot and had witnessed their actual occurrence. And now we will suppose that the reader is enabled with us to look into one of the principal rooms of Bannerworth Hall. It is evening, and some candles are shedding a sickly light on the ample proportions of the once handsome apartment. At solemn consultation the whole of the family are assembled. As well as the Admiral, Mr. Chillingworth, and Marchdale, Jack Pringle, too, walked in, by the sufferance of his master, as if he considered he had a perfect right to do so. The occasion of the meeting had been a communication which Flora had made concerning her most singular and deeply interesting interview with the vampire. The details of this interview had produced a deep effect upon the whole of the family. Flora was there, and she looked better, calmer, and more collected than she had done for some days past. No doubt the interview she had had with Varney in the summer-house in the garden had dispelled a host of imaginary terrors with which she had surrounded him, although it had confirmed her fully that he, and he only, was the dreadful being who had caused her so much misery. That interview had tended to show her that about him there was yet something human, and that there was not a danger of her being hunted down from place to place by so horrible an existence. Such a feeling as this was, of course, a source of deep consolation, and with a firmer voice, and more of her old spirit of cheerfulness about her than she had lately exhibited, she again detailed the particulars of the interview to all who had assembled, concluding by saying, "And this has given me hope of happier days. If it be a delusion, it is a happy one. And now that but a frightful veil of mystery still hangs over the fate of Charles Holland, how gladly would I bid adieu to this place, and all that has made it terrible. I could almost pity Sir Francis Varney, rather than condemn him." "That may be true," said Henry, "to a certain extent, sister, but we never can forget the amount of misery he has brought upon us. It is no slight thing to be forced from our old and much-loved home, even if such proceeding does succeed in freeing us from his persecutions." "But, my young friend," said Marchdale, "you must recollect that through life it is continually the lot of humanity to be endeavoring to fly from great evils to those which do not present themselves to the mind in so bad an aspect. It is something, surely, to alleviate affliction if we cannot entirely remove it." "That is true," said Mr. Chillingworth, "to a considerable extent, but then it takes too much for granted to please me." "How so, sir?" Why, certainly, to remove from Bannerworth Hall is a much less evil than to remain at Bannerworth Hall, and be haunted by a vampire. But then, that proposition takes for granted that vampire business, which I will never grant, I repeat again and again, it is contrary to all experience, to philosophy, and to all the laws of ordinary nature. Facts are stubborn things, said Marchdale. Apparently, remarked Mr. Chillingworth. Well, sir, and here we have the fact of the vampire. The presumed fact. One swallow don't make a summer, Mr. Marchdale. This is a waste of time, said Henry. Of course, the amount of evidence that will suffice to bring conviction to one man's mind will fail in doing so to another. The question is, what are we to do? All eyes were turned upon Flora, as if this question was more particularly addressed to her, and it behooved her, above all others, to answer it. She did so, and in a firm, clear voice she said, I will discover the fate of Charles Holland and then leave the hall. The fate of Charles Holland, said Marchdale. Why, really, unless that gentleman chooses to be communicative himself upon so interesting a subject, we may be a long while discovering his fate. I know that it is not a romantic view to take of the question, to suppose simply that he wrote the 3 letters found upon his dressing table, and then decamped. But to my mind, it savors most wonderfully of matter of fact. I now speak more freely than I have otherwise done, for I am now upon the eve of my departure. I have no wish to remain here and breed dissension in any family, or to run a tilt against anybody's prejudices. Here he looked at Admiral Bell. I leave this house tonight. You're a damned lubberly thief, said the Admiral. The sooner you leave it, the better. Why, you bad-looking son of a gun, what do you mean? I thought we'd had enough of that. I fully expected this abuse, said Marchdale. Did you expect that? Said the Admiral as he snatched up an inkstand and threw at Marchdale, hitting him a hard knock on the chin, and bespattering its contents on his breast. Now I'll give you satisfaction, you lubber. Damn me if you ain't a second Jones, and enough to sink this ship. Shiver my timbers if I shan't say something strong presently. I really, said Henry, must protest, Admiral Bell, against this conduct. Protest be damned. Mr. Marchdale may be right, sir, or he may be wrong. It's a matter of opinion. Oh, never mind, said Marchdale. I look upon this old nautical ruffian as something between a fool and a madman. If he were a younger man, I should chastise him upon the spot. But as it is, I live in hopes yet of getting him into some comfortable lunatic asylum. Me into an asylum? Shouted the Admiral. Jack, did you hear that? Aye, aye, sir. Farewell, all of you, said Marchdale. My best wishes be with this family. I cannot remain under this roof to be so insulted. A good riddance, cried the Admiral. I'd rather sail around the world with a shipload of vampires than with such a humbugging son of a gun as you are. Damn ye, you're worse than a lawyer. Nay, nay, cried they. Mr. Marchdale, stay! Stay, stay, cried George, and Mrs. Bannerworth likewise said, stay. But at the moment Flora stepped forward, and in a clear voice she said, No, let him go. He doubts Charles Holland. Let all go who doubt Charles Holland. Mr. Marchdale, heaven forgive you this injustice you are doing. We may never meet again. Farewell, sir. These words were spoken in so decided a tone that no one contradicted them. Marchdale cast a strange kind of look round upon the family circle, and in another instant he was gone. Huzzah! Shouted Jack Pringle. That's one good job." Henry looked rather resentful, which the Admiral could not but observe, and so, less with the devil-may-care manner in which he usually spoke, the old man addressed him. "Hark ye, Mr. Henry Bannerworth, you ain't best pleased with me, and in that case I don't know that I shall stay to trouble you any longer. As for your friend who has just left you, sooner or later you'll find him out. I tell you there's no good in that fellow. Do you think I've been cruising about for a matter of 60 years and don't know an honest man when I see him? But never mind, I'm going on a voyage of discovery for my nephew, and you can do as you like." "Heaven only knows, Admiral Bell," said Henry, "who is right and who is wrong. I do much regret that you have quarreled with Mr. Marchdale, but what is done can't be undone." "Do not leave us," said Flora. "Let me beg of you, Admiral Bell, not to leave us. For my sake, remain here, for to you I can speak freely and with confidence of Charles, when probably I can do so to no one else. You know him well and have a confidence in him which no one else can aspire to. I pray you, therefore, to stay with us." "Only on one condition," said the Admiral. "Name it, name it." "You think of letting the Hall go?" "Yes, yes." "Let me have it then, and let me pay a few years in advance. If you don't, I'm damned if I stay another night in the place. You must give me immediate possession too, and stay here as my guests until you suit yourselves elsewhere. Those are my terms and conditions. Say yes, and all's right. Say no, and I'm off like a round shot from a carronade. Damn me, that's the thing, Jack, isn't it?" "Aye, aye, sir." There was a silence of some few moments after this extraordinary offer had been made, and then they spoke, saying, "Admiral Bell, your generous offer, and the feelings which dictated it, are by far too transparent for us to affect not to understand them. Your actions, Admiral—" "Oh, bother my actions! What are they to you? Come now, I consider myself master of the house, damn you. I invite you all to dinner, or supper, or to whatever meal comes next. Mrs. Bannerworth, will you oblige me, as I'm an old fool in family affairs, by buying what's wanted for me and my guests? There's the money, ma'am. Come along, Jack. We'll take a look over our new house. What do you think of it? Wants some sheathing, sir, here and there. Very like, but, however, it'll do well enough for us. We're in port, you know. Come along." "Aye, aye, sir." And off went the Admiral and Jack, after leaving a 20-pound note in Mrs. Bannerworth's lap. End of chapter 36. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 37 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 37. Sir Francis Varney's Separate Opponents. The Interposition of Flora. The old Admiral so completely overcame the family of the Bannerworths by his generosity and evident single-mindedness of his behavior, that although not one, except Flora, approved of his conduct towards Mr. Marchdale, yet they could not help liking him, and had they been placed in a position to choose which of the two they would have had remain with them, the Admiral or Marchdale, there can be no question they would have made choice of the former. Still, however, it was not pleasant to find a man like Marchdale virtually driven from the house, because he presumed to differ in opinion upon a very doubtful matter with another of its inmates. But as it was the nature of the Bannerworth family always to incline to the most generous view of subjects, the frank, hearty confidence of the old admiral in Charles Holland pleased them better than the calm and serious doubting of Marchdale. His ruse of hiring the house of them and paying the rent in advance for the purpose of placing ample funds in their hands for any contingency was not the less amiable because it was so easily seen through, and they could not make up their minds to hurt the feelings of the old man by the rejection of his generous offer. When he had left, this subject was canvassed among them, and it was agreed that he should have his own way in the matter for the present, although they hoped to hear something from Marchdale, which would make his departure appear less abrupt and uncomfortable to the whole of the family. During the course of this conversation, it was made known to Flora with more distinctness than under any other circumstances it would have been, that Charles Holland had been on the eve of a duel with Sir Francis Varney previous to his mysterious disappearance. When she became fully aware of this fact, to her mind it seemed materially to add to the suspicions previously to them entertained, that foul means had been used in order to put Charles out of the way. "Who knows," she said, "that this Varney may not shrink with the greatest terror from a conflict with any human being, and feeling one was inevitable with Charles Holland, unless interrupted by some vigorous act of his own, he or some myrmidons of his may have taken Charles's life." "I do not think, Flora," said Henry, "that he would have ventured upon so desperate an act. I cannot well believe such a thing possible. But fear not. He will find, if he have really committed any such atrocity, that it will not save him." These words of Henry, though it made no impression at the time upon Flora, beyond what they carried upon their surface, they really, however, as concerned Henry himself, implied a settled resolution which he immediately set about reducing to practice. When the conference broke up, night as it still was, he, without saying anything to anyone, took his hat and cloak and left the hall, proceeding by the nearest practicable route to the residence of Sir Francis Varney, where he arrived without any interruption of any character. Varney was at first denied to him, but before he could leave the house a servant came down the great staircase to say it was a mistake, and that Sir Francis was at home and would be happy to see him. He was ushered into the same apartment where Sir Francis Varney had before received his visitors, and there sat the now declared vampire, looking pale and ghastly by the dim light which burned in the apartment, and indeed more like some spectre of the tomb than one of the great family of man. "Be seated, sir," said Varney. "Although my eyes have seldom the pleasure of beholding you within these walls, be assured you are an honored guest." "Sir Francis Varney," said Henry, "I came not here to bandy compliments with you. I have none to pay to you, nor do I wish to hear any of them from your lips." "An excellent sentiment, young man," said Varney, "and well delivered. May I presume, then, without infringing too far upon your extreme courtesy, to inquire to what circumstances I am indebted for your visit?" "To one, Sir Francis, that I believe you are better acquainted with than you have the candor to admit." "Indeed, sir," said Varney, coldly, "you measure my candor probably by a standard of your own, in which case I fear I may be no gainer, and yet that may be of itself a circumstance that should afford little food for surprise. But proceed, sir. Since we have so few compliments to stand between us and our purpose, we shall in all due time arrive at it." "Yes, in due time, Sir Francis Varney, and that due time has arrived. Know you anything of my friend Charles Holland?" said Henry, in marked accents, and he gazed on Sir Francis Varney with earnestness that seemed to say not even a look should escape his observation. Varney, however, returned the gaze as steadily, but coldly, as he replied in his measured accents, "I have heard of the young gentleman." "And seen him?" "And seen him too, as you, Mr. Bannerworth, must be well aware. Surely you have not come all this way merely to make such an inquiry. But, sir, you are welcome to the answer." Henry had something of a struggle to keep down the rising anger at these cool taunts of Varney, but he succeeded. and then he said, "I suspect Charles Holland, Sir Francis Varney, has met with unfair treatment, and that he has been unfairly dealt with, for an unworthy purpose." "Undoubtedly," said Varney, "if the gentleman you allude to has been unfairly dealt with, it was for a foul purpose, for no good or generous object, my young sir, could be so obtained. You acknowledge so much, I doubt not?" "I do, Sir Francis Varney, and hence the purpose of my visit here. For this reason I apply to you. A singular object, supported by a singular reason. I cannot see the connection, young sir. Pray proceed to enlighten me upon this matter, and when you have done that, may I presume, upon your consideration, to inquire in what way I can be of any service to you?" "Sir Francis," said Henry, his anger raising his tones, "this will not serve you. I have come to exact an account of how you have disposed of my friend, and I will have it." "Gently, my good sir. You are aware I know nothing of your friend. His motions are his own. And as to what I have done with him, my only answer is that he would permit me to do nothing with him, had I been so inclined to have taken the liberty." "You are suspected, Sir Francis Varney, of having made an attempt upon the life or liberty of Charles Holland. You, in fact, are suspected of being his murderer. And so help me heaven, if I have not justice, I will have vengeance. Young sir, your words are of grave import, and ought to be coolly considered before they are uttered. With regard to justice and vengeance, Mr. Bannerworth, you may have both. But I tell you, of Charles Holland, or what has become of him, I know nothing. But wherefore do you come to so unlikely a quarter to learn something of an individual of whom I know nothing?" "Because Charles Holland was to have fought a duel with you, but before that had time to take place, he has suddenly become missing. I suspect that you are the author of his disappearance, because you fear an encounter with a mortal man. Mr. Bannerworth, permit me to say, in my own defense, that I do not fear any man, however foolish he may be, and wisdom is not an attribute I find, from experience in all men, of your friend. However, you must be dreaming, sir. A kind of vivid insanity has taken possession of your mind, which distorts—" "Sir Francis Varney!" exclaimed Henry, now perfectly uncontrollable. "Sir," said Varney, as he filled up the pause, "proceed. I am all attention. You do me honor." "If," resumed Henry, "such was your object in putting Mr. Holland aside, by becoming personally or by proxy an assassin, you are mistaken in supposing you have accomplished your object." "Go on, sir," said Sir Francis Varney, in a bland and sweet tone. "I am all attention. Pray proceed." "You have failed, for I now here, on this spot, defy you to mortal combat. Coward, assassin as you are, I challenge you to fight." "You don't mean on the carpet here?" said Varney deliberately. "No, sir, but beneath the canopy of heaven, in the light of day. And then, Sir Francis, we shall see who will shrink from the conflict." "It is remarkably good, Mr. Bannerworth, and begging your pardon, for I do not wish to give any offense, my honored sir, it would rehearse before an audience. In short, sir, it is highly dramatic." "You shrink from the combat, do you? Now, indeed, I know you." Young man," said Sir Francis calmly, and shaking his head very deliberately, and the shadows passed across his pale face, "you know me not, if you think Sir Francis Varney shrinks from any man, much less one like yourself. You are a coward, and worse, if you refuse my challenge." "I do not refuse it. I accept it," said Varney, calmly and in a dignified manner, and then, with a sneer, he added, "You are well acquainted with the mode in which gentlemen generally manage these matters, Mr. Bannerworth, and perhaps I am somewhat confined in my knowledge in the ways of the world, because you are your own principal and second. In all my experience I never met with a similar case. The circumstances under which it is given are as unexampled, and will excuse the mode of the challenge," said Henry with much warmth. "Singular coincidence. The challenge and mode of it is most singular. They are well matched in that respect. Singular, did I say? The more I think of it, Mr. Bannerworth, the more I am inclined to think this positively odd. Early tomorrow, Sir Francis, you shall hear from me." "In that case you will not arrange preliminaries now?" "Well, it is very unusual for the principals themselves to do so, and yet, excuse my freedom, I presumed, as you had so far deserted the beaten track, that I had no idea how far you might be disposed to lead the same route." "I have said all I intended to say, Sir Francis Varney. We shall see each other again." "I may not detain you, I presume, to taste aught in the way of refreshment?" Henry made no reply, but turned towards the door without even making an attempt to return the grave and formal bow that Sir Francis Varney made as he saw him about to quit the apartment, for Henry saw that his pale features were lighted up with a sarcastic smile, most disagreeable to look upon, as well as irritating to Henry Bannerworth. He now quitted Sir Francis Varney's abode, being led out by a servant who had been rung for that purpose by his master. Henry walked homeward, satisfied that he had now done all that he could, under the circumstances. "I will send Chillingworth to him in the morning, and then I shall see what all this will end in. He must meet me, and then Charles Holland, if not discovered, shall be at least revenged." There was another person in Bannerworth Hall who had formed a similar resolution. That person was a very different sort of person to Henry Bannerworth, though quite as estimable in his way. This was no other than the old Admiral. It was singular that two such very different persons should deem the same steps necessary, and both keep the secret from each other. But so it was, and after some internal swearing, he determined upon challenging Varney in person. "I'd send Jack Pringle, but the swab would settle the matter as shortly as if a youngster was making an entry in a log and heard the boatswain's whistle summoning the hands to a mess and feared he would lose his grog. Damn my quarters, but Sir Francis Varney, as he styles himself, shan't make any way against old Admiral Bell. He's as tough as a hawser, and just the sort of blade for a vampire to come athwart. I'll pitch him endlong and make a plank of him before long. Cuss my windpipe. What a long, lanky swab he is, with teeth fit to unpick a splice. But let me alone. I'll see if I can't make a hull of his carcass, vampire or no vampire. My nevvy, Charles Holland, can't be allowed to cut away without nobody's leave or license. No, I'll not stand that anyhow. Never desert a messmate in the time of need is the first maxim of a seaman, and I ain't the one as'll do so." Thus self-communing, the old Admiral marched along, until he came to Sir Francis Varney's house, at the gate of which he gave the bell what he called a long pull, a strong pull, and a pull altogether, that set it ringing with a fury, the like of which had never certainly been heard by the household. A minute or two scarcely elapsed before the domestics hurried to answer so urgent a summons, and when the gate was opened, the servant who answered it inquired his business. "What's that to you, snob? Is your master, Sir Francis Varney, in? Because if he be, let him know old Admiral Bell wants to speak to him. Do you hear?" "Yes, sir," replied the servant, who had paused a few moments to examine the individual who gave this odd kind of address. In another minute word was brought to him that Sir Francis Varney would be very happy to see Admiral Bell. Aye, he muttered, just as the devil likes to meet with holy water, or as I like any water save salt water. He was speedily introduced to Sir Francis Varney, who was seated in the same posture as he had been left by Henry Bannerworth not many minutes before. "Admiral Bell," said Sir Francis, rising and bowing to that individual in the most polite, calm, and dignified manner imaginable. "Permit me to express the honor I feel at this unexpected visit." "None of your gammon." "Will you be seated? Allow me to offer you such refreshments as this poor house affords." "Damn all this! You know, Sir Francis, I don't want none of this palaver. It's for all the world like a Frenchman when you're going to give him a broadside. He makes grimaces, throws dust in your eyes, and tries to stab you in the back. Oh no, none of that for me." "I should say not, Admiral Bell. I should not like it myself, and I dare say you are a man of too much experience not to perceive when you are or are not imposed upon." "Well, what is that to you? Damn me, I didn't come here to talk to you about myself." "Then may I presume upon your courtesy so far as to beg that you will enlighten me upon the object of your visit?" "Yes, in pretty quick time. Just tell me where you have stowed away my nephew, Charles Holland." "Really, Hold your slack, will you, and hear me out. If he's living, let him out, and I'll say no more about it. That's liberal, you know. It ain't terms everybody would offer you." "I must, in truth, admit they are not, and moreover, they quite surprise even me, and I have learned not to be surprised at almost anything." "Well, will you give him up alive? But, hark ye, you mustn't have made very queer fish of him, do you see?" "I hear you," said Sir Francis, with a bland smile, passing one hand gently over the other, and showing his front teeth in a peculiar manner. "But I really cannot comprehend all this. But I may say, generally, that Mr. Holland is no acquaintance of mine, and I have no sort of knowledge where he may be." "That won't do for me," said the Admiral positively, shaking his head. "I am particularly sorry, Admiral Bell, that it will not, seeing that I have nothing else to say." "I see how it is. You've put him out of the way, and I'm damned if you shan't bring him to life, whole and sound, or I'll know the reason why." "With that I have already furnished you, Admiral Bell," quietly rejoined Varney. "Anything more in that head is out of my power, although my willingness to oblige a person of such consideration as yourself is very great. But permit me to add, this is a very strange and odd communication from one gentleman to another. You have lost a relative who has very probably taken some offense, or some notion into his head, of which nobody but himself knows anything, and you come to one yet more unlikely to know anything of him than even yourself." "Gammon again now, Sir Francis Varney, or Blarney." "Varney, if you please, Admiral Bell. I was christened Varney." "Christened, eh?" "Yes, christened. Were you not christened? If not, I dare say you understand the ceremony well enough." "I should think I did. But as for christening, "Go on, sir." "A vampire! Why, I should as soon think of reading the burial service of a pig." "Very possible. But what has all this to do with your visit to me?" "This much, you lubber. Now damn my carcass from head to stern if I don't call you out." "Well, Admiral Bell," said Varney, mildly, "in that case, I suppose I must come out. But why do you insist that I have any knowledge of your nephew, Mr. Charles Holland?" "You were to have fought a duel with him, and now he's gone." "I am here," said Varney. "Aye," said the Admiral, "that's as plain as a purser's shirt upon a handspike, but that's the very reason why my nevvy ain't here, and that's all about it." "And that's marvelous little, so far as the sense is concerned," said Varney, without the movement of a muscle. "It is said that people of your class don't like fighting mortal men. Now you have disposed of him, lest he should dispose of you." "That is explicit, but it is to no purpose, since the gentleman in question hasn't placed himself at my disposal." "Then damn ye, I will. Fish, flesh, or fowl, I don't care. All's one to Admiral Bell. Come fair or foul, I'm a tar for all men, a seaman ever ready to face a foe. So here goes, you lubberly moon-manufactured calf." "I hear, Admiral, but it is scarcely civil, to say the least of it. However, as you are somewhat eccentric, and do not, I dare say, mean all your words imply, I am quite willing to make every allowance." "I don't want any allowance. Damn you and your allowance, too. Nothing but allowance of grog, and a pretty good allowance, too, will do for me. And I tell you, Sir Francis Varney," said the Admiral with much wrath, "that you are a damn lubberly hound, and I'll fight you. Yes, I'm ready to hammer away, or with anything from a pop-gun to a ship's gun. You don't come over me with your gammon. I tell you, you murdered Charles Holland because you couldn't face him. That's the truth of it." "With the other part of your speech, Admiral Bell, allow me to say you have mixed up a serious accusation, one I cannot permit to pass lightly." "Will you or not fight?" "Oh yes, I shall be happy to serve you any way that I can. I hope this will be an answer to your accusation also." "That's settled then." "Why, I am not captious, Admiral Bell, but it is not generally usual for the principals to settle the preliminaries themselves. Doubtless you in your career of fame and glory know something of the manner in which gentlemen demean themselves on these occasions." "Oh, damn you, yes, I'll send someone to do all this. Yes, Jack Pringle will be the man, though Jack ain't a holiday, shore-going, smooth-spoken swab, but as good a seaman as ever trod deck or handled a boarding pike." "Any friend of yours," said Varney blandly, "will be received and treated as such upon an errand of such consequence. And now our conference has, I presume, concluded?" Yes, we've done. Damn me, no. Yes. No. I will keel-haul you, but I'll know something of my nevy, Charles Holland." "Good day, Admiral Bell." As Varney spoke, he placed his hand upon the bell which he had near him, to summon an attendant to conduct the Admiral out. The latter, who had said a vast deal more than he ever intended, left the room in a great rage, protesting to himself that he would amply avenge his nephew, Charles Holland. He proceeded homeward, considerably vexed and annoyed that he had been treated with so much calmness, and all knowledge of his nephew denied. When he got back, he quarreled heartily with Jack Pringle, made it up, drank grog, quarreled, made it up, and finished with grog again, until he went to bed swearing he should like to fire a broadside at the whole of the French army and annihilate it at once. With this wish he fell asleep. Early next morning Henry Bannerworth sought Mr. Chillingworth, and having found him, he said in a serious tone, "Mr. Chillingworth, I have rather a serious favor to ask you, and one which you may hesitate in granting." "It must be very serious indeed," said Mr. Chillingworth, "that I should hesitate to grant it to you. But pray inform me what it is you deem so serious." "Sir Francis Varney and I must have a meeting," said Henry. "Have you really determined upon such a course?" said Mr. Chillingworth. "You know the character of your adversary." "That is all settled. I have given a challenge, and he has accepted it. So all other considerations verge themselves into one, and that is the when, where, and how." "I see," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Well, since it cannot be helped on your part, I will do what is requisite for you. Do you wish anything to be done or insisted on in particular in this affair?" "Nothing with regard to Sir Francis Varney that I may not leave to your discretion. I feel convinced that he is the assassin of Charles Holland, whom he feared to fight in duel." "Then there remains but little else to do but to arrange preliminaries, I believe. Are you prepared on every other point?" "I am. You will see that I am the challenger, and that he must now fight. What accident may turn up to save him I fear not, but sure I am that he will endeavor to take every advantage that may arise, and so escape the encounter." "And what do you imagine he will do now he has accepted your challenge?" said Mr. Chillingworth. "One would imagine he could not very well escape." "No, but he accepted the challenge which Charles Holland sent him. A duel was inevitable, and it seems to me to be a necessary consequence that he disappeared from amongst us, for Mr. Holland would never have shrunk from the encounter." "There can be no sort of suspicion about that," remarked Chillingworth. "But allow me to advise you that you take care of yourself, and keep a watchful eye upon everyone. Do not be seen out alone." "I fear not." "Nay, the gentleman who has disappeared was, I am sure, fearless enough. But yet that has not saved him. I would not advise you to be fearful, only watchful. You have now an event waiting upon you which it is well you should go through with, unless circumstances should so turn out that it is needless. Wherefore I say, when you have the suspicions you do entertain of this man's conduct, beware, be cautious and vigilant." "I will do so. In the meantime, I trust myself confidently in your hands. You know all that is necessary. This affair is quite a secret from all of the family?" "Most certainly so, and will remain so. I shall be at the Hall." "And there I will see you. But be careful not to be drawn into any adventure of any kind. It is best to be on the safe side under all circumstances." "I will be especially careful, be assured. But farewell. See Sir Francis Varney as early as you can, and let the meeting be as early as you can, and thus diminish the chance of accident." "That I will attend to. Farewell for the present." Mr. Chillingworth immediately set about the conducting of the affairs thus confided to him, and that no time might be lost, he determined to set out at once for Sir Francis Varney's residence. "Things with regard to this family seem to have gone on wild of late," thought Mr. Chillingworth. "This may bring affairs to a conclusion, though I had much rather they had come to some other. My life for it, there is a juggle or a mystery somewhere. I will do this, and then we shall see what will come of it. If this Sir Francis Varney meets him, and at the moment I can see no reason why he should not do so, it will tend to deprive him of the mystery about him. But if, on the other hand, he refuse, but then that's all improbable, because he has agreed to do so. I fear, however, that such a man as Varney is a dreadful enemy to encounter. He is cool and unruffled, and that gives him all the advantage in such affairs. But Henry's nerves are not bad, though shaken by these untoward events. But time will show. I would it were all over." With these thoughts and feelings strangely intermixed, Mr. Chillingworth set forward for Sir Francis Varney's house. Admiral Bell slept soundly enough, though towards morning he fell into a strange dream, and thought he was yard-arm and yard-arm with a strange fish, something of the mermaid species. "Well," exclaimed the Admiral, after a customary benediction of his eyes and limbs, "what's to come next? May I be spliced to a shark if I understand what this is all about. I had some grog last night, but then grog, d'ye see, is a seaman's native element, as the newspapers say, though I never read 'em now, it's such a plague." He lay quiet for a short time, considering in his own mind what was best to be done, and what was the proper course to pursue, and why he should dream. "Hilloa, hilloa, hilloa, Jack ahoy! Ahoy!" shouted the Admiral, as a sudden recollection of his challenge came across his memory. "Jack Pringle, ahoy! Damn you, where are you? You're never at hand when you are wanted. Oh, you lubber! Ahoy!" "Ahoy!" shouted a voice as the door opened, and Jack thrust his head in. "What cheer, messmate? What ship is this?" "Oh, you lubberly—" The door was shut in a minute, and Jack Pringle disappeared. "Hilloa, Jack Pringle! You don't mean to say you'll desert your colors, do you dumb dog?" "Who says I'll desert the ship, as she's seaworthy?" "Then why do you go away?" "Because I won't be called lubberly. I'm as good a man as ever swabbed a deck, and don't care who says to the contrary. I'll stick to the ship as long as she's seaworthy," said Jack. "Well, come here and just listen to the log, and be damned to you." "What's the orders now, Admiral?" said Jack. "Though, as we are paid off—" "There, take that, will you?" said Admiral Bell, as he flung a pillow at Jack, being the only thing in the shape of a missile within reach. Jack ducked, and the pillow produced a clatter in the wash-hand stand among the crockery, as Jack said, "There's a mutiny in the ship, and hark how the cargo clatters. Will you have it back again?" "Come, will you? I've been dreaming, Jack." "Dreaming? What's that?" "Thinking of something when you're asleep, you swab." "Ha ha ha!" laughed Jack. "Never did such a thing in my life. Ha ha ha! What's the matter now?" "I'll tell you what's the matter, Jack Pringle. You are becoming mutinous, and I won't have it. If you don't hold your jaw and draw in your slacks, I'll have another second." "Another second? What's in the wind now?" said Jack. "Is this the dream?" "If ever I dream when I'm alongside a strange craft, then it is a dream. But old Admiral Bell ain't the man to sleep when there's any work to be done." "That's uncommon true," said Jack, turning a quid. "Well, then, I'm to fight." "Fight!" exclaimed Jack. "Avast there! I don't see. Where's the enemy? None of that gammon. Jack Pringle can fight too, and will lay alongside as admiral, but he don't see the enemy anywhere." "You don't understand these things, so I'll tell you. I have had a bit of talk with Sir Francis Varney, and I am going to fight him." "What, the Vampyre?" remarked Jack, parenthetically. "Yes." "Well, then," resumed Jack, "then we shall see another blaze, at least afore we die. But he's an odd fish, one of Davy Jones's sort." "I don't care about that. He may be anything he likes. But Admiral Bell ain't a-going to have his nephew burned and eaten, and sucked like don't know what, by a vampire, or by any other confounded land shark." "In course," said Jack, "we ain't a-going to put up with nothing of that sort, and if so be as how he has put him out of the way, why it's our duty to send him arter him, and square the board." "That's the thing, Jack. Now you know you must go to Sir Francis Varney and tell him you come from me." "I don't care if I goes on my own account," said Jack. "That won't do. I've challenged him, and I must fight him." "In course you will," returned Jack. "And if he blows you away, why I'll take your place, and have a blaze myself." The Admiral gave a look at Jack of great admiration, and then said, "You are a damn good seaman, Jack. But he's a knight, and might say no to that. But do you go to him and tell him that you come from me to settle the when and the where this duel is to be fought." "Single fight?" said Jack. "Yes. Consent to anything that is fair," said the Admiral, "but let it be as soon as you can. Now, do you understand what I have said?" "Yes, to be sure. I ain't lived all these years without knowing your lingo." "Then go at once. And don't let the honor of Admiral Bell and Old England suffer, Jack. I'm his man, you know, at any price." "Never fear," said Jack. "You shall fight him, at any rate. I'll go and see he don't back out, the warmint." "Then go along, Jack. And mind, don't you go blazing away like a fire ship and letting everybody know what's going on, or it'll be stopped." "I'll not spoil sport," said Jack, as he left the room to go at once to Sir Francis Varney, charged with the conducting of the important cartel of the Admiral. Jack made the best of his way, with becoming gravity and expedition until he reached the gate of the Admiral's enemy. Jack rang loudly at the gate. There seemed, if one might judge by his countenance, a something on his mind that Jack was almost another man. The gate was opened by the servant, who inquired what he wanted there. "The Vampyre." "Who?" "The Vampyre." The servant frowned, and was about to say something uncivil to Jack, who looked at him very hard, and then said, "Oh, maybe you don't know him, or won't know him by that name. I wants to see Sir Francis Varney." "He's at home," said the servant. "Who are you?" "Show me up, then. I'm Jack Pringle, and I'm come from Admiral Bell. I'm the Admiral's friend, you see, so none of your black looks." The servant seemed amazed, as well as rather daunted, at Jack's address. He showed him, however, into the hall, where Mr. Chillingworth had just that moment arrived, and was waiting for an interview with Varney. End of chapter 37. Recording by Roger Moline. Of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 38. Marchdale's Offer. The Consultation at Bannerworth Hall. The morning of the duel. Mr. Chillingworth was much annoyed to see Jack Pringle in the hall, and Jack was somewhat surprised at seeing Mr. Chillingworth there at that time of the morning. They had but little time to indulge in their mutual astonishment, for a servant came to announce that Sir Francis Varney would see them both. Without saying anything to the servant or each other, they ascended the staircase, and were shown into the apartment where Sir Francis Varney received them. "Gentlemen," said Sir Francis, in his usual bland tone, "you are welcome." "Sir Francis," said Mr. Chillingworth, "I have come upon matters of some importance. May I crave a separate audience?" "And I too," said Jack Pringle. "I come as the friend of Admiral Bell. I want a private audience. But stay, I don't care a rope's end who knows who I am, or what I come about. Say you are ready to name time and place, and I'm as dumb as a figurehead. That is saying something, at all events, and now I'm done." "Why, gentlemen," said Sir Francis, with a quiet smile, "as you have both come upon the same errand, and as there may arise a controversy upon the point of precedence, you had better be both present, as I must arrange this matter myself upon due inquiry." "I do not exactly understand this," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Do you, Mr. Pringle? Perhaps you can enlighten me." "If," said Jack, "as how you came here upon the same errand as I, and I as you, why we both come about fighting Sir Francis Varney." "Yes," said Sir Francis. "What Mr. Pringle says is, I believe, correct to a letter. I have a challenge from both your principals, and am ready to give you both the satisfaction you desire, provided the first encounter will permit me the honor of joining in the second. You, Mr. Pringle, are aware of the chances of war?" "I should say so," said Jack, with a wink and a nod of a familiar character. "I've seen a few of them." "Will you proceed to make the necessary agreement between you both gentlemen? My affection for the one equals fully the good will I bear the other, and I cannot give a preference in so delicate a matter. Proceed, gentlemen." Mr. Chillingworth looked at Jack, and Jack Pringle looked at Mr. Chillingworth, and then the former said, "Well, the Admiral means fighting, and I am come to settle the necessaries. Pray let me know what are your terms, Mr. What do you call 'em?" "I am agreeable to anything that is at all reasonable. Pistols, I presume?" "Sir Francis Varney," said Mr. Chillingworth, "I cannot consent to carry on this office, unless you can appoint a friend who will settle these matters with us, myself at least." "And I too," said Jack Pringle. "We don't want to bear down an enemy. Admiral Bell ain't the man to do that, and if he were, I'm not the man to back him in doing what isn't fair or right, but he won't do it." "But, gentlemen, this must not be. Mr. Henry Bannerworth must not be disappointed, and Admiral Bell must not be disappointed. Moreover, I have accepted the 2 cartels, and I am ready and willing to fight, one at a time, I presume. Sir Francis, After what you have said, I must take upon myself, on the part of Mr. Henry Bannerworth, to decline meeting you, if you cannot name a friend with whom I can arrange this affair." "Ah," said Jack Pringle, "that's right enough. I recollect very well when Jack Misen fought Tom Foremast. They had their seconds. Admiral Bell can't do anything in the dark. No, no, damn ye, all must be above board." "Gentlemen," said Sir Francis Varney, "you see the dilemma I am in. Your principals have both challenged me. I am ready to fight anyone, or both of them, as the case may be. Distinctly understand that because it is a notion of theirs that I will not do so, or that I shrink from them. But I am a stranger in this neighborhood, and have no one whom I could call upon to relinquish so much as they run the risk of doing by attending me to the field." "Then your acquaintances are no friends, damn ye," said Jack Pringle, spitting through his teeth into the bars of a beautifully polished grate. "I'd stick to anybody, the devil himself, leave alone a vampire, if so be as how I had been his friend and drunk from the same can. They are a set of lovers." "I have not been here long enough to form any such friendships, Mr. Chillingworth, but can confidently rely upon your honor and that of your principal, and will freely and fairly meet him." "But, Sir Francis, you forget the fact, in thus acting, myself for Mr. Bannerworth, and this person for Admiral Bell, we do much, and have our own characters at stake, lives and fortunes. These may be small, but they are everything to us. Allow me to say, on my own behalf, that I will not permit my principal to meet you unless you can name a second, as is usual with gentlemen on such occasions. I regret, while I declare to you my entire willingness to meet you, that I cannot comply through utter inability to do so, with your request. Let this to forth to the world as I have stated it, and let it be an answer to any aspersions that may be uttered as to my unwillingness to fight." There was a pause of some moments. Mr. Chillingworth was resolved that, come what would, he would not permit Henry to fight, unless Sir Francis Varney himself should appoint a friend, and then they could meet upon equal terms. Jack Pringle whistled, and spit, and chewed, and turned his quid, hitched up his trousers, and looked wistfully from one to the other, as he said, "So then it's likely to be no fight at all, Sir Francis What's-a-name." "It seems like it, Mr. Pringle," replied Varney, with a with-meaning smile, "unless you can be more complacent towards myself, and kindly towards the Admiral." "Why, not exactly that," said Jack. "It's a pity to stop a good play in the beginning, just because some little thing is wrong in the tackling." "Perhaps your skill and genius may enable us to find some medium course that we may pursue with pleasure and profit. What say you, Mr. Pringle?" "All I know about genius, as you call it, is the Flying Dutchman, or some such odd, out-of-the-way fish. But as I said, I am not one to spoil sport, nor more is the Admiral. Oh no, we is all true men and good." "I believe it," said Varney, bowing politely. "You needn't keep your figurehead on the move. I can see you just as well. Howsoever, as I was saying, I don't like to spoil sport, and sooner than both parties should be disappointed, my principal shall become your second, Sir Francis." "What, Admiral Bell?" exclaimed Varney, lifting his eyebrows with surprise. "What, Charles Holland's uncle?" exclaimed Mr. Chillingworth, in accents of amazement. "And why not?" said Jack, with great gravity. "I will pledge my word, Jack Pringle's word, that Admiral Bell shall be second to Sir Francis Varney during his scrimmage with Mr. Henry Bannerworth. That will let the matter go on. There can be no back out then, eh?" continued Jack Pringle, with a knowing nod at Chillingworth as he spoke. "That will, I hope, remove your scruples, Mr. Chillingworth," said Varney, with a courteous smile. "But will Admiral Bell do this?" "His second says so, and has, I dare say, influence enough with him to induce that person to act in conformity with his promise." "In course he will. Do you think he would be the man to hang back? Oh no, he would be the last to leave Jack Pringle in the lurch. No. Depend upon it, Sir Francis, he'll be as sure to do what I say as I have said it." "After that assurance I cannot doubt it," said Sir Francis Varney. This act of kindness will indeed lay me under a deep and lasting obligation to Admiral Bell, which I fear I shall never be able to pay." "You need not trouble yourself about that," said Jack Pringle. "The Admiral will credit all, and you can pay off old scores when his turn comes in the field." "I will not forget," said Varney. "He deserves every consideration. But now, Mr. Chillingworth, I presume that we may come to some understanding respecting this meeting, which you were so kind as to do me the honor of seeking. I cannot object to its taking place. I shall be most happy to meet your second in the field, and arrange with him. I imagine that, under the circumstances, that it will be barely necessary to go that length of ceremony. Future interviews can be arranged later. Name the time and place, and after that we can settle all the rest on the ground." "Yes," said Jack. "It will be time enough, surely, to see the Admiral when we are upon the ground. I'll warrant the old buffer is a true brick as ever was. There's no flinching about him." "I am satisfied," said Varney. "And I also," said Chillingworth. "But understand, Sir Francis, any fault for seconds makes the meeting a blank." "I will not doubt Mr. Pringle's honor so much as to believe it possible." "I'm damned," said Jack. "If you ain't a trump card, and no mistake, it's a great pity as you is a wampire." "The time, Mr. Chillingworth?" "Tomorrow, at 7 o'clock," replied that gentleman. "The place, sir?" "The best place that I can think of is a level meadow, halfway between here and Bannerworth Hall. But that is your privilege, Sir Francis Varney." "I waive it, and am much obliged to you for the choice of the spot. It seems of the best character imaginable. I will be punctual." "I think we have nothing further to arrange now," said Mr. Chillingworth. "You will meet with Admiral Bell." "Certainly. I believe there is nothing more to be done. This affair is very satisfactorily arranged, and much better than I anticipated." "Good morning, Sir Francis," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Good morning." "Adieu," said Sir Francis, with a courteous salutation. "Good day, Mr. Pringle, and commend me to the Admiral, whose services will be of infinite value to me." "Don't mention it," said Jack. "The Admiral's the man as'd lend anybody a helping hand in case of distress like the present, and I'll pledge my word, Jack Pringle's too, as that he'll do what's right, and give up his turn to Mr. Henry Bannerworth, 'cause you see he can have his turn afterwards. You know, it's only waiting a while." "That's all," said Sir Francis. Jack Pringle made a sea bow and took his leave, as he followed Mr. Chillingworth, and they both left the house together to return to Bannerworth Hall. "Well," said Mr. Chillingworth, "I am glad that Sir Francis Varney has got over the difficulty of having no seconds, for it would not be proper or safe to meet a man without a friend with him." "It ain't the right thing," said Jack, hitching up his trousers. "But I was afeared as how he would back out, and that would be just the wrong thing for the Admiral. He'd go raving mad." They had got but very few paces from Sir Francis Varney's house when they were joined by Marchdale. "Ah," he said as he came up, "I see you have been to Sir Francis Varney's, if I may judge from the direction whence you're coming and your proximity." "Yes, we have," said Mr. Chillingworth. "I thought you had left these parts." "I had intended to do so," replied Marchdale, "but second thoughts are sometimes best, you know." "Certainly." "I have so much friendship for the family at the Hall that notwithstanding I am compelled to be absent from the mansion itself, yet I cannot quit the neighborhood while there are circumstances of such a character hanging about them. I will remain, and see if there be not something arising in which I may be useful to them in some matter." "It is very disinterested of you. You will remain here for some time, I suppose?" "Yes, undoubtedly, unless, as I do not anticipate, I should see any occasion to quit my present quarters." "I tell you what it is," said Jack Pringle. "If you had been here half an hour earlier, you could have seconded the Vampyre." "Seconded?" "Yes, we're here to challenge." "A double challenge?" "Yes, but in confiding this matter to you, Mr. Marchdale, you will make no use of it to the exploding of this affair. By so doing, you will seriously damage the honor of Mr. Henry Bannerworth." "I will not, you may rely upon it. But, Mr. Chillingworth, do I not see you in the character of a second?" "You do, sir." "To Mr. Henry?" "The same, sir." "Have you reflected upon the probable consequences of such an act, should any serious mischief occur?" "What I have undertaken, Mr. Marchdale, I will go through with. The consequences I have duly considered, and yet you see me in the character of Mr. Henry Bannerworth's friend. I am happy to see you as such, and I do not think Henry could find a worthier. But this is beside the question. What induced me to make the remark was this. Had I been at the Hall, you will admit that Henry Bannerworth would have chosen myself, without any disparagement to you, Mr. Chillingworth." "Well, sir, what then?" "Why, I am a single man. I can live, reside, and go anywhere. One country will suit me as well as another. I shall suffer no loss. But as for you, you will be ruined in every particular, for if you go in the character of a second, you will not be excused. For all the penalties incurred, your profession of surgeon will not excuse you." "I see all that, sir." "What I propose is that you should accompany the parties to the field, but in your own proper character of surgeon, and permit me to take that of second to Mr. Bannerworth." "This cannot be done, unless by Mr. Henry Bannerworth's consent," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Then I will accompany you to Bannerworth Hall and see Mr. Henry, whom I will request to permit me to do what I have mentioned to you." Mr. Chillingworth could not but admit the reasonableness of this proposal, and it was agreed they should return to Bannerworth Hall in company. Here they arrived in very short time after, and entered together. "And now," said Mr. Chillingworth, "I will go and bring our two principals, who will be as much astonished to find themselves engaged in the same quarrel, as I was to find myself sent on a similar errand to Sir Francis with our friend Mr. John Pringle." "Oh, not John, Jack Pringle, you mean," said that individual. Chillingworth now went in search of Henry, and sent him to the apartment where Mr. Marchdale was with Jack Pringle, and then he found the Admiral waiting the return of Jack with impatience. "Admiral," he said, "I perceive you are unwell this morning?" "Unwell be damned," said the Admiral, starting up with surprise. "Who ever heard that old Admiral Bell looked ill just afore he was going into action? I say it's a scandalous lie." "Admiral, I didn't say you were ill, only you looked ill, a little nervous or so. Rather pale, huh? Is it not so?" "Confound you, do you think I want to be physicked? I tell you, I have not a little, but a great inclination to give you a good keel hauling. I don't want a doctor just yet." "But it may not be so long, you know, Admiral. But there is Jack Pringle awaiting you below. Will you go to him? There is a particular reason. He has something to communicate from Sir Francis Varney, I believe." The Admiral gave a look of some amazement at Mr. Chillingworth, and then he said, muttering to himself, "If Jack Pringle should have betrayed me, but no, he could not do that. He is too true. I'm sure of Jack. And how did that son of a gallipot hint about the odd fish I sent Jack to?" Filled with a dubious kind of belief which he had about something he had heard of Jack Pringle, he entered the room, where he met Marchdale, Jack Pringle, and Henry Bannerworth. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Chillingworth entered the apartment. "I have," said he, "been to Sir Francis Varney, and there had an interview with him, and with Mr. Pringle, when I found we were both intent upon the same object, namely, an encounter with the knight by our principals." "Eh?" said the Admiral. "What?" exclaimed Henry. "Had he challenged you, Admiral?" "Challenged me!" exclaimed Admiral Bell, with a round oath. However, since it comes to this, I must admit I challenged him." "That's what I did," said Henry Bannerworth, after a moment's thought, "and I perceive we have both fallen into the same line of conduct." "That is the fact," said Mr. Chillingworth. Both Mr. Pringle and I went there to settle the preliminaries, and we found an insurmountable bar to any meeting taking place at all." "He wouldn't fight, then?" exclaimed Henry. "I see it all now." "Not fight!" said Admiral Bell with a sort of melancholy disappointment. "Damn the cowardly rascal! Tell me, Jack Pringle, what did the long horse marine looking slab say to it? He told me he would fight. Why, he ought to be made to stand sentry over the wind." "You challenged him in person too, I suppose?" said Henry. "Yes, confound him. I went there last night." "And I too." "It seems to me," said Marchdale, "that this affair has not been indiscreetly conducted, but somewhat unusually and strangely, to say the least of it." "You see," said Chillingworth, "Sir Francis was willing to fight both Henry and the Admiral, as he told us." "Yes," said Jack, "he told us he would fight us both, if so be as his light was not doused in the first brush." "That was all that was wanted," said the Admiral. "We could expect no more." "But then he desired to meet you without any second. But of course I would not accede to this proposal. The responsibility was too great and too unequally borne by the parties engaged in the rencontre." "Decidedly," said Henry. "But it is unfortunate, very unfortunate." "Very," said the Admiral. "Very. What a rascally thing it is there ain't another rogue in the country to keep him in countenance." "I thought it was a pity to spoil sport," said Jack Pringle. "It was a pity a good intention should be spoiled, and I promised the Vampyre that if as how he would fight, you should second him, and you'd meet him to do so." "Eh? Who? I?" exclaimed the Admiral, in some perplexity. "Yes, that is the truth," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Mr. Pringle said you would do so, and he then and there pledged his word that you should meet him on the ground and second him on it." "Yes," said Jack, "you must do it. I knew you would not spoil sport, and that there had better be a fight than no fight. I believe you'd sooner see a scrimmage than none, and so it's all arranged." "Very well," said the Admiral. "I only wish Mr. Henry Bannworth had been his second. I think I was entitled to the first meeting." "No," said Jack, "you weren't, for Mr. Chillingworth was there first. First come, first served, you know." Well, I mustn't grumble at another man's luck. Mine'll come in turn. But it had better be so than a disappointment altogether. I'll be second to this Sir Francis Varney. He shall have fair play, as I'm an admiral, but damned he shall fight. Yes, he shall fight." "And to this conclusion I would come," said Henry. "I wish him to fight. Now I will take care that he shall not have any opportunity of putting me on one side quietly." "There is one thing," observed Marchdale, "that I wish to propose. After what has passed, I should not have returned, had I not some presentiment that something was going forward in which I could be useful to my friend." "Oh!" said the Admiral, with a huge twist of his countenance. "What I was about to say was this. Mr. Chillingworth has much to lose as he is situated, and I nothing as I am placed. I am chained down to no spot of earth. I am above following a profession. My means, I mean, place me above the necessity. Now, Henry, allow me to be your second in this affair. Allow Mr. Chillingworth to attend in his professional capacity. He may be of service, of great service, to one of the principals, whereas, if he go in any other capacity, he will inevitably have his own safety to consult." "That is most unquestionably true," said Henry, "and, to my mind, the best plan that can be proposed. What do you say, Admiral Bell? Will you act with Mr. Marchdale in this affair?" "Oh, aye. Yes, certainly. I don't care. Mr. Marchdale is Mr. Marchdale, I believe, and that's all I care about. If we quarrel today, and have anything to do tomorrow, in course, tomorrow I can put off my quarrel for next day. It'll keep. That's all I have to say at present." "Then this is a final arrangement?" said Mr. Chillingworth. "It is. But, Mr. Bannerworth, in resigning my character of second to Mr. Marchdale, I only do so because it appears and seems to be the opinion of all present that I can be much better employed in another capacity." "Certainly, Mr. Chillingworth, and I cannot but feel that I am under the same obligations to you for the readiness and zeal with which you have acted." "I have done what I have done," said Chillingworth, "because I believed it was my duty to do so." "Mr. Chillingworth has undoubtedly acted most friendly and efficiently this affair," said Marchdale, "and he does not relinquish the part for the purpose of escaping a friendly deed, but to perform one in which he may act in a capacity that no one else can." "That is true," said the Admiral. "And now," said Chillingworth, "you are to meet tomorrow morning in the meadow at the bottom of the valley, halfway between here and Sir Francis Varney's house, at 7 o'clock in the morning." More conversation passed among them, and it was agreed that they should meet early the next morning, and that, of course, the affair should be kept a secret. Marchdale for that night should remain in the house, and the Admiral should appear as if little or nothing was the matter, and he and Jack Pringle retired to talk over in private all the arrangements. Henry Bannerworth and Marchdale also retired, and Mr. Chillingworth after a time retired, promising to be with them in time for the meeting next morning. Much of that day was spent by Henry Bannerworth in his own apartment, in writing documents and letters of one kind and another, but at night he had not finished, for he had been compelled to be about, and in Flora's presence, to prevent anything from being suspected. Marchdale was much with him, and in secret examined the arms, ammunition, and bullets, and saw all was right for the next morning, and when he had done, he said, "Now, Henry, you must permit me to insist that you take some hours' repose, else you will scarcely be as you ought to be." "Very good," said Henry. "I have just finished, and can take your advice." After many thoughts and reflections, Henry Bannerworth fell into a deep sleep, and slept several hours in calmness and quietude, and at an early hour he awoke, and saw Marchdale sitting by him. "Is it time, Marchdale? I have not overslept myself, have I?" "No, time enough, said Marchdale. "I should have let you sleep longer, but I should have awakened you in good time." It was now the gray light of morning, and Henry arose and began to prepare for the encounter. Marchdale stole to Admiral Bell's chamber, but he and Jack Pringle were ready. Few words were spoken, and those few were in a whisper, and the whole party left the hall in as noiseless a manner as possible. It was a mild morning, and yet it was cold at that time of the morning, just as day is beginning to dawn in the east. There was, however, ample time to reach the rendezvous. It was a curious party that which was now proceeding towards the spot appointed for the duel, the result of which might have so important an effect on the interests of those who were to be engaged in it. It would be difficult for us to analyze the different and conflicting emotions that filled the breasts of the various individuals composing that party, the hopes and fears, the doubts and surmises that were given utterance to, though we are compelled to acknowledge that though to Henry the character of the man he was going to meet in mortal fight was of a most ambiguous and undefined nature, and though no one could imagine the means he might be endowed with for protection against the arms of man, Henry, as we said, strode firmly forward with unflinching resolution. His heart was set on recovering the happiness of his sister, and he would not falter. So far, then, we may consider that at length proceedings of a hostile character were so far clearly and fairly arranged between Henry Bannerworth and that most mysterious being who certainly, from some cause or another, had betrayed no inclination to meet an opponent in that manner which is sanctioned, bad as it is, by the usages of society. But whether his motive was one of cowardice or mercy remained yet to be seen. It might be that he feared himself receiving some mortal injury, which would at once put a stop to that preternatural career of existence which he affected to shudder at, and yet evidently took considerable pains to prolong. Upon the other hand, it is just possible that some consciousness of invulnerability on his own part, or of great power to injure his antagonist, might be the cause why he had held back so long from fighting the duel, and placed so many obstacles in the way of the usual necessary arrangements incidental to such occasions. Now, however, there would seem to be no possible means of escape. Sir Francis Varney must fight or fly, for he was surrounded by too many opponents. To be sure, he might have appealed to the civil authorities to protect him, and to sanction him in his refusal to commit what undoubtedly is a legal offense, but then there cannot be a question that the whole of the circumstances would come out and meet the public eye, the result of which would be his acquisition of a reputation as unenviable as it would be universal. It had so happened that the peculiar position of the Bannerworth family kept their acquaintance within extremely narrow limits, and greatly indisposed them to set themselves up as marks for peculiar observation. Once holding, as they had, a proud position in the county, and being looked upon as quite magnates of the land, they did not now court the prying eye of curiosity to look upon their poverty, but rather with a gloomy melancholy they lived apart, and repelled the advances of society by a cold reserve which few could break through. Had this family suffered in any noble cause, or had the misfortunes which had come over them, and robbed their ancestral house of its lustre, been an unavoidable dispensation of Providence, they would have borne the hard position with a different aspect, but it must be remembered that to the faults, the vices, and the criminality of some of their race was to be attributed their present depressed state. It has been seen during the progress of our tale that its actions had been tolerably confined to Bannerworth Hall, its adjacent meadows, and the seat of Sir Francis Varney, the only person at any distance knowing anything of the circumstances, or feeling any interest in them, being Mr. Chillingworth, the surgeon, who, from personal feeling as well as from professional habit, was not likely to make a family's affairs a subject of gossip. A change, however, was at hand, a change of a most startling and alarming character to Varney, one which he might expect, yet not be well prepared for. This period of serenity was to pass away, and he was to become most alarmingly popular. We will not, however, anticipate, but proceed at once to detail as briefly as may be the hostile meeting. It would appear that Varney, now that he had once consented to the definitive arrangements of a duel, shrunk not in any way from carrying them out, nor in the slightest attempted to retard arrangements which might be fatal to himself. The early morning was one of those cloudy ones so frequently occurring in our fickle climate, when the cleverest weather prophet would find it difficult to predict what the next hour might produce. There was a kind of dim gloominess over all objects, and as there were no bright lights, there were no deep shadows, the consequence of which was a sameness of effect over the landscape that robbed it of many of its usual beauties. Such was the state of things when Marchdale accompanied Henry and Admiral Bell from Bannerworth Hall, across the garden in the direction of the hilly wood, close to which was the spot intended for the scene of encounter. Jack Pringle came on at a lazy pace behind, with his hands in his pockets, and looking as unconcerned as if he had just come out for a morning stroll, and scarcely knew whether he saw what was going on or not. The curious contortion into which he twisted his countenance, and the different odd-looking lumps that appeared in it from time to time, may be accounted for by a quid of unusual size, which he seemed to be masticating with a relish quite horrifying to one unused to so barbarous a luxury. The Admiral had strictly enjoined him not to interfere on pain of being considered a lubber and no seaman for the remainder of his existence, threatened penalties which, of course, had their own weight with Jack, and accordingly he came just to see the row in as quiet a way as possible, perhaps not without a hope that something might turn up in the shape of casus belli that might justify him in adopting a threatening attitude towards somebody. "Now, Master Henry," said the Admiral, "none of your palaver to me as we go along. Recollect, I don't belong to your party, you know. I've stood friend to 2 or 3 fellows in my time, but if anybody had said to me, 'Admiral Bell, the next time you go out on a quiet little shooting party, it'll be a second to a vampire,' I'd have said, 'You're a liar.' Howsomever, damn me, here you goes, and what I mean to say is this, Mr. Henry, that I'd second even a Frenchman rather than he shouldn't fight when he's asked." "That's liberal of you," said Henry, "at all events." "I believe you it is," said the Admiral. "So mind if you don't hit him, I'm not a-going to tell you how. All you've got to do is to fire low, but that's no business of mine. Shiver my timbers, I oughtn't to tell you, but damn you, hit him if you can." "Admiral," said Henry, "I can hardly think you are even preserving a neutrality in the matter, putting aside my own partisanship as regards your own man." "Oh, hang him! I'm not going to let him creep out of the thing on such a shabby pretense, I can tell you. I think I ought to have gone to his house this morning, only, as I said, I never would cross his threshold again. I won't." "I wonder if he'll come," said Mr. Marchdale to Henry. "After all, you know, he may take to flight, and shun an encounter which, it is evident, he has entered into but tardily." "I hope not," said Henry, "and yet I must own that your supposition has several times crossed my mind. If, however, he do not meet me, he never can appear the country, and we should at least be rid of him and all his troublesome importunities concerning the Hall. I would not allow that man on any account to cross the threshold of my house as its tenant or its owner." "Why, it ain't usual," said the Admiral, "to let one's house to two people at once, unless you seem quite to forget that I've taken yours. I may as well remind you of it." "Hurrah!" said Jack Pringle at that moment. "What's the matter with you? Who told you to hurrah?" "Enemy in the offing," said Jack. 3 or 4 points to the sou'west." "So he is, by Jove, dodging about among the trees. Come now, this Vampyre's a decenter fellow than I thought him. He means, after all, to let us have a pop at him." They had now reached so close to the spot that Sir Francis Varney, who to all appearance had been waiting, emerged from among the trees, rolled up in his dismal-looking cloak, and, if possible, looking longer and thinner than ever he had looked before. His face wore a singular cadaverous-looking aspect. His very lips were white, and there was a curious pinkish-looking circle round each of his eyes that imparted to his whole countenance a most uninviting appearance. He turned his eyes from one to the other of those who were advancing towards him, until he saw the Admiral, upon which he gave such a grim and horrible smile that the old man exclaimed, "I say, Jack, you lubber, there's a face for a figurehead." "Aye, aye, sir." "Did you ever see such a damned grin as that in your life, in any latitude?" "Aye, aye, sir." "You did, you swab." "I should think so." "It's a lie, and you know it." "Very good," said Jack. "Don't you recollect when that 'ere iron bullet walked over your head, leaving a nice little nick all the way off Bergen op Zoom? That was the time. Blessed if you didn't give just such a grin as that." "I didn't, you rascal." "And I say you did." "Mutiny, by God!" "Go to blazes!" How far this contention might have gone, having now reached its culminating point, had the Admiral and Jack been alone, it is hard to say. But as it was, Henry and Marchdale interfered, and so the quarrel was patched up for the moment, in order to give place to more important affairs. Varney seemed to think that after the smiling welcome he had given to his second, he had done quite enough, for there he stood, tall and gaunt and motionless, if we may except an occasional singular movement of the mouth, and a clap together of his teeth, at times, which was enough to make anybody jump to hear. "For heaven's sake," said Marchdale, "do not let us trifle at such a moment as this, Mr. Pringle. You really had no business here." "Mr. who?" said Jack. "Pringle, I believe, is your name," returned Marchdale. "It were, but blowed if ever I was called Mister before." The Admiral walked up to Sir Francis Varney and gave him a nod that looked much more like one of defiance than of salutation, to which the Vampire replied by a low, courtly bow. "Oh, brother," muttered the old Admiral, If I was to double up my backbone like that, I should never get it down straight again. Well, all's right. You've come. That's all you could do, I suppose." "I am here," said Varney, "and therefore it becomes a work of supererogation to remark that I've come." "Oh, does it? I never bolted a dictionary, and therefore I don't know exactly what you mean." "Step aside with me a moment, Admiral Bell, and I will tell you what you are to do with me after I am shot, if such should be my fate." "Do with you? Damned if I'll do anything with you." "I don't expect you will regret me. You will eat." "Eat?" "Yes, and drink as usual, no doubt, notwithstanding being witness to the decease of a fellow creature." "Belay there! Don't call yourself a fellow creature of mine. I ain't a vampire." "But there's no knowing what you may be. And now listen to my instructions, for as you're my second, you cannot very well refuse to me a few friendly offices. Rain is falling. Step beneath this ancient tree, and I will talk to you." End of chapter 38. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 39 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Carpenter. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 39. The Storm and the Fight. The Admiral's Repudiation of his Principal. "Well," said the Admiral when they were fairly under the tree, upon the leaves of which the pattering rain might be heard falling. "Well, what is it?" "If your young friend, Mr. Bannerworth, should chance to send a pistol bullet through any portion of my anatomy, prejudicial to the prolongation of my existence, you will be so good as not to interfere with anything I may have about me, or to make any disturbance whatever." "You may depend I shan't." "Just take the matter perfectly easy, as a thing of course." "Oh, I mean damned easy." "Ah, what a delightful thing is friendship! There is a little knoll or mound of earth midway between here and the Hall. Do you happen to know it? There is one solitary tree growing near its summit, an oriental-looking tree of the fir tribe, which, fan-like, spreads its deep green leaves across the azure sky." "Oh, bother it! It's a damned old tree growing upon a little bit of a hill, I suppose you mean?" "Precisely, only much more poetically expressed. The moon rises at 4:15 tonight, or rather tomorrow morning." "Does it?" "Yes, and if I should happen to be killed, you will have me removed gently to this mound of earth, and there laid beneath this tree with my face upwards, and take care that it is done before the moon rises. You can watch that no one interferes." "A likely job! What the deuce do you take me for? I tell you what it is, Mr. Vampire, or Varney, or whatever's your name, if you should chance to be hit, wherever you chance to fall, there you'll lie." "How very unkind." "Uncommon, ain't it? Well, well, since that is your determination, I must take care of myself in another way. I can do so, and I will."
Take care of yourself how you like, for all I care. I've come here to second you, to see that on the honor of a seaman, if you're put out of the world, it's done in a proper manner. That's all I have to do with you. Now you know."
Sir Francis Varney looked after him with a strange kind of smile, as he walked away to make the necessary preparations with Marchdale for the immediate commencement of the contest. These were simple and brief. It was agreed that 12 paces should be measured out, 6 each way, from a fixed point, 1 6 to be paced by the Admiral and the other by Marchdale. Then they were to draw lots to see at which end of this imaginary line Varney was to be placed. After this the signal for firing was to be 1, 2, 3, fire. A few minutes sufficed to complete these arrangements. The ground was measured in the manner we have stated, and the combatants placed in their respective positions, Sir Francis Varney occupying the same spot where he had at first stood, namely that nearest to the little wood and to his own residence. It is impossible that under such circumstances the bravest and the calmest of mankind could fail to feel some slight degree of tremor or uneasiness, and although we can fairly claim for Henry Bannerworth that he was as truly courageous as any right-feeling Christian man could wish to be, yet when it was possible that he stood within, as it were, a hair's breadth of eternity, a strange world of sensation and emotions found a home in his heart, and he could not look altogether undaunted, all on that future which might, for all he knew to the contrary, be so close at hand, as far as he was concerned. It was not that he feared death, but that he looked with a decent gravity upon so grave a change as that from this world to the next, and hence it was that his face was pale, and that he looked all the emotion which he really felt. This was the aspect and the bearing of a brave but not a reckless man, while Sir Francis Varney, on the other hand, seemed, now that he had fairly engaged in the duel, to look upon it and all its attendant circumstances with a kind of smirking satisfaction, as if he were far more amused than personally interested. This was certainly the more extraordinary after the manner in which he had tried to evade the fight, and at all events was quite a sufficient proof that cowardice had not been his actuating motive in doing so. The Admiral, who stood on a level with him, could not see the sort of expression he wore, or probably he would have been far from well pleased. But the others did, and they found something inexpressibly disagreeable in the smirking kind of satisfaction with which the vampire seemed to regard now the proceedings.
"Confound him!" whispered Marchdale to Henry. "One would think he was quite delighted, instead, as we had imagined him, not well pleased at these proceedings. Look how he grins."
"It is no matter," said Henry. "Let him wear what aspect he may, it is the same to me, and as heaven is my judge, I here declare, if I did not think myself justified in so doing, I would not raise my hand against this man."
"There can be no shadow of a doubt regarding your justification. Have at him, and heaven protect you."
"Amen." The Admiral was about to give the word to fire, and now he and Marchdale, having stepped sufficiently on one side to be out of all possible danger from any stray shot, he commenced repeating the signal.
"Are you ready, gentlemen? Once!"
They looked sternly at each other, and each grasped his pistol.
"Twice!"
Sir Francis Varney smiled and looked around him, as if the affair were one of the most commonplace description.
"Thrice!"
Varney seemed to be studying the sky rather than attending to the duel.
"Fire!"
cried the Admiral, and one report only struck upon the ear. It was that from Henry's pistol. All eyes were turned upon Sir Francis Varney, who had evidently reserved his fire for what purpose could not be devised except a murderous one, the taking of a more steady aim at Henry. Sir Francis, however, seemed in no hurry, but smiled significantly, and gradually raised the point of his weapon.
"Did you hear the word, Sir Francis? I gave it loud enough, I am sure. I never spoke plainer in my life. Did I ever, Jack?"
"Yes, often," said Jack Pringle. "What's the use of your asking such yarns as them? You know you have done so often enough when you wanted grog."
"You damned rascal! I'll have your back scored, I will."
"So you will when you're afloat again, which you never will be. You are paid off, that's certain."
"You lubberly lout! You ain't a seaman. A seaman would never mutiny against his admiral. Howsomever do you hear, Sir Francis? I'll give the matter up if you don't pay some attention to me."
Henry looked steadily at Varney, expecting every moment to feel his bullet. Mr. Marchdale hastily exclaimed that this was not according to usage. Sir Francis Varney took no notice, but went on elevating his weapon. When it was perpendicular to the earth, he fired in the air.
"I had not anticipated this,"
said Marchdale as he walked to Henry.
"I thought he was taking a more deadly aim."
"And I," said Henry.
"Ah, you have escaped, Henry. Let me congratulate you."
"Not so fast. We may fire again. I can afford to do that," he said with a smile.
"You should have fired, sir, according to custom," said the Admiral. "This is not the proper thing."
"What, fire at your friend?"
"Oh, that's all very well. You are my friend for a time, vampire as you are, and I intend you shall fire."
"If Mr. Henry Bannerworth demands another fire, I have no objection to it, and will fire at him. But as it is, I shall not do so. Indeed, it would be quite useless for him to do so. To point mortal weapons at me is mere child's play. They will not hurt me."
"The devil they won't," said the Admiral.
"Why, look you here," said Sir Francis Varney, stepping forward and placing his hand to his neckerchief. "Look you here. If Mr. Henry Bannerworth should demand another fire, he may do so with the same bullet.
"The same bullet?" said Marchdale, stepping forward. "The same bullet. How is this?" "My eyes," said Jack. "Who'd have thought it? Here's a go. Wouldn't he do for a dummy to lead a forlorn hope, or to put in among the boarders?" "Here," said Sir Francis, handing a bullet to Henry Bannerworth. "Here is the bullet you shot at me." Henry looked at it. It was blackened by powder. And then Marchdale seized it and tried it in the pistol, but found the bullet fitted Henry's weapon. "By heaven, it is so!" he exclaimed, stepping back and looking at Varney from top to toe in horror and amazement. "Damn you," said the Admiral, "if I understand this. Why, Jack Pringle, you dog, here's a strange fish." "Oh, no, there's plenty on 'em in some countries. Will you insist upon another fire, or may I consider you satisfied?" "I shall object," said Marchdale. "Henry, this affair must go no further. It would be madness, worse than madness, to fight upon such terms." "So say I," said the Admiral. "I will not have anything to do with you, Sir Francis. I'll not be your second any longer. I didn't bargain for such a game as this. You might as well fight with the man in brass armour at the Lord Mayor's show, or the champion at a coronation." "Oh," said Jack Pringle, "a man may use whale fire at the back of a alligator as a vampire." "This must be considered as having been concluded," said Mr. Marchdale. "No," said Henry. "And wherefore not?" "Because I have not received his fire." "Heaven forbid you should." "I may not with honour quit the ground without another fire." "Under ordinary circumstances there might be some shadow of an excuse for your demand, but as it is there is none. You have neither honour nor credit to gain by such an encounter, and certainly you can gain no object." "How are we to decide this affair? Am I considered absolved from the accusation under which I lay of cowardice?" inquired Sir Francis Varney with a cold smile. "Why, as for that," said the Admiral, "I should as soon expect credit for fighting behind a wall, as with a man that I couldn't hit any more than the moon. Henry, let me implore you to quit this scene, if I can do no good." At this moment a noise, as of human voices, was heard at a distance. This caused a momentary pause, and the whole party stood still and listened. The murmurs and shouts that now arose in the distance were indistinct and confused. "What can all this mean?" said Marchdale. "There is something very strange about it. I cannot imagine a cause for so unusual an occurrence." "Nor I," said Sir Francis Varney, looking suspiciously at Henry Bannerworth. "Upon my honour, I know neither what is the cause nor the nature of the sounds themselves." "Then we can easily see what is the matter from yonder hillock," said the Admiral. "And there's Jack Pringle, he's up there already. What's he telegraphing about in that manner, I wonder?" The fact was, Jack Pringle, hearing the riot, had thought that if he got to the neighbouring eminence he might possibly ascertain what it was that was the cause of what he termed the row, and had succeeded in some degree. There were a number of people of all kinds coming out from the village, apparently armed, and shouting. Jack Pringle hitched up his trousers and swore, then took off his hat and began to shout to the Admiral as he said, "Damn you, they are too late to spoil in the sport. Hilloa, hurrah!" "What's all that about, Jack?" inquired the Admiral as he came puffing along. "What's the squall about?" "Only a few horse marines and bumboat women. They have been startled like a company of penguins." "Oh, my eyes! Wouldn't a whole broadside set 'em flying, Jack?" "Aye, just as them Frenchmen that you murdered on board the Big Thunderer, as you called it." "I murdered them, you rascal!" "Yes, there was about 500 of them killed." "They were only shot." "They were killed, only your conscience tells you it's uncomfortable." "You rascal, you villain! You ought to be keel-hauled and well paid."
"Ah, you're paid and paid off as an old hulk."
"Damn you, you... Oh, I wish I had you on board ship. I'd make your lubberly carcass like a Union Jack, full of red and blue stripes."
"Oh, it's all very well, but if you don't take to your heels, you'll have all the old women in the village a-whacking on you. That's all I have to say about it. You'd better port your helmet about ship, or you'll be keel-hauled."
"Damn your..."
"What's the matter?" inquired Marchdale as he arrived. "What's the cause of all the noise we have heard?" said Sir Francis. "Has some village festival spontaneously burst forth among the rustics of this place?" "I cannot tell the cause of it," said Henry Bannerworth, "but they seem to me to be coming toward this place." "Indeed, I think so too," said Marchdale. "With what object?" inquired Sir Francis Varney. "No peaceable one," observed Henry, "for as far as I can observe, they struck across the country as though they would enclose something or intercept somebody." "Indeed, but why come here? If I knew that, I would have at once told the cause." "And they appear armed with a variety of odd weapons," observed Sir Francis. "They mean an attack upon someone. Who is that man with them? He seems to be deprecating their coming." "That appears to be Mr. Chillingworth," said Henry. "I think that is he."
"Yes," observed the Admiral. "I think I know the build of that craft. He's been in our society before. I always know a ship as soon as I see it."
"Does you, though?" said Jack.
"Yes, what do you mean, eh? Let me hear what you've got to say against your captain and your admiral, you mutinous dog. You tell me, I say."
"So I will. You thought you were fighting a big ship in a fog, and fired a few dozen broadsides or so, and it was only the Flying Dutchman or the devil."
"You infernal dog!"
"Well, you know it was. It might have been our own shadow for all I can tell. Indeed, I think it was."
"You think?"
"Yes."
"That's mutiny. I'll have no more to do with you, Jack Pringle. You're no seaman and have no respect for your officer. Now sheer off, or I'll cut your yards."
"Why, as for my yards, I'll square 'em presently if I like, you old swab. But as for leaving you, very well. You have said so, and you shall be accommodated, damn you. However, it was not so when your knob was nearly rove through with a boarding pike. It wasn't all I've no more to do with Jack Pringle then, 'twas more t'other."
"Well then, why be so mutinous?"
"Because you aggravates me." The cries of the mob became more distinct as they drew nearer to the party, who began to evince some uneasiness as to their object.
"Surely," said Marchdale, "Mr. Chillingworth has not named anything respecting the duel that has taken place?"
"No, no."
"But he was to have been here this morning," said the Admiral. "I understood he was to be here in his own character of a surgeon, and yet I have not seen him. Have any of you?"
"No," said Henry. "Then here he comes in the character of a conservator of the public peace," said Varney coldly. "However, I believe that his errand will be useless, since the affair is, I presume, concluded."
"Down with the vampire!" "Eh?" said the Admiral. "Eh? What's that, eh? What did they say?"
"If you'll listen, they'll tell you soon enough, I'll warrant."
"Maybe they will. And yet I'd like to know now."
Sir Francis Varney looked significantly at Marchdale, and then waited with downcast eyes for the repetition of the words.
"Down with the vampire!"
resounded on all sides from the people who came rapidly towards them, and converging towards a centre.
"Burn, destroy, and kill the vampire!"
"No vampire!"
"Burn him out!"
"Down with him!" "Kill him!" Then came Mr. Chillingworth's voice, who with much earnestness endeavoured to exhort them to moderation, and to refrain from violence. Sir Francis Varney became very pale and agitated. He immediately turned, and without taking the least notice, he made for the wood, which lay between him and his own house, leaving the people in the greatest agitation. Mr. Marchdale was not unmoved at this occurrence, but stood his ground with Henry Bannerworth, the Admiral, and Jack Pringle, until the mob came very near to them, shouting and uttering cries of vengeance, and death of all imaginable kinds that it was possible to conceive, against the unpopular vampire. Pending the arrival of these infuriated town persons, we will in a few words state how it was that so suddenly a set of circumstances arose productive to an amount of personal danger to Varney, such as up to that time had seemed not at all likely to occur. We have before stated there was but one person out of the family of Bannerworths who was able to say anything of a positive character concerning the singular and inexplicable proceedings at the Hall, and that person was Mr. Chillingworth, an individual not at all likely to become garrulous upon the subject. But alas, the best of men have their weaknesses, and we much regret to say that to Mr. Chillingworth so far in this instance forgot that admirable discretion which commonly belonged to him, as to be the cause of the popular tumult which had now reached such a height. In a moment of thoughtlessness and confidence, he told his wife. Yes, this really clever man, from whom one would not have expected such a piece of horrible indiscretion, actually told his wife all about the vampire. But such is human nature, combined with an amount of firmness and reasoning power that one would have thought to be invulnerable safeguards. We find some weakness which astonishes all calculation. Such was this of Mr. Chillingworth's. It is true he cautioned the lady to be secret, and pointed to her the danger of making Varney the Vampire a theme for gossip, but he might as well have whispered to a hurricane to be so good as not to go on blowing so, as request Mrs. Chillingworth to keep a secret. Of course she burst into the usual declarations of who was she to tell? Was she a person who went about telling things? When did she see anybody? Not she once in a blue moon. And then, when Mr. Chillingworth went out like the king of Otaheite, she invited the neighbors round about to come to take some tea. Under solemn promises of secrecy, 16 ladies that evening were made acquainted with the full and interesting particulars of the attack of the vampire on Flora Bannerworth, and all the evidence inculpating Sir Francis Varney as the bloodthirsty individual. When the mind comes to consider the 16 ladies multiplied their information by about 24 each, we become quite lost in a sea of arithmetic, and feel compelled to sum up the whole by a candid assumption that in 24 hours not an individual in the whole town was ignorant of the circumstances. On the morning before the projected duel, there was an unusual commotion in the streets. People were conversing together in little knots, and using rather violent gesticulations. Poor Mr. Chillingworth, he alone was ignorant of the causes of the popular commotion, and so he went to bed, wondering that an unusual bustle pervaded the little market town, but not at all guessing its origin. Somehow or another, however, the populace, who had determined to make a demonstration on the following morning against the vampire, thought it highly necessary first to pay some sort of compliment to Mr. Chillingworth, and accordingly, at an early hour, a great mob assembled outside his house and gave 3 terrific applauding shouts, which roused him most unpleasantly from his sleep, and induced the greatest astonishment at the cause of such a tumult. Oh, that artful Mrs. Chillingworth! Too well she knew what was the matter, yet she pretended to be so oblivious upon the subject. "Good God!" cried Mr. Chillingworth, as he started up in bed. "What's all that?" "All what?" said his wife. "All what? Do you mean you heard nothing?" "Well, I think I did hear a little sort of something." "A little sort of something? It shook the house." Well, never mind. It's no business of ours." "Yes, but it may be, though. It's all very well to say go to sleep. That happens to be a thing I can't do. There's something amiss." "Well, what's that to you?" "Perhaps nothing, but perhaps everything." Mr. Chillingworth sprang from his bed and began dressing, a process which he executed with considerable rapidity, which was much accelerated by 2 or 3 supplementary shouts from the people below. Then, in a temporary lull, a loud voice shouted, "Down with the vampire! Down with the vampire!" The truth, in an instant, burst over the mind of Mr. Chillingworth, and turning to his wife, he exclaimed, "I understand it now. You've been gossiping about Sir Francis Varney, and have caused all this tumult." "I gossip? Well, I never. Lay it on me. It's sure to be my fault. I might have known that beforehand. I always am." "But you must have spoken of it." "Who have I got to speak to about it?" "Did you, or did you not?" "Who should I tell?" Mr. Chillingworth was dressed, and he hastened down and entered the street with great desperation. He had a hope that he might be enabled to disperse the crowd, and yet be in time to keep his appointment at the duel. His appearance was hailed with another shout, for it was considered, of course, that he had come to join in the attack on Sir Francis Varney. He found assembled a much more considerable mob than he had imagined, and to his alarm he found many armed, with all sorts of weapons. "Hurrah!" cried a great lumpy-looking fellow, who seemed half mad with the prospect of a disturbance. "Hurrah! Here's the doctor. He'll tell us all about it while we go along." "For heaven's sake," said Mr. Chillingworth, "stop! What are you about to do, all of you?" "Burn the vampire! Burn the vampire!" "Hold! Hold! This is folly. Let me implore you all to return to your homes, or you will get into serious trouble on this subject." This was a piece of advice not at all likely to be adopted, and when the mob found that Mr. Chillingworth was not disposed to encourage and countenance it in its violence, It gave another loud shout of defiance, and moved off through the long straggling streets of the town in a direction towards Sir Francis Varney's house. It is true that what were called authorities of the town had become alarmed, and were stirring, but they found themselves in such a frightful minority that it became out of the question for them to interfere with any effect to stop the lawless proceedings of the rioters, so that the infuriated populace had it all their own way, and in a straggling, disorderly-looking kind of procession they moved off, vowing vengeance as they went against Varney the Vampire. Hopeless as Mr. Chillingworth thought it was to interfere with any degree of effect to stop the lawless proceedings of the mob, he still could not reconcile it to himself to be absent from a scene which he now felt certain had been produced by his own imprudence. So he went with the crowd, endeavoring as he did, by every argument that could be suggested to him, to induce them to abstain from the acts of violence they contemplated. He had a hope, too, that when they reached Sir Francis Varney's, finding him not within, as probably would be the case, as by the time he would have started to meet Henry Bannerworth on the ground to fight the duel, he might induce the mob to return and forego their meditated violence. And thus it was that, urged on by the multitude of persons, the unhappy surgeon was expiating in both mind and person the serious mistakes he had committed in trusting a secret to his wife. Let it not be supposed that we for one moment wish to lay down a general principle as regards the confiding secrets to ladies, because from the beginning of the world it has become notorious how well they keep them, and with what admirable discretion, tact, and forethought this fairest portion of humanity conduct themselves. We know how few Mrs. Chillingworths there are in the world, and have but to regret that our friend the doctor should in his matrimonial adventure have met with such a specimen. End of chapter 39. Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Carpenter. Varney the Vampire, Volume 1, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 40. The Popular Riot. Sir Francis Varney's Danger. The Suggestion and its Results. Such then were the circumstances which at once altered the whole aspect of the affairs, and from private and domestic causes of very deep annoyance, led to public results of a character which seemed likely to involve the whole countryside in the greatest possible confusion. But while we blame Mr. Chillingworth for being so indiscreet as to communicate the secret of such a person as Varney the Vampire to his wife, we trust in a short time to be able to show that he made as much reparation as it was possible to make for the mischief he had unintentionally committed. And now as he struggled onward, apparently onward, first and foremost among the rioters, he was really doing all in his power to quell that tumult which superstition and dread had raised. Human nature truly delights in the marvelous, and in proportion as a knowledge of the natural phenomena of nature is restricted, and unbridled imagination allowed to give the rein to fathomless conjecture, we shall find an eagerness likewise to believe the marvelous to be the truth. That dim and uncertain condition concerning vampires, originating probably as it had done in Germany, had spread itself very slowly, but insidiously, throughout the whole of the civilized world. In no country and in no clime is there not something which bears a kind of family relationship to the veritable vampire of which Sir Francis Varney appeared to be so choice a specimen. The ghoul of Eastern nations is but the same being, altered to suit habits and localities, and the Sema of the Scandinavians is but the vampire of a more primitive race, and a personification of that morbid imagination which has once fancied the probability of the dead walking again among the living, with all the frightful insignia of corruption and the grave about them. Although not popular in England, still there had been tales told of such midnight visitants, so that Mrs. Chillingworth, when she had imparted the information which she had obtained, had already some rough material to work upon in the minds of her auditors, and therefore there was no great difficulty in very soon establishing the fact. Under such circumstances ignorant people always do what they have heard was done by someone else before them, and in an incredibly short space of time the propriety of catching Sir Francis Varney, depriving him of his vampire-like existence, and driving a stake through his body, became not at all a questionable proposition. Alas, poor Mr. Chillingworth! As well he might have attempted King Canute's task of stemming the waves of the ocean, as that of attempting to stop the crowd from proceeding to Sir Francis Varney's house. His very presence was a sort of confirmation of the whole affair, In vain he gesticulated, in vain he begged and prayed that they would go back, and in vain he declared that full and ample justice should be done upon the vampire, provided popular clamors spared him, and he was left to more deliberate judgment. Those who were foremost in the throng paid no attention to these remonstrances, while those who were more distant heard them not, and for all they knew, he might be urging the crowd on to violence instead of deprecating it. Thus, then, this disorderly rabble now reached the house of Sir Francis Varney, and loudly demanded of his terrified servants where he was to be found. The knocking at the hall door was prodigious, and with a laudable desire doubtless of saving time, the moment one was done amusing himself with the ponderous knocker, another seized it, so that until the door was flung open by some of the bewildered and terrified men, there was no cessation whatever of the furious demand for admittance.
"Varney the Vampire! Varney the Vampire!"
cried 100 voices.
"Death to the Vampire! Where is he? Bring him out!" "Varney the Vampire!"
The servants were too terrified to speak for some moments, as they saw such a tumultuous assemblage seeking their master while so singular a name was applied to him. At length, one more bold than the rest contrived to stammer out, "My good people, Sir Francis Varney is not at home. He took an early breakfast and has been out nearly an hour." The mob paused a moment in indecision, and then one of the foremost cried, "Who'd suppose they'd own he was at home? He's hiding somewhere, of course. Let's pull him out."
Pull him out! Pull him out!"
cried many voices. A rush was made into the house, and in a very few minutes its chambers were ransacked and all its hidden places carefully searched, with the hope of discovering the hidden form of Sir Francis Varney. The servants felt that, with their inefficient strength, to oppose the proceedings of an assemblage which seemed to be unchecked by all sort of law or reason would be madness. They therefore only looked on, with wonder and dismay, satisfied certainly in their own minds that Sir Francis would not be found, and indulging in much conjecture as to what would be the result of such violent and unexpected proceedings. Mr. Chillingworth hoped that time was gained, and that some sort of indication of what was going on would reach the unhappy object of popular detestation sufficiently early to enable him to provide for his own safety. He knew he was breaking his own engagement to be present at the duel between Henry Bannerworth and Sir Francis Varney, and as that thought recurred to him, he dreaded that his professional services might be required on one side or the other, for he knew, or fancied he knew, that mutual hatred dictated the contest, and he thought that if ever a duel had taken place which was likely to be attended with some disastrous result, that was surely the one. But how could he leave, watched and surrounded as he was by an infuriated multitude? How could he hope but that his footsteps would be dogged, or that the slightest attempt of his to convey a warning to Sir Francis Varney would not be the means of bringing down upon his head the very danger he sought to shield him from? In this state of uncertainty, then, did our medical man remain, a prey to the bitterest reflections and full of the direst apprehensions, without having the slightest power of himself to alter so disastrous a train of circumstances. Dissatisfied with their non-success, the crowd twice searched the house of Sir Francis Varney, from the attics to the basement, and then, and not until then, did they begin reluctantly to believe that the servants must have spoken the truth.
"He's in the town somewhere," cried one. "Let's go back to the town."
It is strange how suddenly any mob will obey any impulse, and this perfectly groundless supposition was sufficient to turn their steps back again in the direction whence they came, and they had actually, in a straggling sort of column, reached halfway towards the town, when they encountered a boy whose professional pursuit consisted in tending sheep very early of a morning, and who at once informed them that he had seen Sir Francis Varney in the wood, halfway between Bannerworth Hall and his own home. This event at once turned the whole tide again, and with renewed clamors, carrying Mr. Chillingworth along with them, they now rapidly neared the real spot where probably, had they turned a little earlier, they would have viewed the object of their suspicion and hatred. But as we have already recorded, the advancing throng was seen by the parties on the ground, where the duel could scarcely have been said to have been fought, and then had Sir Francis Varney dashed into the wood, which was so opportunely at hand to afford him a shelter from his enemies, and from the intricacies of which, well acquainted with them as he doubtless was, he had every chance of eluding their pursuit. The whole affair was a great surprise to Henry and his friends. When they saw such a string of people advancing, with such shouts and imprecations, they could not for the life of them imagine what could have excited such a turnout among the ordinarily industrious and quiet inhabitants of a town, remarkable rather for the quietude and steadiness of its population than for any violent outbreaks of popular feeling.
"What can Mr. Chillingworth be about," said Henry, "to bring such a mob here? Has he taken leave of his senses?" "Nay," said Marchdale, "look again. He seems to be trying to keep them back, although ineffectually, for they will not be stayed."
"Damn you," said the Admiral, "here's a gang of pirates. We shall be boarded and carried before we know where we are, Jack."
"Aye, aye, sir," said Jack.
"And is that all you've got to say, you lubber, when you see your Admiral in danger? You'd better go and make terms with the enemy at once."
"Really, this is serious," said Henry. "They shout for Varney. Can Mr. Chillingworth have been so mad as to adopt this means of stopping the duel?" "Impossible," said Marchdale. "If that had been his intention, he could have done so quietly, through the medium of the civil authorities."
"Hang me," exclaimed the Admiral, "if there are any civil authorities. They talk of smashing somebody. What do they say, Jack? I don't hear quite so well as I used."
"You always was a little deaf," said Jack.
"What?"
"A little deaf, I say."
"Why, you lubberly lying swab, how dare you say so?"
"Because you was."
"You slave-going scoundrel."
"For heaven's sake, do not quarrel at such a time as this," said Henry. "We shall be surrounded in a moment. Come, Mr. Marchdale, let you and I visit these people and ascertain what it is that has so much excited their indignation." "Agreed," said Marchdale, and they both stepped forward at a rapid pace to meet the advancing throng. The crowd, which had now approached to within a short distance of the expectant little party, was of a most motley description, and its appearance, under many circumstances, would cause considerable risibility. Men and women were mixed indiscriminately together, and in the shouting, the latter, if such a thing were possible, exceeded the former both in discordance and energy. Every individual composing that mob carried some weapon calculated for defense, such as flails, scythes, sickles, bludgeons, etc., and this mode of arming caused them to wear a most formidable appearance, while the passion that superstition had called up was strongly depicted in their inflamed features. Their fury, too, had been excited by their disappointment, and it was with concentrated rage that they now pressed onward. The calm and steady advance of Henry and Mr. Marchdale to meet the advancing throng seemed to have the effect of retarding their progress a little, and they came to a parley at a hedge, which separated them from the meadow in which the duel had been fought. "You seem to be advancing towards us," said Henry. "Do you seek me or any of my friends, and if so, upon what errand? Mr. Chillingworth, for heaven's sake, explain what is the cause of all this tumult. You seem to be at the head of it."
"Seem to be," said Mr. Chillingworth, "without being so. You are not sought, nor any of your friends."
"Who then? Sir Francis Varney," was the immediate reply. "Indeed, and what has he done to incite popular indignation? Of private wrong I can accuse him, but I desire no crowd to take up my cause, or to avenge my quarrels. Mr. Bannerworth, it has become known through my indiscretion that Sir Francis Varney is suspected of being a vampire. Is this so?"
"Hurrah!"
shouted the mob.
"Down with the vampire!"
"Hurrah! Where is he?"
"Down with him!"
"Drive a stake through him," said a woman.
"It's the only way, and the humanestest. You've only got to take a hedge stake, and sharpen it a bit at one end, and char it a little in the fire so as there mayn't be no splinters to hurt, and then poke it through his stomach."
The mob gave a great shout at this humane piece of advice, and it was some time before Henry could make himself heard at all, even to those who were nearest to him. When he succeeded in doing so, he cried with a loud voice, "Hear me, all of you! It is quite needless for me to inquire how you became possessed of the information that a dreadful suspicion hangs over the person of Sir Francis Varney. But if in consequence of hearing such news, you fancy this public demonstration will be agreeable to me, or likely to relieve those who are nearest or dearest to me from the state of misery and apprehension into which they have fallen, you are much mistaken."
"Hear him! Hear him!"
cried Mr. Marchdale.
"He speaks both wisdom and truth."
"If anything," pursued Henry, "could add to the annoyance, vexation, and misery we have suffered, it would assuredly be the being made subjects of everyday clamour."
"You hear him?"
said Mr. Marchdale.
"Yes, we does,"
said a man.
"but we comes out to catch a vampire for all that." "Oh, to be sure,"
said the humane woman.
"Nobody's feelings is nothing to us. Are we to be woke up in the middle of the night with vampires sucking bloods while we've got a stake in the country?"
"Hurrah!"
shouted everybody.
"Down with the vampire!
Where is he?"
"You are wrong, I assure you, you are all wrong," said Mr. Chillingworth imploringly. "There is no vampire here. You see, Sir Francis Varney has not only escaped, but he will take the law of all of you.
This was an argument which appeared to stagger a few, but the bolder spirits pushed them on, and a suggestion to search the wood having been made by someone who was more cunning than his neighbors, that measure was at once proceeded with, and executed in a systematic manner, which made those who knew it to be the hiding place of Sir Francis Varney tremble for his safety. It was with a strange mixture of feeling that Henry Bannerworth waited the result of the search for the man who, but a few minutes before, had been opposed to him in a contest of life or death. The destruction of Sir Francis Varney would certainly have been an effectual means of preventing him from continuing to be the incubus he then was upon the Bannerworth family, and yet the generous nature of Henry shrank with horror from seeing even such a creature as Varney sacrificed at the shrine of popular resentment, and murdered by an infuriated populace. He felt as great an interest in the escape of the vampire as if some great advantage to himself had been contingent upon such an event, and although he spoke not a word, while the echoes of the little wood were all awakened by the clamorous manner in which the mob searched for their victim, his feelings could be read well upon his countenance. The Admiral, too, without possessing probably the fine feelings of Henry Bannerworth, took an unusually sympathetic interest in the fate of the vampire, and after placing himself in various attitudes of intense excitement, he exclaimed,
"Damn it, Jack! I do hope, after all, the vampire will get the better of them. It's like a whole flotilla attacking one vessel. A lubberly proceeding at the best, and I'll be hanged if I like it. I should like to pour in a broadside into those fellows just to let them see it wasn't a proper English mode of fighting. Shouldn't you, Jack?"
"Aye, aye, sir, I should."
"Shiver me if I see an opportunity, if I don't let some of those rascals know what's what."
Scarcely had these words escaped the lips of the old Admiral than there arose a loud shout from the interior of the wood. It was a shout of success, and seemed at the very least to herald the capture of the unfortunate Varney.
"By heaven!" exclaimed Henry, "they have him!"
"God forbid," said Mr. Marchdale. "This grows too serious."
"Bear a hand, Jack," said the Admiral. "We'll have a fight for it yet. They shan't murder even a vampire in cold blood. Load the pistols and send a flying shot or two among the rascals the moment they appear."
"No, no," said Henry. "No more violence. There has been enough. There has been enough." Even as he spoke, there came rushing from the trees, at the corner of the wood, the figure of a man. They needed but one glance to assure them who it was. Sir Francis Varney had been seen, and was flying before those implacable foes who had sought his life. He had divested himself of his huge cloak as well as of his low slouched hat, and with a speed which nothing but the most absolute desperation could have enabled him to exert, he rushed onward, beating down before him every obstacle, and bounding over the meadows at a rate that if he could have continued it for any length of time would have set pursuit at defiance.
"Bravo!" shouted the Admiral. "A stern chase is a long chase, and I wish them joy of it. Damn you, Jack, did you ever see anybody get along like that?"
"Aye, aye, sir."
"You never did, you scoundrel."
"Yes, I did."
"When and where?"
"When you ran away off the Sound."
The Admiral turned nearly blue with anger, but Jack looked perfectly imperturbable as he added,
"You know you ran away after the French frigates who wouldn't stay to fight with you."
"Ah, that indeed. There he goes, putting on every stitch of canvas, I'll be bound."
"And there they come," said Jack as he pointed to the corner of the wood, and some of the more active of the vampire's pursuers showed themselves. It would appear as if the vampire had been started from some hiding place in the interior of the wood, and had then thought it expedient altogether to leave that retreat and make his way to some more secure one across the open country, where there would be more obstacles to his discovery than perseverance could overcome. Probably then, among the brushwood and trees, for a few moments he had been again lost sight of, until those who were closest upon his track had emerged from among the dense foliage, and saw him scouring across the country at such headlong speed. These were but few, and in their extreme anxiety themselves to capture Varney, whose precipitate and terrified flight brought a firm conviction to their minds of his being a vampire, they did not stop to get much of a reinforcement, but plunged on like greyhounds in his track.
"Jack," said the Admiral, "this won't do. Look at that great lubberly fellow with the queer smock frock."
"Never saw such a figurehead in my life," said Jack.
"Stop him!"
"Aye, aye, sir."
The man was coming on at a prodigious rate, and Jack, with all the deliberation in the world, advanced to meet him, and when they got sufficiently close together that in a few moments they must encounter each other, Jack made himself into as small a bundle as possible, and presented his shoulder to the advancing countryman in such a way that he flew off it at a tangent, as if he had ran against a brick wall, and after rolling head over heels for some distance, safely deposited himself in a ditch, where he disappeared completely for a few moments from all human observation.
"Don't say I hit you," said Jack. "Curse you, what did you run against me for? Serves you right. Lovers as don't know how to steer in course runs again things." "Bravo!" said the Admiral. "There's another of them."
The pursuers of Varney the Vampire, however, now came too thick and fast to be so easily disposed of, and as soon as his figure could be seen coursing over the meadows, and springing over road and ditch with an agility almost frightful to look upon, the whole rabble rout was in pursuit of him. By this time, the man who had fallen into the ditch had succeeded in making his appearance in the visible world again, and as he crawled up the bank, looking a thing of mire and mud, Jack walked up to him with all the carelessness in the world, and said to him, "Any luck, old chap?"
"Oh, murder!" said the man. "What do you mean? Who are you? Where am I? What's the matter? Old Master Fowler, the fat crowner, will set upon me now."
"Have you caught anything?" said Jack.
"Caught anything?"
"Yes, you've been in for eels, haven't you?"
"Damn!"
"Well, it is odd to me as some people can't go a-fishing without getting out of temper. Have it your own way, I won't interfere with you." And away Jack walked. The man cleared the mud out of his eyes as well as he could, and looked after him with a powerful suspicion that in Jack he saw the very cause of his mortal mishap. But somehow or other, his immersion in the not over-limpid stream had wonderfully cooled his courage, and casting one despairing look upon his begrimed apparel, and another at the last of the stragglers who were pursuing Sir Francis Varney across the fields, he thought it prudent to get home as fast as he could, and get rid of the disagreeable results of an adventure which had turned out for him anything but auspicious or pleasant. Mr. Chillingworth, as though by a sort of impulse to be present in case Sir Francis Varney should really be run down, and with a hope of saving him from personal violence, had followed the foremost of the rioters in the wood, found it now quite impossible for him to carry on such a chase as that which was being undertaken across the fields after Sir Francis Varney. His person was unfortunately but ill qualified for the continuance of such a pursuit, and although with the greatest reluctance, he at last felt himself compelled to give it up. In making his way through the intricacies of the wood, he had been seriously incommoded by the thick undergrowth, and had accidentally encountered several miry pools, with which he had involuntarily made a closer acquaintance than was at all conducive either to his personal appearance or comfort. The doctor's temper, though, generally speaking, one of the most even, was at last affected by his mishaps, and he could not refrain from an execration upon his want of prudence in letting his wife have a knowledge of a secret that was not his own, and the producing of an unlooked-for circumstance, the termination of which might be of a most disastrous nature. Tired, therefore, and nearly exhausted by the exertions he had already taken, he emerged now along from the wood, and near the spot where stood Henry Bannerworth and his friends, in consultation. The jaded look of the surgeon was quite sufficient indication of the trouble and turmoil he had gone through, and some expressions of sympathy for his condition were dropped by Henry, to whom he replied, "My young friend, I deserve it all. I have nothing but my own indiscretion to thank for all the turmoil and tumult that has arisen this morning. But to what possible cause can we attribute such an outrage? Reproach me as much as you will, I deserve it. A man may prate of his own secrets if he like, but he should be careful of those of other people. I trusted yours to another, and am properly punished." "Enough," said Henry. "We'll say no more of that, Mr. Chillingworth. What is done cannot be undone, and we had better spend our time in reflection of how to make the best of what is, than in useless lamentation over its causes. What is to be done?" "Nay, I know not. Have you fought the duel?" "Yes, and as you perceive, harmlessly." "Thank heaven for that." "Nay, I had my fire, which Sir Francis Varney refused to return, so the affair had just ended, when the sound of approaching tumult came upon our ears."
"What a strange mixture," exclaimed Marchdale, "of feelings and passions this Varney appears to be, at one moment acting with the apparent greatest malignity, and another seeming to have awakened in his mind a romantic generosity which knows no bounds. I cannot understand him."
"Nor I, indeed," said Henry, "but somehow tremble for his fate, and I seem to feel that something ought to be done to save him from the fearful consequences of popular feeling. Let us hasten to the town and procure what assistance we may. But a few persons, well organized and properly armed, will achieve wonders against a desultory and ill-appointed multitude. There may be a chance of saving him yet, from the imminent danger which surrounds him."
"That's proper," cried the Admiral. "I don't like to see anybody run down. A fair fight's another thing. Yard arm and yard arm, stink pots and pipkins, broadside to broadside. And throw in your bodies, if you like, on the lee quarter, but don't do anything shabby. What do you think of it, Jack?"
"What I means to say is how, if
Varney only keeps on sail as he's been doing, the devil himself wouldn't catch him in a gale.
And yet, said Henry, it is our duty to do the best we can. Let us at once to the town and summons all the assistance in our power. Come on, come on. His friends needed no further urging, but at a brisk pace they all proceeded by the nearest footpaths towards the town. It puzzled his pursuers to think in what possible direction Sir Francis Varney expected to find sustenance or succour, when they saw how curiously he took his flight across the meadows. Instead of endeavouring by any circuitous path to seek the shelter of his own house, or to throw himself upon the care of the authorities of the town, who must to the extent of their power have protected him, he struck across the welds apparently without aim or purpose, seemingly intent upon nothing but to distance his pursuers in a long chase, which might possibly tire them, or it might not, according to their or his powers of endurance. We say this seemed to be the case, but it was not so in reality. Sir Francis Varney had a deeper purpose, and it was scarcely to be supposed that a man of his subtle genius, and apparently far-seeing and reflecting intellect, could have so far overlooked the many dangers of his position, not to be fully prepared for some such contingency as that which had just now occurred. Holding as he did so strange a place in society, living among men, and yet possessing so few attributes in common with humanity, he must all along have felt the possibility of drawing upon himself popular violence. He could not wholly rely upon the secrecy of the Bannerworth family, much as they might well be supposed to shrink from giving publicity to circumstances of so fearfully strange and perilous a nature as those which had occurred amongst them. The merest accident might at any moment make him the town's talk. The overhearing of a few chance words by some gossiping domestic, some ebullition of anger or annoyance by some member of the family, or a communication from some friend who had been treated with confidence, might at any time awaken around him such a storm as that which now raged at his heels. Varney the Vampire must have calculated this. He must have felt the possibility of such a state of things, and, as a matter of course, politically provided himself with some place of refuge. After about 20 miles of hard chasing across the fields, there could be no doubt of his intentions. He had such a place of refuge, and strange a one as it might appear, he sped towards it in as direct a line as ever a well-sped arrow flew towards its mark. That place of refuge, to the surprise of every one, appeared to be the ancient ruin of which we have before spoken, and which was so well known to every inhabitant of the county. Truly it seemed like some act of mere desperation for Sir Francis Varney to hope there to hide himself. There remained within of what had once been a stately pile but a few grey crumbling walls, which the hunted hare would have passed unheeded, knowing that not for one instant could he have baffled his pursuers by seeking so inefficient a refuge. And those who followed hard and fast upon the track of Sir Francis Varney felt so sure of their game when they saw whither he was speeding, that they relaxed in their haste considerably, calling loudly to each other that the vampire was caught at last, for he could be easily surrounded among the old ruins and dragged from amongst its moss-grown walls. In another moment, with a wild dash and cry of exultation, he sprang out of sight, behind an angle formed by what had been, at one time, one of the principal supports of the ancient structure. Then, as if there was still something so dangerous about him, that only by a great number of hands could he be hoped to be secured, the infuriated peasantry gathered in a dense circle around what they considered his temporary place of refuge, and as the sun, which had now climbed above the tree-tops, and dispersed, in a great measure, many of the heavy clouds of the morning, shone down upon the excited group, they might have been supposed there assembled to perform some superstitious rite, which time had hallowed as an association of the crumbling ruin around which they stood. By the time the whole of the stragglers who had persisted in the chase had come up, there might have been about 50 or 60 resolute men, each intent upon securing the person of one whom they felt, while in existence, would continue to be a terror to all the weaker and dearer portions of their domestic circles. There was a pause of several minutes. Those who had come the fleetest were gathering breath, and those who had come up last were looking to their more forward companions for some information as to what had occurred before their arrival. All was profoundly still within the ruin, and then suddenly, as if by common consent, there arose from every throat a loud shout of, "Down with the vampire! Down with the vampire!" The echoes of that shout died away, and then all was still as before, while a superstitious feeling crept over the boldest. It would almost seem as if they had expected some kind of response from Sir Francis Varney to the shout of defiance with which they had just greeted him. But the very calmness, repose, and absolute quiet of the ruin, and all about it, alarmed them, and they looked the one at the other as if the adventurer after all were not one of the pleasantest description, and might not fall out so happily as they had expected. Yet what danger could there be? There were they, more than half the 100 stout, strong men, to cope with one. They felt convinced that he was completely in their power, they knew the ruins could not hide him, and that 5 minutes' time given to the task would suffice to explore every nook and corner of them. And yet they hesitated, while an unknown terror shook their nerves, and seemingly from the very fact that they had run down their game successfully, they dreaded to secure the trophy of the chase. One bold spirit was wanting, and if it was not a bold one that spoke at length, he might be complimented as being comparatively such. It was one who had not been foremost in the chase, perchance from want of physical power, who now stood forward and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for now? You can have him when you like. If you want your wives and children to sleep quietly in their beds, you will secure the vampire. Come on, we all know he's here. Why do you hesitate? Do you expect me to go alone and draw him out by the ears?" Any voice would have sufficed to break the spell which bound them. This did so, and with one accord, and yells of imprecations, they rushed forward and plunged among the old walls of the ruin. Less time than we have before remarked would have enabled anyone to explore the tottering fabric sufficient to bring a conviction to their minds that after all there might have been some mistake about the matter, and Sir Francis Varney was not quite caught yet. It was astonishing how the fact of not finding him in a moment again roused all their angry feelings against him, and dispelled every feeling of superstitious awe with which he had been surrounded. Rage gave place to the sort of shuddering horror with which they had before contemplated his immediate destruction, when they had believed him to be virtually within their very grasp. Over and over again the ruins were searched, hastily and impatiently by some, carefully and deliberately by others, until there could be no doubt upon the mind of every one individual that somehow or somewhere within the shadow of those walls Sir Francis Varney had disappeared most mysteriously. Then it would have been a strange sight for any indifferent spectator to have seen how they shrunk one by one out of the shadow of those ruins, each seeming to be afraid that the vampire in some mysterious manner would catch him if he happened to be the last within their sombre influence. And when they had all collected in the bright open space, some little distance beyond, they looked at each other and at the ruin, with dubious expressions of countenance, each, no doubt, wishing that each would suggest something of a consolatory or practicable character. "What's to be done now?" said one.
"Ah, that's it,"
said another sententiously.
"I'll be hanged if I know."
"He's given us the slip,"
remarked a third. "But he can't have given us the slip," said one man, who was particularly famous for a dogmatical spirit of argumentation.
"How is it possible? He must be here, and I say he is here."
"Find him, then,"
cried several at once.
"Oh, that's nothing to do with the argument. He's here whether we find him or not."
One very cunning fellow laid his finger on his nose, and beckoned to a comrade to retire some paces, where he delivered himself of the following very oracular sentiment. "My good friend, you must know Sir Francis Varney is here, or he isn't."
"Agreed, agreed."
"Well, if he isn't here, it's no use troubling our heads any more about him, but otherwise it's quite another thing, and upon the whole I must say that I rather think he is." All looked at him, for it was evident he was big with some suggestion. After a pause he resumed. "Now, my good friends, I propose that we all appear to give it up, and to go away, but that some one of us shall remain and hide among the ruins for some time, to watch, in case the vampire makes his appearance from some hole or corner that we haven't found out."
"Oh, capital!"
said everybody. "Then you all agree to that?"
"Yes, yes."
"Very good. That's the only way to nick him. Now we'll pretend to give it up. Let's all of us talk loud about going home." They did all talk loud about going home. They swore that it was not worth the trouble of catching him, that they gave it up as a bad job, that he might go to the deuce in any way he liked for all they cared, and then they all walked off in a body when the man who had made the suggestion suddenly cried, "Hilloa! Hilloa! Stop! Stop! You know one of us is to wait?" "Oh, aye, yes, yes, yes," said everybody, and still they moved on. "But really, you know, what's the use of this? Who's to wait?" That was indeed a knotty question which induced a serious consultation, and ending in their all, with one accord, pitching upon the author of the suggestion as by far the best person to hide in the ruins and catch the vampire. Then they all set off at full speed, but the cunning fellow, who certainly had not the slightest idea of so practically carrying out his own suggestion, scampered off after them, with a speed that soon brought him in the midst of the throng again, and so with fear in their looks, and all the evidences of fatigue about them, they reached the town to spread fresh and more exaggerated accounts of the mysterious conduct of Varney the Vampire. End of chapter 40.